Yes, the CM Devendra Fadnavis has been informed about this tragic incident, and we are outside his official residence, Varsha Bungalow, where Revenue Minister of Maharashtra and a top leader from BJP, senior most leader from BJP, Chandrasekhar Bawankole, reached here. He'll meet to Devendra Fadnavis, and in a short span of time they will leave Varsha Bungalow, and what we are learning from our sources that they might go to Baramati as well. As of now, Eknath Shinde has cancelled all his program and he is leaving for Baramati. And right now, CM Devendra Fadnavis is also inside the Varsha Bungalow, and he may also leave for Baramati with his leader. But definitely, this is a very tragic incident which took place, and it's Ajit Pawar, not only a big name in the Maharashtra politics but in the country's politics, and he has been known for his punctuality and available for the people by 24/7. So definitely, it's a big loss not only to the Pawar family but to the Maharashtra and to the nation politics as well. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. There's one aspect about him. He was someone who would take very bold decisions. He wasn't scared of taking decisions. He didn't follow his father in the film line. His father had worked very closely with noted filmmaker V. Shantaram. He instead followed his uncle Sharad Pawar into politics. So from the politics of sugar mills in Baramati to the Pune Cooperative Bank, then of course electoral politics, he was very clear. He wanted to follow in his uncle's footsteps, and Deepesh, he was very clear. One day he wanted to be Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He became Deputy Chief Minister several times, but his ultimate aim remained the big hot seat in Maharashtra, and he worked very hard towards it.
Yes, Gaurav, definitely. Many politicians are known for saying something and doing something, but Ajit Pawar was a kind of a personality who is known for his words, what in his heart is in his mouth, and what he says. So definitely, Ajit Pawar was very different kind of personality amongst all the politicians in the Maharashtra. And as we said, he's a very punctual of time. Many times it has happened that Ajit Pawar was reached before the time he was given to reach on a specific program or on a specific schedule. So definitely Ajit Pawar is not only the big name in the Maharashtra politics but in the country's politics, and he has said many times that he's the only person who has been deputy CM for the most of the time, and definitely he wanted to be the CM of the Maharashtra, but the conditions are not favorable, conditions are not supporting right now to be the CM of Maharashtra for Ajit Pawar. He expressed his words many times on the public platform as well, and today with a very heavy heart we are witnessing that right now Ajit Pawar is no more. He's not. His name will not be taken in the Maharashtra politics again, but he has done a lot of work for the Maharashtra, for the people of Pune, Baramati, Pimpri Chinchwad, especially where he's belong from. And today his we say what we don't have words actually to express our grief or express people grieves to this tragic incident, but he took his last.
But what's that bigger picture that you are able to piece together when the autopilot disconnected or became disengaged, and suddenly the aircraft veered right? Instead of landing on runway 27, it actually landed on the shoulder of the runway and the apron.
Gaurav, where it does appear, from what you're saying, that either they lost control of the aircraft, or there was a huge gust of wind or something. But I'm in Baramati district myself. I'm not too far from the airport. It's an absolute clear, still day. So I can't, unless over the airport itself there was something unusual, I can't speculate there. But interesting that, what your reporter says. Of course, we look at the visuals on your screen and we can see there's a melee there. There's so many people. I hope they're not, damaging the evidence. And,
Yes.
It has to be sanitized. Obviously, the DGCA and the AIB will be, on their way there. The investigators will have to wait till the black box is recovered to analyze what happened. But like you say, you've got information that the autopilot was disengaged and then the aircraft veered. Either it was, wind or just some malfunction that caused it to veer off the runway and crash into the shoulder. Baramati is a very advanced airport amongst the secondary, third, tertiary
Okay,
airports.
sir, give me a moment. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is reacting. Listen in.
शोक मैंने बात की सुप्रिया जी से भी और उनकी मैसेज से भी.
So we're still waiting for more reactions to come in on this, and truly a tragic day. Onkar, your sources in the DGCA and of course in the ATC in Baramati were giving some information about the autopilot getting disengaged, the aircraft veering right, landing on the apron instead of the runway, and suddenly crashing. There was almost no reaction time even for the pilots, because when it's coming into land, it's quite fast. The speeds are very fast, and there are very few measures that you can take once you've decided you're coming into land in those final seconds.
Well, exactly as I said, pilot just got 40 to 60 seconds to switch from the autopilot, and that could be one of the possibility of this crash. So now authorities are investigating. They'll collect the evidences from the ground. Black box will be there, and after that, the exact information will come out. But the main thing is, weather was clear. Look, since the beginning there were some possibilities that the weather issues could be there, but it was not like that, because weather was clear. So there must be some technical issue during the landing, because it actually crashed exactly edge of the landing site. So that is why authorities are reaching there. They'll collect the evidences, and after that everything will come out. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. In this tenure, Ajit Dada Pawar became the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra on the 5th of December in 2024 for the 6th time. He took oath at a grand ceremony in Mumbai. He'd actually fortified his position in the politics of Maharashtra. He stepped out of the shadow of his uncle Ajit Pawar. He'd actually, of Sharad Pawar, he'd nurtured Baramati, looked after Baramati right from 1991. That's the time that, the moment Sharad Pawar came into national politics as defense minister, it was Ajit Pawar. Many saw him as the heir apparent. Many saw him as the inheritor also of the legacy. And though Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar, politically, once he split in 2022 from the NCP and he became the NCP, so to say, his message to his voters were very clear. Okay, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal reacting. Listen in.
कैसे इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ, हमारे घनिष्ठ मित्र थे, हमारी सरकार में अहम पद पर थे, सहयोगी थे, महाराष्ट्र के बड़े ऊंचे स्तर के नेता और हम सबके प्रिय अजीत दादा नहीं रहे.
Evolving and a developing situation, we should await an official confirmation on what really.
So wait for an official confirmation of what actually happened is what Manish Tiwari of the Congress party is saying. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, he's condoled Ajit Dada Pawar's death. We have some sketchy details of what happened in those final moments just as the aircraft came into land. But he started off very early. He attended the meeting till late yesterday in Mumbai, then flew very early to Baramati, had a series of rallies and meetings ahead of the local body elections, Nikai Chunav, that he was very keen on fortifying the NCP's position. Again, these were elections, these local body elections where both factions of the NCP, Sharad Pawar and Ajit Dada Pawar, were quite contesting in a way together, supporting each other, and this led to intense speculation whether after the split, where he also gave reasons for the split, he said to serve people you have to be in power, and if the BJP or the NDA are in power, then he wanted to be in power to serve the people. But this was not to be in terms of whether he could finally be chief minister or not, an ambition that he'd nurtured for very long. In fact, recently in Maharashtra, he had also said so himself. He had said that, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis who came into politics after him, remember Ajit Pawar came into active politics in 1991. Both Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde came much later, late 1990s and early 2000s. But both had a chance at the had a go at the top hot seat in Maharashtra as chief minister. Ajit Pawar had to wait. He was seen as perpetually waiting. Was deputy chief minister for a very, very long time. We're getting some family images of the family and supporters. Rohit Pawar is en route Baramati. En route Baramati, now at the hospital. Now finally at the hospital where the bodies were taken. Initially they said that there may be survivors, as the SP Rural Mumbai, SP Rural Pune, Sandeep Singh, he said 3 were grievously injured when they were rushed to hospital. But sources at the hospital said there were no survivors. Everyone was brought dead. My colleague Preeti Chaudhary also joins me on this broadcast. And Preeti, a very, very sad day for not just the NCP and the Sharad Pawar family, but for politics of Maharashtra. Quite a tall leader suddenly gone.
Well, at least where the Pawar family was concerned, Gaurav, you had Ajit Pawar, fondly called Ajit Dada, who was the face of the Pawars after Sharad Pawar, where local Maharashtra politics is concerned. It was very clear, over the years that the division had been made where the Pawar family was concerned. Supriya Sule would be the face at the center, and Ajit Dada Pawar would be the one who would be taking the Pawar legacy where the state of Maharashtra is concerned. Those visuals that are coming on, heartbreaking visuals for the family of Pawars. You have Rohit Pawar, who is the nephew of Ajit Pawar. Clearly a somber moment for him, going in where the bodies of those who have perished in this aircraft have been kept. Ajit Pawar's own son, Parth Pawar, is still in the national capital. Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunitra Pawar, is an Rajya Sabha MP. Supriya Sule, his cousin sister, the daughter of Sharad Pawar, is in the national capital as All right, let's listen in to Mr. Sanjay Raut from the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction.
आणि अजितदादा पवार हे सही सलामत त्या अपघातातून बाहेर आले. पण दुर्दैवानं ही धक्कादायक आणि दुःखद बातमी आमच्या कानावर आली. अजितदादा पवार यांच्याशिवाय महाराष्ट्राचं राजकारण, समाजकारण हे बेचव आणि आळणी होईल. त्यांचं व्यक्तिमत्व गेल्या अनेक वर्षापासून आपण पाहतो. दिलखुलास, रोखठोक, कार्यकर्त्यांना हवाहवासा वाटणारा नेता. त्यांच्या जाण्यानं महाराष्ट्रावर दुःखाचा डोंगर कोसळलेला आहे. त्यांचं बोलणं, त्यांच्या कामाची पद्धत, त्यांची प्रशासनावरची पकड, या सगळ्या गोष्टी महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात कायम राहतील. बारामती आणि त्यांचं एक नातं होतं आणि त्याच बारामतीमध्ये त्यांना मृत्यू यावा हा एक विचित्र योगायोग. श्रद्धांजली त्यांना कधी वाहावी लागेल असं कधी मनात आलं. त्यांनी त्यांच्या पद्धतीचं राजकारण केलं. उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या मंत्रिमंडळात अजित पवार हे उपमुख्यमंत्री होते आणि उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री असताना उद्धव ठाकरे यांचं म्हणणं होतं की कॅबिनेटला पूर्ण तयारी करून देणारे ते मंत्री होते. राज्याच्या प्रश्नांचा त्यांना अभ्यास, विशेषतः पाटबंधारे, पाणी या संदर्भात त्यांचा अभ्यास पक्का होता. शैक्षणिक क्षेत्रात त्यांचं काम राहिलं. शरद पवारांनी त्यांना राजकारणात आणलं आणि नंतर गेल्या
All right, politicians cutting across party lines are expressing their condolences on a very, very somber moment today. Sadly, Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has been killed on board that private jet that he was flying in to Baramati. He, alongside 5 others, initial information seems to suggest his PSO, his OSD, and the crew of that chartered jet have all perished in this plane crash. It was landing at the Baramati airstrip, and what we've been given to understand, there was already an emergency landing which was being prepared for this aircraft, and even before it touched the tarmac, we have been told by eyewitness accounts that the jet burst into a ball of fire. Every person on board was declared bought dead and charred beyond recognition, and sadly, what we can confirm, the news was confirmed by the DGCA itself that the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar, who was on board that flight, also perished in that air crash. Since then, where the national capital is concerned, we have Sunetra Pawar, who is the wife of Ajit Pawar, his son Parth Pawar. They are all at Sharad Pawar's residence with Supriya Sule. Tragic scenes coming in from the Pawar residence as well. They will be taking a private jet and flying into Baramati. Lots of reactions, condolences coming in, but let's get in a sense of what we are hearing from ground. Lots of eyewitness accounts. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र के बारामती में आज बेहद ही दुखद घटना हुई है, जहां डिप्टी सीएम अजीत पवार, इनका विमान जो है क्रैश हुआ है आज बारामती में। अजीत पवार जो है जिला परिषद चुनाव के रैली के लिए आ रहे थे, तभी 8:45 बजे ये हादसा हुआ है। यहाँ पर देखिए, ये प्राइवेट विमान है अजीत पवार जिससे आ रहे थे, और अजीत पवार इस हादसे में उनके समेत, अजीत पवार के समेत 5 लोगों की मौत होने की खबर जो है वो मिल रही है। यहाँ पर देखिए, ये विमान की हालत आप देख सकते हैं कि अब विमान में मलबा और धुएं के सिवा कुछ नहीं बचा है, क्योंकि अजीत पवार जो है, इस अजीत पवार सुबह ही बारामती पहुंच रहे थे बंबई से, और बंबई से पहुंचने से पहले ही, बारामती पहुंचने से पहले ही बारामती विमानतल के भावपट्टी के पास ये विमान जो है क्रैश हुआ है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि जैसे जैसे लोगों को जानकारी मिल रही है, लोग जो है हादसे को देखने के लिए बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं, लोग आ रहे हैं। यहाँ पर दमकल विभाग की टीम भी पहुंच रही है। फिलहाल अजीत पवार इस हादसे में अपनी जान गंवाने की खबर मिल रही है। इसके साथ 2 क्रू मेंबर और 5 लोगों की मौत होने की जानकारी भी मिल रही है। फिलहाल अजीत पवार के परिवार के लोग जो है, पवार परिवार के सभी लोग बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं। फिलहाल सुप्रिया सुले, इन्होंने भी बताया कि वो बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं। इसके साथ अजीत पवार के दोनों बेटे भी हैं, वो भी बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं। इस हादसे में अजीत पवार समेत 5 लोगों की मौत की खबर आ रही है। फिलहाल अभी तक प्रशासन की ओर से इसकी पुष्टि नहीं हो पा रही है, पर यहाँ पर बहुत सारे बारामती वासी जो है, ये बारामती वासी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। सुबह ही अजीत पवार मुंबई से बारामती के लिए निकले थे, और आज चुनावी सभा को संबोधित करने के लिए अजीत पवार आ रहे थे बारामती, पर यह हादसा हुआ है, भयानक हादसा हुआ है। और भयानक हादसे में ये दर्दनाक हादसे में अजीत पवार समेत 5 लोगों की जान गंवाने की खबर आ रही है।
What can be confirmed, eyewitness accounts now suggest that there were 7 people on board that ill-fated aircraft, along with the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. So 7 that have perished in that crash. We're going to get you details. More news coming in right now. The latest news break that is filtering in as I speak, coming in terms of the lens right now, where the DGCA is concerned, is on the safety standards of aircraft. We're going to break that news in just about a minute from now. But all right, so the flight crash landed, fuselage broke into pieces. That's the latest news that is coming in. The lens on poor safety record of Ajit Pawar's plane. Same Learjet plane had crashed in September 2023. In 2023, the aircraft cleared for landing in Mumbai, kept drifting right during landing. An alert rang 40 seconds after autopilot snapped. The flight crashed, landing, and the fuselage broke into many pieces. A massive fire had broken out after the plane crashed. Well, it seems that the same jet that the Deputy Chief Minister was on board had a terrible safety record, raising many questions on how was it that this Learjet was still flying, was still being chartered, was still being allowed to take off and land, especially where it had an incident in 2023 where it had crashed. Luckily at that time, those on board had survived. However, this particular aircraft continues to be in operation. We're going to get into the details of that, but listen in to Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Eknath Shinde.
माझ्यापेक्षा ते राजकारणात देखील अनुभवी होते. गेल्या अनेक वर्षापासूनचा त्यांचा अनुभव, वयाने देखील माझ्यापेक्षा ते मोठे होते माझे आणि अनुभवाने देखील, आणि म्हणून त्यांना राज्यातल्या अनेक विषयांचा गाढा अभ्यास होता. अनेक विभाग त्यांनी हाताळले होते. याचा राज्याला फायदा होत होता. मंत्रिमंडळात देखील ज्यावेळेस काही विषय यायचे त्यावेळेस आपल्या राज्याची आर्थिक परिस्थिती अशी आहे, आपल्याला सर्वांना काटकसर करावी लागेल असे अगदी निर्भीडपणे सांगणारे अजितदादा देखील आम्ही अनुभवलेत. शिस्तीचा नेता म्हणूनही आम्ही अनुभवलेला आहे. आणि त्यामुळे त्यांच्या जाण्याने फक्त पवार कुटुंबियांचंच नाही तर संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्राचं न भरून येणारं नुकसान झालेलं आहे. आणि माझ्यापेक्षा मायाने मोठे असल्यामुळे जी काय आमची गेल्या अनेक वर्षापासून जवळीक निर्माण झाली होती, त्यामुळे राजकारणातले आम्ही तिघजण टीम म्हणून काम करत असलो तरी सुद्धा,
And even now, in the politics, we three brothers used to work together. And Ajit Pawar has always been my elder brother. But this now, after his demise, the hollow space will not be recovered. I would like to pay grief to Ajit Pawar. I'm very saddened after listening his news.
डोंगरा एवढं दुःख आहे. ही क्षमता ईश्वराने
I am with his family members, and I hope
संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्र
God will help his family to digest the sorrow.
हा, मी आणि मुख्यमंत्री देखील आम्ही जातो आहे. आमचे सहकारी आमच्यातून गेलेत.
Me and Chief Minister will leave to Baramati soon. We had to attend some political rallies and some programs today, but we already cancelled all the programs.
नाही, आम्ही आतापर्यंत एकत्र जेव्हा तेही उपमुख्यमंत्री होते तेव्हा मी मंत्रिमंडळात, मी मुख्यमंत्री असतानाही उपमुख्यमंत्री होते. आता देवेंद्रजी मुख्यमंत्री.
When he used to be a deputy chief minister, I was part of the government. I was minister in his government.
मिळूनच घ्यायचो आणि मग एकदा एखादी सूचना आली की मग त्याला
all decisions we took together.
अजितदादा देखील एकदा कधी
and always all of three supported different decisions of Ajit Pawar.
अर्थव्यवस्था महाराष्ट्राची आहे, काही नवीन योजना केल्यामुळे आपल्याला काटकसर करावी लागेल. पण जेव्हा
also know is Ajit Dada Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar. We are also told the children, they are now rushing to Baramati. Supriya Sule, Sunetra Pawar, Parth Pawar, they were all at Sharad Pawar's residence. They are now all rushing to Baramati. The moment this information came in, Ajit Dada Pawar's aircraft had crashed. The cause of the crash is still not known. Was it a smooth flight? The last moments of the conversation with the ATC. The aircraft was coming into land, and just short of the runway, there was a crash. Fire tenders rushed to that area immediately. The local police have rushed to that area. That's the information that we are getting. More details are still awaited. Agencies are now confirming that Ajit Pawar is no more. The information that we have, according to eyewitnesses, the aircraft, just as it came into land, it crashed and then it broke into several hundred pieces, several thousand pieces. What we also know is there was a massive ball of fire as soon as the aircraft crashed. That's the information that's coming in. I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Deepesh Tripathi, who's joining us from Devendra Fadnavis's residence, the Chief Minister's residence. The Chief Minister has been informed. What more do we know, Deepesh?
Gaurav, yes, the CM Devendra Fadnavis has been informed about this tragic incident, and we are outside his official residence, Varsha Bungalow, where Revenue Minister of Maharashtra and a top leader from BJP, senior most leader from BJP, Chandrasekhar Bawankule, reached here. He'll meet to Devendra Fadnavis, and in a short span of time they will leave Varsha Bungalow, and what we are learning from our sources that they might go to Baramati as well. As of now, Eknath Shinde has cancelled all his program and he is leaving for Baramati, and right now CM Devendra Fadnavis is also inside the Varsha Bungalow, and he may also leave for Baramati with his leader. But definitely this is a very tragic incident which took place, and it's Ajit Pawar, not only a big name in the Maharashtra politics but in the country's politics, and he has been known for his punctuality and available for the people by 24/7. So definitely it's a big loss not only to the Pawar family but to the Maharashtra and to the nation politics as well. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. There's one aspect about him. He was someone who would take very bold decisions. He wasn't scared of taking decisions. He didn't follow his father in the film line. His father had worked very closely with noted filmmaker V. Shantaram. He instead followed his uncle Sharad Pawar into politics. So from the politics of sugar mills in Baramati to the Pune Cooperative Bank, then of course electoral politics, he was very clear. He wanted to follow in his uncle's footsteps, and Deepesh, he was very clear. One day he wanted to be Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He became Deputy Chief Minister several times, but his ultimate aim remained the big hot seat in Maharashtra, and he worked very hard towards it.
Yes, Gaurav, definitely. Many politicians are known for saying something and doing something, but Ajit Pawar was a kind of a personality who is known for his words, what in his heart is in his mouth, and what he says. So definitely Ajit Pawar was very different kind of personality amongst all the politicians in the Maharashtra. And as we said, he's a very punctual of time. Many times it has happened that Ajit Pawar was reached before the time he was given to reach on a specific program or on a specific schedule. So definitely Ajit Pawar is not only the big name in the Maharashtra politics but in the country's politics, and he has said many times that he's the only person who has been deputy CM for the most of the time, and definitely he wanted to be the CM of the Maharashtra, but the conditions are not favorable, conditions are not supporting right now to be the CM of Maharashtra for Ajit Pawar. He expressed his words many times on the public platform as well, and today with a very heavy heart we are witnessing that right now Ajit Pawar is no more. He's not, his name will not be taken in the Maharashtra politics again, but he has done a lot of work for the Maharashtra, for the people of Pune, Baramati, Pimpri Chinchwad, especially where he's belong from. And today his we say what we don't have words actually to express our grief. Or
Mr. Ajit Pawar, who right now are at Sharad Pawar's residence, they would be making their way in a private jet. Sunetra Pawar, who's a Rajya Sabha MP, Parth Pawar, who is the son of Ajit Pawar, Supriya Sule, who is the cousin sister of Ajit Pawar, devastated right now at Sharad Pawar's residence. But the latest news break that is coming in, I just want our viewers to go through that. Inside details have now emerged on what really happened right before the crash. Now, Ajit Pawar's flight took off at about 8:10 a.m. from Mumbai. The flight was on way to Baramati, where he was to address a political rally. Reports suggest the flight disappeared from the radar at 8:45 a.m. So once again, to take our viewers through the sequence of events, 8:10 a.m. is when the flight had taken off from Mumbai, was bound to Baramati. 8:45 a.m. that flight disappears from the radar. The pilots cite poor visibility before landing. So one of the reasons that now we have been given to understand was poor visibility. That was the reason that was cited by the pilot before landing. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, as well as what we've been given to understand, 6 others have been killed on board that ill-fated crash. But there are larger questions, viewers, that will be raised and should be raised, because this particular chartered aircraft, a Learjet, had a very dodgy flying history, to be precise. 2023, it was involved in an incident which once again raised question marks on the safety standard of this particular jet. Why was it still operational? Why was it given safety clearances? Are lots of questions that need to be answered. And the sad fallout of all of that is for everyone to see. Heartbreaking, 7 lives lost, including the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar on board that ill-fated flight. I want to bring in my colleague Amit, who's joining us for a larger understanding. Amit, can you take us through on the questions now that are being raised on this particular Learjet and the dodgy flying history in 2023? It was involved in an incident after which there should have been many checks and balances before this Learjet was allowed to fly again.
Preeti, we have more details coming in at this point in time. The name of the pilots who were flying that craft have been confirmed to us. India Today has exclusive details of the pilots who were flying the craft. So it is Sumit Kapoor as well as Sambhavi Pathak. Now, VSR Aviation's VK Singh told me very specifically in exclusive information as to how these pilots were flying the craft. The VSR Aviation maintains that they had a fair amount of experience of flying the craft. And the VSR Aviation also told India Today that possibly there was poor visibility, because of which this crash might have happened. But they are saying that let the DGCA probe the matter and come up with a statement, obviously, because they are also in question right now. The VSR Aviation has to answer a lot of questions. However, the VSR Aviation's VK Singh is maintaining that the craft was safe, and that is why it was operational. But we need to tell our viewers at this point in time that not only the same aircraft model, but also the same company. So same company, same aircraft model had faced incident back in 2023. Obviously, there would be a lot of questions as to why, whether there were detailed investigation and whether this aviation company was reprimanded or not. It was a
But
charter
Amit,
craft,
when an aircraft is cleared to fly VVIPs, whether it's the Chief Minister or the Deputy Chief Minister, there are very strict parameters. Are you saying that neither the Maharashtra government nor the aviation authorities nor the pilots or the company followed these very strict guidelines on aviation safety when it came to this particular aircraft? Because anyways with VVIPs, there are stricter parameters.
Well, Gaurav, we need to also understand this, when you have charter crafts flying in, flying out from one airport to the other airport, more so for electoral rallies and political purposes, sometimes a lot of it is also self-assessment by the company as well. So the self-declarations that are submitted by the companies which own the craft goes to the DGC, and that is why you would also go through as to how several action or the crackdown had happened in Uttarakhand as well. If you would remember the chopper crashes that happened as part of chopper crash that happened in Uttarakhand, and incidents that were reported in Uttarakhand, it had triggered cracking the whip by the DGC, and after which they had found that there were a lot of troubles in the self-declarations that were made by the companies. So we'll have to wait at this point in time as to whether the norms were followed properly or not. But there's no denial that there was an incident with the same company, same aircraft model back in 2023.
Okay.
And whether there are were any lapses or not, that needs to be, we'll have to wait for the DGCA to come up with a statement. But we can certainly tell our viewers at this point in time two very important names, Sumit Kapoor and Sambhavi Pathak. These were the ones who were flying that craft. They were on board. Mr. Pawar and two of his security guard staff were also on board. And the DGC has confirmed to us there are no survivors on this craft, which means...
so, Amit, you're saying there were five
yes.
people on board, including two pilots,
Yes.
the OSD and the PSO of the Deputy Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister himself. So, five people on board that ill-fated craft. That's what you're saying? Are you confirming that figure for us?
Yes, Preeti, there were five people on board. So the ministry sources have very clearly also informed, given us these details on the people who were on board. I have been told by the DGCA that there was Mr. Pawar was on board. There were three passengers in total. Two of the crew, which is the two pilots. So Sumit Kapoor and Sambhavi Pathak, both of them flying. They couldn't survive this crash. And Mr. Pawar couldn't survive the crash. The other two who were on board were the staffers of Mr. Pawar, including the PSO. So there are no survivors. Five people were on board. And VSR Aviation is saying they are suspecting that this accident is possibly because of the poor visibility. But they are also saying that we are waiting for the DGCA to carry on the probe and come up with the details of the fact. They are also waiting for the information to come up from the ATC.
So that's stay with us, Amit. Let's also bring into this conversation Captain Sanjay Karve, who joins us on this broadcast as an aviation expert. Captain Karve, welcome. Your reading, based on just very initial information that's coming in as the aircraft came into land, it was in the final 45 seconds just before touchdown that it appears to have veered right. Autopilot disengaged is preliminary information, and instead of runway 27, it crash landed on the apron and exploded.
It's a very sad way to begin a day with a news like this where there are fatalities, and my condolences to the families of all the victims, that is the crew and the Deputy CM and his staff. If you look at the pictures, prima facie, you can rule out certain things. One, the aircraft was obviously cleared by the engineers at Mumbai. They knew that the Deputy Chief Minister was flying. There are specific separate circulars issued by Ministry of Home Affairs and the DGCA when flying VIPs during election time. That's a
सीएम अजीत पवार जो है एक विमान दुर्घटना में उनकी मौत हुई है। बारामती वासियों को जैसे ही ये खबर मिलती है तो बहुत सारे लोग जो है यहाँ पर उन्हें देखने के लिए आए हैं। फिलहाल इस घटना में 6 लोगों की मौत होने की खबर मिल रही है और ये सुबह 9:15 बजे की घटना है। 9:15 बजे अजीत पवार जो है बारामती पहुंचे थे और बारामती में आज उनके जिला परिषद चुनाव के लिए 4 सभाएं आयोजित की गई थी, जिसके लिए अजीत पवार जो है बंबई से बारामती के लिए रवाना हुए थे। बारामती पहुंचते ही विमानतल के पास धावपट्टी के पास ये दुर्घटना हुई है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है जहाँ पर ये विमान जो है मलबे में तब्दील हुआ है और फिलहाल बारामती वासियों के लिए बहुत बड़ा सदमा है, क्योंकि अजीत पवार बारामती के बहुत ही चहेता नेता थे और इस दुर्घटना में उनकी मौत हुई है। फिलहाल हम यहाँ के लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या बताएंगे कि क्या हुआ, दुर्घटना हुई है, क्या हुआ?
सर, ये दुर्घटना बनते समय मैं उधर ही था। वो प्लेन ठीक से चल रही नहीं था, ऐसा लग रहा था प्लेन क्रैश हो जाएगा। ऐसा इतना नीचा गया कि वो गांव में गिर जाएगा ऐसा लग रहा था, लेकिन वो एयर ट्रैप पे आ गया, लेकिन उस एयर ट्रैप पे उतरा नहीं, बाजू में क्रैश हो गया। उसके बाद आ गया तो उससे बाद हमने देखा वो हमें आ गए दौड़ के उधर। हमने देखा कि उधर पहले स्फोट हो गया उसका पेट्रोल का उसकी, और वो उस पेट्रोल के स्फोट के बाद हमने देखा कि किसका है, लेकिन समझ में आ गया दादा का ही प्लेन है। तो हमें बहुत बुरा और बड़ा सदमा हुआ हमारे साथ। और ये हम बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। हम देख के ये बोल नहीं सकते, इतना ही हमें दुख हुआ है। लेकिन ये बहुत बुरा है साथ।
ये घटना जब सामने आई, जब आपने देखा कि अजीत पवार का ये विमान था, जब आपको मालूम हुआ, तब यहाँ पर कितने लोग मौजूद थे और कितने लोगों को ये सब
या दादा को लेने के लिए एयरपोर्ट पे जो कार्यकर्ता वगैरह थे, वो पुलिस भी थे, वो जल्दी आ गए, इधर आ गए, सभी आ गए। लेकिन ये स्फोट होने के बाद उसका ज्वाला, उसके आग भड़क गई, उसके कारण इमीडिएट कोई आग अंदर जाके कोई कोऑपरेट नहीं कर सकता, कोई हेल्प नहीं कर सकता। वो उसके एक से बाद एक ऐसे 4-5 स्फोट हो गए उसके। उसका स्फोट होने के बाद और अग्निशामक गाड़ी आ गई। तो अग्निशामक गाड़ी आने के बाद वो आग पूरी बुझा के उसको बाद में उसके निकालना पड़ा। तब तक वो कोई तो हेल्प नहीं कर सकता अंदर जाके, इतना बुरा।
जब आपने पहली बार देखा कि अजीत पवार यहाँ पर लैंडिंग हो रहे थे, यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग विमान जो है वो भी चलते रहते हैं, 2 ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, आपको क्या लगा?
पहले तो ऐसा लगा रहा कि ये पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, कारवार एविएशन और रेड बर्ड एविएशन, दोनों पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर के जो एरोप्लेन होते हैं छोटे वाले, वो ट्रेनिंग वाले, वो गिरते हैं बहुत बार, 2-3 बार हमने देखा है। तो ऐसा लगा कि उसका ही विमान गिर गया, हमें लगा नहीं कि दादा का विमान है ये, लेकिन हमें लगा कि ये पायलट ट्रेनिंग वाले का विमान गिर गया, हमें ऐसा लगा उसके।
तो और भी कुछ लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। यहाँ पर क्या क्या आपको महसूस हो रहा है? जो कार्यकर्ता है यहाँ पर देखिए कि कार्यकर्ता जो है वो बहुत ही सदमे में है, और इस हादसे से अजीत पवार पूरी तरह लैंड हुए। यहाँ पर देखिए कि अजीत पवार का विमान क्रैश होने के बाद अब उनकी इस दुर्घटना में मौत है। उनके साथ लगभग विमान में 5 लोग सवार थे, उनकी भी दर्दनाक मौत हुई है। और यहाँ पर देखिए, मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो यहाँ पर ये ट्रैक है, ये जहाँ पर ये ट्रैक है जहाँ पर विमान को उतरना चाहिए था, पर यहाँ विमान नहीं उतर पाया। और ये दाव पट्टी देख रहे हैं हम।
All right, so ground reports coming in. What we've been given to understand, in totality, there are 5 people who've perished in this plane crash, including the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. Joining me right now is Rajdeep Sardesai, somebody who has followed the career path of 66-year-old Ajit Pawar, spoken with him many times. And Rajdeep, to reflect today, sadly, on the legacy of Ajit Dada Pawar, 6th term, the longest serving Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. How would you look back?
Well, you look at Ajit Pawar as someone who really was, in a sense, a regional satrap, someone who had a complete control over Baramati in particular. He was the one who I recall in the early 90s when Sharad Pawar moved to Delhi, took control of the administration of his home constituency. He was someone who you could wake up at 5:30 in the morning and go to his house, and you'd have streams of people out there, and Ajit Pawar would be meeting each and every one of them. So he was a politician connected to the grassroots in that sense. And that, I think, was what made him such a durable figure in Maharashtra politics. I think that those in Mantralay, I remember the administration officials would tell me that he was a very fine administrator in the sense that the moment you gave him any department, Ajit Pawar made sure that he had complete knowledge of that particular department. Yes, he had his many critics over his style of functioning, but I would like to remember Ajit Pawar from that 2024 campaign when at a dinner he spoke out so freely in a manner that I had never seen, spoke about his love for cricket as a young boy in Mumbai, spoke about his great affection for agriculture, for the land that he belonged to. And I think that was that grassroots connect that made Ajit Pawar. He was an institution builder, much like his uncle Sharad Pawar. But Sharad Pawar relied on Ajit Pawar to, in a way, build this bastion, this fortress that they had, the Pawar family.
Rajdeep, what happens to the NCP now? I mean, Ajit Dada Pawar didn't follow his father in films. He followed his uncle into politics, then split the party when he said that to serve people, you have to be in power. There was some talk that the party may come back together, Rajdeep?
Yes, that I think is a very interesting question to which there are no easy answers, Gaurav. To be very honest, the NCP that broke away revolved around the personality of Ajit Pawar. Had he not engineered that revolt, I don't think many of the others would have split so easily from the NCP. So now that he's no longer with us tragically, I think the NCP, a section of them could well go to the BJP and another group would coalesce around the original Pawar family. But Ajit Pawar himself, in that sense, has left no real family legacy. I don't think his children, in a sense, have that position within the party. So therefore, each individual leader now within the NCP will have to make his or her choice. Some of them, I believe, will go with the BJP. A section could go back to Sharad Pawar. And where that leaves the NCP is a big question. Remember, in the recent municipal elections, the NCP suffered a huge political setback.
Yes.
And therefore, the task of rebuilding the NCP now won't be an easy one at all.
Rajdeep, to reflect on the void that Ajit Pawar leaves in local Maharashtra politics, I think over the years, one thing was very clear, Rajdeep, that you've reflected on yourself multiple times, that Supriya Sule was the face of the centre, Ajit Pawar to handle the party in the state and be the face where the state was concerned. Now, you have a Rohit Pawar, but how do you fill that void now?
Well, Rohit Pawar is certainly one of the names that could well become a leader of the future. But at the moment, the fact is that the NCP is a party a little drifting a bit.
Rajdeep, give me a moment. President Draupadi Murmu is addressing the joint session of Parliament. We're just cutting across.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मेरी सरकार ने एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए और बेहतर लॉजिस्टिक्स निर्माण के लिए एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड की व्यवस्था भी की है। मुझे ये साझा करते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि इसके जरिए अब तक 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपया से अधिक का निजी निवेश आकर्षित हुआ है। इससे युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के लाखों नए मार्ग भी सृजित हुई है। सरकार की दूरदर्शिता से देश में फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षमता 20 गुना बढ़ी है। इससे किसानों को उनकी फसल का बेहतर मूल्य मिल रहा है। माननीय सदस्यगण, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रोजगार और विकास के लिए विकसित भारत जी राम जी कानून बनाया गया है।
Also know is Ajit Dada Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar. We are also told the children, they are now rushing to Baramati. Supriya Sule, Sunetra Pawar, Parth Pawar, they were all at Sharad Pawar's residence. They are now all rushing to Baramati. The moment this information came in, Ajit Dada Pawar's aircraft had crashed. The cause of the crash is still not known. Was it a smooth flight? The last moments of the conversation with the ATC, the aircraft was coming into land and just short of the runway, there was a crash. Fire tenders rushed to that area immediately. The local police have rushed to that area. That's the information that we are getting. More details are still awaited. Agencies are now confirming that Ajit Pawar is no more. The information that we have according to eyewitnesses, the aircraft, just as it came into land, it crashed and then it broke into several hundred pieces, several thousand pieces. What we also know is there was a massive ball of fire as soon as the aircraft crashed. That's the information that's coming in. I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Deepesh Tripathi, who's joining us from Devendra Fadnavis's residence, the Chief Minister's residence. The Chief Minister has been informed. What more do we know, Deepesh?
Gaurav, yes, the CM Devendra Fadnavis has been informed about this tragic incident, and we are outside his official residence, Varsha Bungalow, where Revenue Minister of Maharashtra and a top leader from BJP, senior most leader from BJP, Chandrasekhar Bawankole, reached here. He'll meet to Devendra Fadnavis, and in a short span of time they will leave Varsha Bungalow, and what we are learning from our sources that they might go to Baramati as well. As of now, Eknath Shinde has cancelled all his program and he is leaving for Baramati, and right now CM Devendra Fadnavis is also inside the Varsha Bungalow, and he may also leave for Baramati with his leader. But definitely this is a very tragic incident which took place, and it's Ajit Pawar, not only a big name in the Maharashtra politics but in the country's politics, and he has been known for his punctuality and available for the people by 24/7. So definitely it's a big loss not only to the Pawar family but to the Maharashtra and to the nation politics as well. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. There's one aspect about him. He was someone who would take very bold decisions. He wasn't scared of taking decisions. He didn't follow his father in the film line. His father had worked very closely with noted filmmaker V. Shantaram. He instead followed his uncle Sharad Pawar into politics. So from the politics of sugar mills in Baramati to the Pune Cooperative Bank, then of course electoral politics, he was very clear. He wanted to follow in his uncle's footsteps, and Deepesh, he was very clear. One day he wanted to be Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He became Deputy Chief Minister several times, but his ultimate aim remained the big hot seat in Maharashtra, and he worked very hard towards it.
Yes, Gaurav, definitely. Many politicians are known for saying something and doing something, but Ajit Pawar was a kind of a personality who is known for his words, what in his heart is in his mouth, and what he says. So definitely Ajit Pawar was very different kind of personality amongst all the politicians in the Maharashtra. And as we said, he's a very punctual of time. Many times it has happened that Ajit Pawar was reached before the time he was given to reach on a specific program or on a specific schedule. So definitely Ajit Pawar is not only the big name in the Maharashtra politics but in the country's politics, and he has said many times that he's the only person who has been deputy CM for the most of the time, and definitely he wanted to be the CM of the Maharashtra, but the conditions are not favorable, conditions are not supporting right now to be the CM of Maharashtra for Ajit Pawar. He expressed his words many times on the public platform as well, and today with a very heavy heart we are witnessing that right now Ajit Pawar is no more. He's not, his name will not be taken in the Maharashtra politics again, but he has done a lot of work for the Maharashtra, for the people of Pune, Baramati, Pimpri Chinchwad, especially where he's belong from. And today his we say what we don't have words actually to express our grief or express people griefs to this tragic incident, but he took his last breath, or he
is there any
died
information
in
that's
the
available
Baramati.
in the CM office on what led to the crash? Of course, there will be an air crash investigation, as is the standard operating procedure. But in this case, any preliminary information came in, any distress signal that went up, the crash that took place virtually at the airport at the time of landing, what information do we have?
Gaurav, right now only we have received an official input about the plane that is crashed, and that plane was of VSG Ventures Learjet, which was carrying 5 passengers, 2 crew and 3 passengers, and that was landed on the runway during the approach. The crash was occurred during the land on the runway. There is a earlier incident also which has happened with this plane, and the investigation report was also reported on the same. Now the DGCA will issue the statement shortly regarding the incident, regarding the plane and all the incident what have happened as of now.
Indeed, this was a Learjet, considered a very safe aircraft by and large. We're told there were 2 pilots on board, 3 passengers on board. That's the information that we have, or an aircrew of 3 plus 2. The Superintendent of Police, Sandeep Singh, SP Rural, very basic preliminary information that was available. Manifest details and all are being gathered. 3 bodies or 3 injured people who were, according to the SP, there were injured people, grievously injured people. They were taken to the hospital. 2 others, it seems, were quite charred. We're still waiting for more details on that. But as you can see, the image of that aircraft, just as it came into land, it crashed, burst into flames, split into 1,000 pieces. As you can see there, crashed into fields. The fire brigade was called in, emergency services were called in. According to eyewitnesses, there weren't any survivors in this crash. Now, Ajit Dada Pawar, like we were telling you, extremely hardworking, heir apparent of the NCP. He was seen as someone who, while he split from the NCP from Sharad Pawar, but then the family remained very close. Personally, Supriya Sule and Ajit Dada Pawar remained extremely close, even though he switched and then joined the Bharatiya Janata Party 2019-2024. First became Deputy Chief Minister just for a couple of hours. Of course, before that in the Congress government was also Deputy Chief Minister several times. He was Irrigation Minister several times, Rural Development. Now these were areas
चुनाव के रैली के लिए आ रहे थे, तभी 8:45 बजे ये हादसा हुआ है। यहाँ पर देखिए, ये प्राइवेट विमान है अजित पवार जिससे आ रहे थे, और अजित पवार इस हादसे में उनके समेत, अजित पवार के समेत 5 लोगों की मौत होने की खबर जो है वो मिल रही है। यहाँ पर देखिए, ये विमान की हालत आप देख सकते हैं कि अब विमान में मलबा और धुएं के सिवा कुछ नहीं बचा है, क्योंकि अजित पवार जो है, अजित पवार सुबह ही बारामती पहुंच रहे थे बंबई से, और बंबई से पहुंचने से पहले ही, बारामती पहुंचने से पहले ही बारामती विमानतल के भावपट्टी के पास ये विमान जो है क्रैश हुआ है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि जैसे जैसे लोगों को जानकारी मिल रही है, लोग जो है हादसे को देखने के लिए बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं, लोग आ रहे हैं। यहाँ पर दमकल विभाग की टीम भी पहुंच रही है। फिलहाल अजित पवार इस हादसे में अपनी जान गंवाने की खबर मिल रही है। इसके साथ 2 क्रू मेंबर और 5 लोगों की मौत होने की जानकारी भी मिल रही है। फिलहाल अजित पवार के परिवार के लोग जो है, पवार परिवार के सभी लोग बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं। फिलहाल सुप्रिया सुले इन्होंने भी बताया कि वो बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं। इसके साथ अजित पवार के 2 बेटे भी हैं, वो भी बारामती हाट पहुंच रहे हैं।
Okay, India Today has accessed the occurrence report. India Today now has details of the occurrence report. I want to bring you details that says on the 28th of January 2026, the operator is VSR. The aircraft type is a Learjet 45. Aircraft registration is VT-SSK. Location in this occurrence report says location is Baramati Airport. Personnel on board 5 including aircrew. Details: aircraft crash landed at Baramati. The report now, for the first time, we get these details. The aircraft crash landed at Baramati. Shri Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra, was on board along with two more personnel. And those two more personnel, we now have details,
are at Sharad Pawar's residence. They would be making their way in a private jet. Sunetra Pawar, who's a Rajya Sabha MP, Parth Pawar, who is the son of Ajit Pawar, Supriya Sule, who is the cousin sister of Ajit Pawar, devastated right now at Sharad Pawar's residence. But the latest news break that is coming in, I just want our viewers to go through that. Inside details have now emerged on what really happened right before the crash. Now, Ajit Pawar's flight took off at about 8:10 a.m. from Mumbai. The flight was on way to Baramati, where he was to address a political rally. Reports suggest the flight disappeared from the radar at 8:45 a.m. So once again, to take our viewers through the sequence of events, 8:10 a.m. is when the flight had taken off from Mumbai, was bound to Baramati. 8:45 a.m. that flight disappears from the radar. The pilots cite poor visibility before landing. So one of the reasons that now we have been given to understand was poor visibility. That was the reason that was cited by the pilot before landing. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, as well as what we've been given to understand, 6 others have been killed on board that ill-fated crash. But there are larger questions, viewers, that will be raised and should be raised, because this particular chartered aircraft, a Learjet, had a very dodgy flying history, to be precise. 2023, it was involved in an incident which once again raised question marks on the safety standard of this particular jet. Why was it still operational? Why was it given safety clearances? Are lots of questions that need to be answered. And the sad fallout of all of that is for everyone to see. Heartbreaking, 7 lives lost, including the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar on board that ill-fated flight. I want to bring in my colleague Amit, who's joining us for a larger understanding. Amit, can you take us through on the questions now that are being raised on this particular Learjet and the dodgy flying history in 2023? It was involved in an incident after which there should have been many checks and balances before this Learjet was allowed to fly again.
Preeti, we have more details coming in at this point in time. The name of the pilots who were flying that craft have been confirmed to us. India Today has exclusive details of the pilots who were flying the craft. So it is Sumit Kapoor as well as Sambhavi Pathak. Now, VSR Aviation's VK Singh told me very specifically in exclusive information as to how these pilots were flying the craft. The VSR Aviation maintains that they had a fair amount of experience of flying the craft. And the VSR Aviation also told India Today that possibly there was poor visibility, because of which this crash might have happened. But they are saying that let the DGCA probe the matter and come up with a statement, obviously, because they are also in question right now. The VSR Aviation has to answer a lot of questions. However, the VSR Aviation's VK Singh is maintaining that the craft was safe, and that is why it was operational. But we need to tell our viewers at this point in time that not only the same aircraft model, but also the same company. So same company, same aircraft model had faced incident back in 2023. Obviously, there would be a lot of questions as to why, whether there were detailed investigation and whether this aviation company was reprimanded or not. It was a
but
charter
Amit,
craft,
when an aircraft is cleared to fly VVIPs, whether it's the Chief Minister or the Deputy Chief Minister, there are very strict parameters. Are you saying that neither the Maharashtra government nor the aviation authorities nor the pilots or the company followed these very strict guidelines on aviation safety when it came to this particular aircraft? Because anyways, with VVIPs, there are stricter parameters.
Well, Gaurav, we need to also understand this. When you have charter crafts flying in, flying out from one airport to the other airport, more so for electoral rallies and political purposes, sometimes a lot of it is also self-assessment by the company as well. So the self-declarations that are submitted by the companies which own the craft goes to the DGC, and that is why you would also go through as to how several action or the crackdown had happened in Uttarakhand as well. If you would remember the chopper crashes that happened, the spat of chopper crash that happened in Uttarakhand, and incidents that were reported in Uttarakhand, it had triggered cracking the whip by the DGC, and after which they had found that there were a lot of troubles in the self-declarations that were made by the companies. So we'll have to wait at this point in time as to whether the norms were followed properly or not. But there's no denial that there was an incident with the same company, same aircraft model back in 2023.
Okay.
And whether there were any lapses or not, that needs to be, we'll have to wait for the DGCA to come up with a statement. But we can certainly tell our viewers at this point in time, two very important names, Sumit Kapoor and Sambhavi Pathak. These were the ones who were flying that craft. They were on board. Mr. Pawar and two of his security guard staff were also on board, and the DGC has confirmed to us there are no survivors on this craft, which means...
So, Amit, you're saying there were five
yes.
people on board, including two pilots,
Yes.
the OSD and the PSO of the Deputy Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister himself. So, five people on board that ill-fated craft. That's what you're saying? Are you confirming that figure for us?
Yes, Preeti, there were five people on board. So the ministry sources have very clearly also informed, given us these details on the people who were on board. I have been told by the DGCA that there were Mr. Pawar was on board. There were three passengers in total, two of the crew, which is the two pilots. So Sumit Kapoor and Sambhavi Pathak, both of them flying. They couldn't survive this crash, and Mr. Pawar couldn't survive the crash. The other two who were on board were the staffers of Mr. Pawar, including the PSO. So there are no survivors. Five people were on board, and VSR Aviation is saying they are suspecting that this accident is possibly because of the poor visibility. But they are also saying that we are waiting for the DGCA to carry on the probe and come up with the details of the fact. They are also waiting for the information to come up from the ATC.
So that's stay with us, Amit. Let's also bring into this conversation Captain Sanjay Karve, who joins us on this broadcast as an aviation expert. Captain Karve, welcome. Your reading, based on just very initial information that's coming in as the aircraft came into land, it was in the final 45 seconds just before touchdown that it appears to have veered right. Autopilot disengaged is preliminary information, and instead of runway 27, it crash landed on the apron and exploded.
It's a very sad way to begin a day with a news like this where there are fatalities, and my condolences to the families of all the victims, that is the crew and the Deputy CM and his staff. If you look at the pictures, prima facie, you can rule out certain things. One, the aircraft was obviously cleared by the engineers at Mumbai. They knew that the Deputy Chief Minister was flying. There are specific separate circulars issued by Ministry of Home Affairs and the DGCA when flying VIPs during election time. That's
सीएम अजीत पवार जो है एक विमान दुर्घटना में उनकी मौत हुई है। बारामती वासियों को जैसे ही ये खबर मिलती है तो बहुत सारे लोग जो है यहाँ पर उन्हें देखने के लिए आए हैं। फिलहाल इस घटना में 6 लोगों की मौत होने की खबर मिल रही है, और ये सुबह 9:15 बजे की घटना है। 9:15 बजे अजीत पवार जो है बारामती पहुंचे थे, और बारामती में आज उनके जिला परिषद चुनाव के लिए 4 सभाएं आयोजित की गई थी, जिसके लिए अजीत पवार जो है बंबई से बारामती के लिए रवाना हुए थे। बारामती पहुंचते ही विमानतल के पास, धावपट्टी के पास ये दुर्घटना हुई है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, जहाँ पर ये विमान जो है मलबे में तब्दील हुआ है, और फिलहाल बारामती वासियों के लिए बहुत बड़ा सदमा है, क्योंकि अजीत पवार बारामती के बहुत ही चहेता नेता थे और इस दुर्घटना में उनकी मौत हुई है। फिलहाल हम यहाँ के लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या बताएंगे कि क्या हुआ, दुर्घटना हुई है, क्या हुआ?
सर, ये दुर्घटना बनते समय मैं उधर ही था। वो प्लेन ठीक से चल रहे नहीं था, ऐसा लग रहा था प्लेन क्रैश हो जाएगा। ऐसा इतना नीचा गया कि वो गांव में गिर जाएगा ऐसा लग रहा था, लेकिन वो एयर ट्रैप पे आ गया, लेकिन उस एयर ट्रैप पे उतरा नहीं, बाजू में क्रैश हो गया है। उसके बाद आ गया, तो उससे बाद हमने देखा वो हमें आ गए दौड़ के उधर। हमने देखा कि उधर पहले स्फोट हो गया उसका, पेट्रोल का उसके, और वो उस पेट्रोल के स्फोट के बाद हमने देखा कि किसका है, लेकिन समझ में आ गया दादा का ही प्लेन है। तो हमें बहुत बुरा और बड़ा सदमा हुआ हमारे साथ, और यह हम बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। हम देख के मैं बोल नहीं सकते, इतना ही हमें दुख हो रहा है, लेकिन ये बहुत बुरा है साथ।
ये घटना जब सामने आई, जब आपने देखा कि अजीत पवार का ये विमान था, जब आपको मालूम हुआ, तब यहाँ पर कितने लोग मौजूद थे और कितने लोगों को ये सब
यह दादा को लेने के लिए एयरपोर्ट पे जो कार्यकर्ता वगैरह थे, वो पुलिस भी थे, वो जल्दी आ गए, इधर आ गए, सभी आ गए। लेकिन ये स्फोट होने के बाद उसका ज्वाला, उसके आग बढ़ गई, उसके कारण इमीडिएट कोई आग अंदर जाके कोई कोऑपरेट नहीं कर सकता, कोई हेल्प नहीं कर सकता। वो उसके एक से बाद एक ऐसे 4-5 स्फोट हो गए उसका स्फोट होने के बाद, और अग्निशामक गाड़ी आ गई। तो अग्निशामक गाड़ी आने के बाद वो आग पूरी बुझा के उसको बाद में उसके निकालना पड़ा। तब तक वो कोई तो हेल्प नहीं कर सकता अंदर जाके, इतना बुरा।
जब आपने पहली बार देखा कि अजीत पवार यहाँ पर लैंडिंग हो रहे थे, यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग विमान जो है वो भी चलते रहते हैं, 2 ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, आपको क्या लगा?
पहले तो ऐसा लगा रहा कि ये पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, कार और एविएशन और रेड बर्ड एविएशन, दोनों पायलट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर के जे एरोप्लेन होते हैं छोटे वाले, वो ट्रेनिंग वाले, वो गिरते हैं बहुत बार, 2-3 बार हमने देखा है। तो ऐसा लगा कि उसका ही विमान गिर गया, हमें लगा नहीं कि दादा का विमान है ये, लेकिन हमें लगा कि ये पायलट ट्रेनिंग वाले का विमान गिर गया, हमें ऐसा लगा। उसके
तो और भी कुछ लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। यहाँ पर क्या आपको महसूस हो रहा है? जो कार्यकर्ता है यहाँ पर देखिए कि कार्यकर्ता जो है वो बहुत ही सदमे में है, और इस हादसे से अजीत पवार पूरी तरह लैंड हुए। यहाँ पर देखिए कि अजीत पवार का विमान क्रैश होने के बाद अब उनकी इस दुर्घटना में मौत है। उनके साथ लगभग विमान में 5 लोग सवार थे, उनकी भी दर्दनाक मौत हुई है। और यहाँ पर देखिए, मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो यहाँ पर ये ट्रैक है, ये जहाँ पर ये ट्रैक है जहाँ पर विमान को उतरना चाहिए था, पर यहाँ विमान नहीं उतर पाया। और ये दाव पट्टी छोड़कर, ये दाव पट्टी देख रहे हैं हम।
All right, so ground reports coming in. What we've been given to understand, in totality, there are 5 people who've perished in this plane crash, including the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. Joining me right now is Rajdeep Sardesai, somebody who has followed the career path of 66-year-old Ajit Pawar, spoken with him many times. And Rajdeep, to reflect today, sadly, on the legacy of Ajit Dada Pawar, 6th term, the longest serving Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. How would you look back?
Well, you look at Ajit Pawar as someone who really was, in a sense, a regional satrap, someone who had a complete control over Baramati in particular. He was the one who I recall in the early 90s when Sharad Pawar moved to Delhi, took control of the administration of his home constituency. He was someone you could wake up at 5:30 in the morning and go to his house, and you'd have streams of people out there, and Ajit Pawar would be meeting each and every one of them. So he was a politician connected to the grassroots in that sense. And that, I think, was what made him such a durable figure in Maharashtra politics. I think that those in Mantralaya, I remember the administration officials would tell me that he was a very fine administrator in the sense that the moment you gave him any department, Ajit Pawar made sure that he had complete knowledge of that particular department. Yes, he had his many critics over his style of functioning, but I would like to remember Ajit Pawar from that 2024 campaign when at a dinner he spoke out so freely in a manner that I had never seen, spoke about his love for cricket as a young boy in Mumbai, spoke about his great affection for agriculture, for the land that he belonged to. And I think that was that grassroots connect that made Ajit Pawar. He was an institution builder, much like his uncle Sharad Pawar. But Sharad Pawar relied on Ajit Pawar to, in a way, build this bastion, this fortress that they had, the Pawar family in
Rajdeep,
Baramati.
what happens to the NCP now? I mean, Ajit Dada Pawar didn't follow his father in films. He followed his uncle into politics, then split the party when he said that to serve people, you have to be in power. There was some talk that the party may come back together, Rajdeep?
Yes, that I think is a very interesting question to which there are no easy answers, Gaurav. To be very honest, the NCP that broke away revolved around the personality of Ajit Pawar. Had he not engineered that revolt, I don't think many of the others would have split so easily from the NCP. So now that he's no longer with us tragically, I think the NCP, a section of them could well go to the BJP and another group would coalesce around the original Pawar family. But Ajit Pawar himself, in that sense, has left no real family legacy. I don't think his children, in a sense, have that position within the party. So therefore, each individual leader now within the NCP will have to make his or her choice. Some of them, I believe, will go with the BJP. A section could go back to Sharad Pawar. And where that leaves the NCP is a big question. Remember, in the recent municipal elections, the NCP suffered a huge political setback.
Yes.
And therefore, the task of rebuilding the NCP now won't be an easy one at all.
Rajdeep, to reflect on the void that Ajit Pawar leaves in local Maharashtra politics, I think over the years, one thing was very clear, Rajdeep, that you've reflected on yourself multiple times, that Supriya Sule was the face of the centre, Ajit Pawar to handle the party in the state and be the face where the state was concerned. Now, you have a Rohit Pawar, but how do you fill that void now?
Well, Rohit Pawar is certainly one of the names that could well become a leader of the future. But at the moment, the fact is that the NCP is a party a little drifting a bit.
Are at Sharad Pawar's residence. They would be making their way in a private jet. Sunetra Pawar, who's a Rajya Sabha MP, Parth Pawar, who is the son of Ajit Pawar, Supriya Sule, who is the cousin sister of Ajit Pawar, devastated right now at Sharad Pawar's residence. But the latest news break that is coming in, I just want our viewers to go through that. Inside details have now emerged on what really happened right before the crash. Now, Ajit Pawar's flight took off at about 8:10 a.m. from Mumbai. The flight was on way to Baramati, where he was to address a political rally. Reports suggest the flight disappeared from the radar at 8:45 a.m. So once again, to take our viewers through the sequence of events, 8:10 a.m. is when the flight had taken off from Mumbai, was bound to Baramati. 8:45 a.m. that flight disappears from the radar. The pilots cite poor visibility before landing. So one of the reasons that now we have been given to understand was poor visibility. That was the reason that was cited by the pilot before landing. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, as well as what we've been given to understand, 6 others have been killed on board that ill-fated crash. But there are larger questions, viewers, that will be raised and should be raised, because this particular chartered aircraft, a Learjet, had a very dodgy flying history, to be precise. 2023, it was involved in an incident which once again raised question marks on the safety standard of this particular jet. Why was it still operational? Why was it given safety clearances? Are lots of questions that need to be answered. And the sad fallout of all of that is for everyone to see. Heartbreaking, 7 lives lost, including the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar on board that ill-fated flight. I want to bring in my colleague Amit, who's joining us for a larger understanding. Amit, can you take us through on the questions now that are being raised on this particular Learjet and the dodgy flying history in 2023? It was involved in an incident after which there should have been many checks and balances before this Learjet was allowed to fly again.
Preeti, we have more details coming in at this point in time. The name of the pilots who were flying that craft have been confirmed to us. India Today has exclusive details of the pilots who were flying the craft. So it is Sumit Kapoor as well as Sambhavi Pathak. Now, VSR Aviation's VK Singh told me very specifically in exclusive information as to how these pilots were flying the craft. The VSR Aviation maintains that they had a fair amount of experience of flying the craft. And the VSR Aviation also told India Today that possibly there was poor visibility because of which this crash might have happened. But they are saying that let the DGCA probe the matter and come up with a statement, obviously, because they are also in question right now. The VSR Aviation has to answer a lot of questions. However, the VSR Aviation's VK Singh is maintaining that the craft was safe and that is why it was operational. But we need to tell our viewers at this point in time that not only the same aircraft model, but also the same company. So same company, same aircraft model had faced, incident back in 2023. Obviously, there would be a lot of questions as to why, whether there were detailed investigation and whether this aviation company was reprimanded or not. It was a
But
charter
Amit,
craft,
when an aircraft is cleared to fly VVIPs, whether it's the chief minister or the deputy chief minister, there are very strict parameters. Are you saying that neither the Maharashtra government nor the aviation authorities nor the pilots or the company followed these very strict guidelines on aviation safety when it came to this particular aircraft? Because anyways with VVIPs, there are stricter parameters.
Well, Gaurav, we need to also understand this, when you have charter crafts flying in, flying out from one airport to the other airport, more so for electoral rallies and political purposes, sometimes a lot of it is also self-assessment by the company as well. So the self-declarations that are submitted by the companies which own the craft goes to the DGC, and that is why you would also go through as to how several action or the crackdown had happened in Uttarakhand as well. If you would remember the chopper crashes that happened as part of chopper crash that happened in Uttarakhand, and incidents that were reported in Uttarakhand, it had triggered cracking the whip by the DGC, and after which they had found that there were a lot of troubles in the self-declarations that were made by the companies. So we'll have to wait at this point in time as to whether the norms were followed properly or not. But there's no denial that there was an incident with the same company, same aircraft model back in 2023.
Okay.
And whether there are any lapses or not, that needs to be, we'll have to wait for the DGCA to come up with a statement. But we can certainly tell our viewers at this point in time, two very important names, Sumit Kapoor and Sambhavi Pathak. These were the ones who were flying that craft. They were on board. Mr. Pawar and two of his security guard staff were also on board, and the DGC has confirmed to us there are no survivors on this craft, which means...
so, Amit, you're saying there were five
yes.
people on board, including two pilots,
Yes.
the OSD and the PSO of the Deputy Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister himself. So, five people on board that ill-fated craft. That's what you're saying? Are you confirming that figure for us?
Yes, Preeti, there were five people on board. So the ministry sources have very clearly also informed, given us these details on the people who were on board. I have been told by the DGCA that there was Mr. Pawar was on board. There were three passengers in total. Two of the crew, which is the two pilots. So Sumit Kapoor and Sambhavi Pathak, both of them flying. They couldn't survive this crash, and Mr. Pawar couldn't survive the crash. The other two who were on board were the staffers of Mr. Pawar, including the PSO. So there are no survivors. Five people were on board, and VSR Aviation is saying they are suspecting that this accident is possibly because of the poor visibility. But they are also saying that we are waiting for the DGCA to carry on the probe and come up with the details of the fact. They are also waiting for the information to come up from the ATC.
So that's stay with us, Amit. Let's also bring into this conversation Captain Sanjay Karve, who joins us on this broadcast as an aviation expert. Captain Karve, welcome. Your reading, based on just very initial information that's coming in as the aircraft came into land, it was in the final 45 seconds just before touchdown that it appears to have veered right. Autopilot disengaged is preliminary information, and instead of runway 27, it crash landed on the apron and exploded.
It's a very sad way to begin a day with a news like this where there are fatalities, and my condolences to the families of all the victims, that is the crew and the Deputy CM and his staff. If you look at the pictures, prima facie, you can rule out certain things. One, the aircraft was obviously cleared by the engineers at Mumbai. They knew that the Deputy Chief Minister was flying. There are specific separate circulars issued by Ministry of Home Affairs and the DGCA when flying VIPs during election time. That's a
सीएम अजीत पवार जो है एक विमान दुर्घटना में उनकी मौत हुई है। बारामती वासियों को जैसे ही ये खबर मिलती है तो बहुत सारे लोग जो है यहाँ पर उन्हें देखने के लिए आए हैं। फिलहाल इस घटना में 6 लोगों की मौत होने की खबर मिल रही है और यह सुबह 9:15 बजे की घटना है। 9:15 बजे अजीत पवार जो है बारामती पहुंचे थे और बारामती में आज उनके जिला परिषद चुनाव के लिए 4 सभाएं आयोजित की गई थी, जिसके लिए अजीत पवार जो है बंबई से बारामती के लिए रवाना हुए थे। बारामती पहुंचते ही विमानतल के पास धावपट्टी के पास ये दुर्घटना हुई है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है जहाँ पर ये विमान जो है मलबे में तब्दील हुआ है और फिलहाल बारामती वासियों के लिए बहुत बड़ा सदमा है, क्योंकि अजीत पवार बारामती के बहुत ही चहेता नेता थे और इस दुर्घटना में उनकी मौत हुई है। फिलहाल हम यहाँ के लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या बताएंगे कि
very close friend, he's lost a dear friend. He then went on to say it's a black day for Maharashtra. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah had sought details of the crash. Preliminary details were given by the Maharashtra Chief Minister, but now there will be, as the law mandates, an inquiry. A court of inquiry will be held, and aircraft investigation, aircraft investigation will be carried out to ascertain what led to these details. But before I get you more on what the next procedure is, let's listen into Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis.
महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे, ऐसी परिस्थिति थी, ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, उसके पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ताओं पर ये जो दुख आया है ये सहना बहुत कठिन है। इस दुख की बेला में हम सब लोग उनके साथ में हैं।
Okay, the visuals that are coming in from the NCP office. people coming in, the cadre, the NCP, Ajit Pawar faction. There you see those visuals, the cadre coming in, paying their condolences. We just heard, Gaurav, we heard the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. I remember in 2024, right before the Maharashtra elections, they had all come in for the conclave in Mumbai. And at that conclave, Devendra Fadnavis had laughed when he was told that, the joke that Ajit Pawar would make. All right, these visuals also coming in. Abject heartbreak. It is tragedy where the NCP, both factions are concerned. Today they are joined in grief, in bereavement at the loss of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. These are people who worked alongside Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar was a cadre person, the organizational person. He's the one which many would say was the flesh and blood where organization of the NCP was concerned.
Party workers, leaders, and these are images of that crash site, that Learjet 45, around 9 this morning as it came into land. It crashed. From the crash site, our reporters send you this report on the investigation. So that area has now been cordoned off and an investigation has been initiated. We get you more.
9 बजे के करीब ये विमान जब बारामती विमानतल पहुंचा, तब यहाँ पर जो रनवे है उसके बाजू में ही एक संत तुकाराम महाराज पालकी मार्ग है, और रनवे और हाईवे इसका अंदाजा न आने के कारण शायद ये दुर्घटना होने की जानकारी यहाँ के लोग दे रहे हैं। फिलहाल लोग जो है यहाँ पर कुछ खेतों में काम कर रहे थे। जब ये दुर्घटना हुई तब ये विमान लटखड़ा रहा है हवा में, ऐसे लोगों को जानकारी भी मिल रही थी। देखा जा रहा था कि विमान हवा में लटखटा रहा है और इसके कुछ तुरंत बाद ही ये विमान यहाँ पर खाई में गिरा है। रनवे छोड़कर ये लगभग 180 या 150 फीट तक ये विमान नीचे गिरा हुआ है। यहाँ पर देखिए पत्थरों का पिचिंग किया गया है और पिचिंग की मदद से ऊपर का जो हिस्सा है वो रनवे का हिस्सा है और रनवे के बाजू में पत्थर के पिचिंग किए गए थे, जहां पर रनवे का यानी विमान उतरने का हिस्सा है, पर लगभग अंदाजा नहीं आ पाया शायद पायलट को, और इसी वजह से ये विमान जो है ये रनवे के बाजू में खाई में गिर गया है। यहाँ पर आसपास जो है सभी खेती का एरिया है जहां पर ये विमान गिरा हुआ है। तुरंत बारामती में कुछ लोग अजीत पवार और उनको रिसीव करने पहुंचे थे। पुलिस प्रशासन भी मौजूद था। फिलहाल बारामती में एम्बुलेंस जो विमानतल के बाहर सुरक्षा के लिए तैनात की जाती है वो सभी यहाँ पर मौजूद होने के कारण तुरंत उन्हें मदद मिली, पर हादसा इतना भयानक था कि ये दुर्घटना होने के बाद तुरंत 4 से 5 विस्फोट इस विमान में होने के जानकारी जो है यहाँ पे लोग दे रहे हैं। प्रत्यक्षदर्शी लोग जो है इस दुर्घटना के बाद तुरंत विमान के पास पहुंचे, बकेट से आग बुझाने की कोशिश भी की, पर लोग ये हादसा ही इतना दर्दनाक था, भयानक था। विमान में आग लगने के कारण कोई तुरंत यहाँ तक नहीं पहुंच पाया। 4-5 विस्फोट होने के बाद ये विमान जो है पूरा क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुका है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि ये विमान का कुछ टूटा हुआ हिस्सा है। यहाँ पर पुलिस ने फिलहाल प्रतिबंध लगाया है कि इस विमान के आजू बाजू कोई नहीं आए। फिलहाल दमकल विभाग ने इस आग को पूरा काबू में कर लिया है। इस विमान के अवशेष देखिए कि ये पूरा क्षतिग्रस्त हुआ है, मलबे के सिवाय इसमें कुछ भी नहीं बचा है। और बारामती में ये बहुत ही दुखद घटना बारामती वासियों के लिए नहीं तो पूरे महाराष्ट्र के लिए, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र के जो डिप्टी सीएम है अजीत पवार बहुत सारे लोगों के वो चहेता नेता थे, और चहेता नेता होने के कारण बहुत सारे लोगों को इसका सदमा पहुंचा है। फिलहाल बारामती में ये दुर्घटना के बाद अब पूरा मातम सा छाया हुआ है। कुछ राजनीतिक लोग जो है बारामती पहुंच रहे हैं, क्योंकि बारामती में इसके बारामती में जो लोग पहुंच रहे हैं वो फिलहाल मेडिकल कॉलेज के पास पहुंच रहे हैं, क्योंकि मेडिकल कॉलेज में उनका शव जो है वो रखा गया है। फिलहाल बारामती के ये जो पुलिस यहाँ पर लोगों को आने से मना कर रही है, और इस घटना के तुरंत बाद जो बारामती लोग पहुंच रहे हैं वो अब देखना होगा कि बारामती।
Right, so, the ground reports there, what you see also is a steady stream of people coming in to the site of tragedy. A lot of them, of course, to look at the tragedy, but a huge chunk of the people from Baramati know exactly what Ajit Dada Pawar has done for Baramati, where the transformation of the development of Baramati is concerned. And strangely, such is the impermanence of life, viewers, that Ajit Pawar, who transformed Baramati, today breathed his last in Baramati in that tragic incident that happened at 8:45 this morning.
Yes, when you look at these images, Preeti, these are all NCP cadres, supporters and workers who are at the hospital where his mortal remains are still kept. All 5 mortal remains are at the Baramati hospital where the families are now rushing. Then the mortal remains will be taken for the last rites, whether that takes place tomorrow or day after. There's another aspect to it. What happens to the NCP now? Aircraft investigation, crash investigations is another aspect where you have Onkar Vable joining us on this broadcast. And Onkar, last minutes of that flight, the conversation with the ATC, because here was the Deputy Chief Minister coming into land, so the entire administration was already present at the airport. Fire brigade, ambulances, police, they were all there. The administration was all there, but the aircraft seems to have just landed instead of the runway on the apron and then rolled into the ditch. The aviation company, VSR, seems to indicate it was bad weather. What have you been able to pick up?
Well, at least till now, there is no official information given by the air traffic controller that there was issue with the bad weather. So, prima facie, it looks like a technical issue because at the end, pilot just got 40 seconds to switch from the autopilot. So that is why the airport authority, even from the Pune and the DCI, all authorities are rushing towards the Baramati airport. They'll collect the evidences and after that, they'll scrutinize everything. So it's a part of a long investigation because black box is yet to recover, and then only authorities will get to know exactly what happened during the while the chartered was landing. But now family of Ajit Pawar, like Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar, they all are coming towards Baramati. Sharad Pawar was in Mumbai, Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar's wife was in Delhi ahead of budget session. So they all were in Delhi. They were not in Pune. They are coming towards the Baramati now. So it is not clear yet when they are going to conduct the funeral. But Chief Minister of Maharashtra has declared 3 days of mourning, 3 days of government mourning in the Maharashtra.
All right, 3 days of government mourning where Maharashtra is concerned. But Omkar, this is a moment that has brought in both factions of the NCP together. Baramati is the Karam Bhumi of the Pawars, which was practically etched and stitched together by Ajit Pawar. In terms of the final rites of the Deputy Chief Minister, where the people of Baramati is concerned, and we can see those kind of visuals coming in the outpouring of grief, both at the tragedy site as well as where the mortal remains of the Deputy Chief Minister are kept. This, we still don't know when the last rites will be conducted, but there will be. All right, we have Rajdeep Sardesai as well, who's back with us, for someone who's followed Ajit Pawar's politics. Rajdeep, it's something that we were discussing on. The man who brought in the kind of transformation to Baramati in terms of development. Strange kind, the impermanence of life. There is a serendipity to it, that it was Baramati that the 66-year-old Deputy Chief Minister's tragedy unfolded and he breathed his last.
That's right. Ajit Pawar had no national ambitions. I remember asking him this question ahead of the Lok Sabha elections when he was, his wife Sunetra was taking on Supriya Sule. And I said, are you trying to build the NCP as a national party? And he said, no, his ambition was very clear. He wanted to be Maharashtra Chief Minister and he wanted to remain Mr. Baramati. In that sense, Ajit Pawar was an old-style regional satrap. He was very comfortable amongst his own people. He was very comfortable speaking Marathi. He did not speak. He knew a few words of English, but he chose not to speak English in public. He was a politician who was what you saw is what you got with Ajit Pawar. There was no pretense. Yes, there were serious corruption charges that were made, particularly in the irrigation scam, but they were not proven. And if you could ask him those questions, and Ajit Pawar would give you a straight response that please prove the allegations against me while making them. So it wasn't as if Ajit Pawar was pretending to be some kind of a political saint. What he was is a real doer. You mentioned institutions, whether it is dairying, whether it is colleges, schools. Ajit Pawar built a series of institutions in and around Baramati. It was almost like his fiefdom. His critics would say that he never allowed anyone else to grow because he saw anyone else who came up as a challenger to him in Baramati had to be in some way marginalized. But you cannot deny that if Baramati today is a model constituency of what a VVIP constituency can be, a large share of that credit must go to the work that Ajit Pawar put in.
In fact, right from 1991, when Sharad Pawar was at the center, but Rajdeep, what next for the NCP? What next after Ajit Pawar? Given Sharad Pawar's age, who gets the mantle? Who gets both the parties? Do they come together? What happens next?
Well, you see, Gaurav, as you saw, even in the municipal elections in Pune and the two NCPs had come together.
Yes.
There had been some criticism as to why are they coming together when Ajit Pawar is with the BJP in Maharashtra and Sharad Pawar is fighting them. But this is, in a way, the NCP, like it or not, had become some kind of a family enterprise. And while the family may have broken apart, Sharad Pawar has always been regarded as the patriarch of that family. He's 85, not getting any younger. And there will be a section of the party, especially in Pune and Western Maharashtra, which will like to see a merger take place sooner rather than later. The leaders outside Western Maharashtra, the likes of Chhagan Bhujbal, Praful Patel, may well choose to stay with the BJP. Remember, a number of NCP leaders also have enforcement directorate cases against them. And many felt that they switched over to get some kind of protection from the BJP leadership in Maharashtra. So you could well see the NCP drifting and splintering in different parts. A section will go with the BJP, individual leaders, but a large section, especially from Western Maharashtra, which is their bastion, could unite now around Sharad Pawar, at least in the short term.
Rajdeep, for someone who's followed Indian politics for as long as you have, if you take a moment and reflect on how air tragedies have very often cut short ambitious careers of Indian politicians. We can go all the way to Sanjay Gandhi, to Madhav Rao Scindia, come to even Vijay Rupani, YSR, all perished in air crashes.
Absolutely. When I first heard this news, that's exactly the first thought that came to me. How politics changes when such a tragedy takes place. Remember, Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy was the dominant figure of Andhra Pradesh. And I've always maintained you would not have had a Telangana state if YSR had been alive, and maybe the Congress would still have been a dominant force, at least in Andhra Pradesh. Madhav Rao Scindia was another leader who was clearly seen as a future leader of the Congress party when he tragically died in an air crash. So Sanjay Gandhi, of course, was seen as the heir apparent to Indira Gandhi at the time in 1980. He had just staged a comeback after the emergency and won the elections in 1980. And he then tragically passes away in an air crash. So in a way, Indian politics at various stages has been influenced by what happens with events that are completely out of control of any individual. Maharashtra politics itself got so many ups.
Rajdeep, there's a bit of a problem with your audio. We're having a bit of a problem with your audio-video connect. We're going to try and re-establish that. But, Gaurav, that's the, if you look at it, if you go back in Indian political history and you look at so many instances, and we can go all the way back, and we're going to try and establish our connect with Rajdeep as well. You go all the way back to Sanjay Gandhi, Madhav Rao Sindhya, then you had, Vijay Rupani, YSR Reddy, all of them perished in air crashes. And once again, Rajdeep is back with us. Rajdeep, you interviewed Ajit Pawar, and I still remember Gaurav and I were speaking about this a short while ago at 2024 Mumbai conclave. And, there is a certain amount of, was a certain amount of irreverence where Ajit Pawar was concerned. When you asked him on his ambitions of being chief minister, he said, of course, he says, longest serving deputy chief minister, gaadi aage badhta hi nahi hai.
That interview marked to me a difference in the Ajit Pawar that I knew. Ajit Pawar's image in Maharashtra was of a very dour figure, sometimes with rough edges, could be very acerbic in his language, and many administrators got the whiplash of his sharp vocabulary. But in that interview, I saw Ajit Pawar smile more often than I wearing pink. Naresh Arora was his election consultant. Power, you must smile more often, you must wear pink, you must reach out to women voters, and you're absolutely asking Ajit Pawar the question, and he was unabashed about his ambition. He said, he didn't want to be chief minister of Maharashtra, wanted to be chief minister. I also say that while he did join the BJP, he was uncomfortable with Hindutva politics. And you saw that even in the recent municipal election campaign, when certain inflammatory remarks were made about minorities, Ajit Pawar stood his ground and said, no, we are the party which believes in the legacy of Shahu and Chhatrapati Shivaji. We do not endorse such language being used. So he was, in a sense, a very a complex character. Insecure at one level, ambitious at another. He could be soft-spoken when he chose to be, particularly in family gatherings, but he could be in public gatherings very sharp, even with his own party workers. So,
though of course,
difficult in
Chhatrapati
that
Shivaji
sense,
Maharaj was the founder of the Hindvi Swaraj, Rajdeep. Just as an aside, it was Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj who fought the Mughals and established the Hindvi Swaraj, and that fight for the Bhagwa and the Swaraj. But be that as it may, when it came to Ajit Dada Pawar,
the only reason I'm saying that is because just to you see, Ajit Pawar's NCP in that Western Maharashtra area had a large number of Muslims also in the party.
True.
So he wanted to send out the message that his party was not, in that sense, a Hindus only party. He was very clear about that. He has, MLAs who came from the minority community, corporators who came from the minority community. And when some of the statements were seen to be anti-Muslim during this campaign, Ajit Pawar made it very clear he would have no truck with such statements. In that sense, I think he was pragmatic. You see, he realized that being with the BJP gave him access to power. He chose to use it. And that's how he and others rebelled from his uncle to form the NCP. And a majority of the MLAs went with him. I think that,
because
in a
which
sense,
is what he
shows
said
that
at all
Ajit
times,
Pawar
that you have to serve people, you have to be in power, and that's why instead of being in opposition and following a kind of politics that's been followed for so long, you cannot be in power and serve people. So he chose to be a part of the NDA, became the deputy chief minister. But Rajdeep, stay with us for a moment. There's more breaking news that's coming in. The operator of that aircraft, of that Learjet 45 aircraft that Ajit Dada Pawar was in, he's spoken to India today. It's a big story that's coming in. The VSR Aviation director has defended the aircraft, defended the pilots, and blamed low visibility. The director of VSR says it appears prima facie to be a low visibility issue. The VSR director says he himself has flown Ajit Dada Pawar many times. They know that airport very well. They've landed there so many times. This time, according to him, it appears to be low visibility. That's the information that we are getting. I have flown Ajit Pawar many times, but it does appear to be low visibility. This comes at a time when there are questions that are being asked, Preeti, about the aircraft maintenance, the track record of the airline, and whether it was only self-declaration over all systems being followed. That, of course, Preeti, is a matter of investigation.
So the VSR Aviation Director defending the, the incident, saying it was low visibility, as was reported by the pilots who right before landing sent an SOS for an emergency landing, suggesting there was low visibility. Let's, Gaurav, bring in Rajdeep back into this conversation. Rajdeep, to get back, because right now you have Supriya Sule, Sunetra Pawar, Parth Pawar, one of the sons of Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, making their way all the way back to Baramati. But, Rajdeep, to give an understanding where the Pawar family is concerned, of coming together in times of grief, even when the parties had split, the families clearly seemed to be together. You might have had Sunetra Pawar fighting it out with, Supriya Sule, but when the hour has come, the family is rock solid together.
Whenever there have been family gatherings, even after the split, the families always stayed together. There's been a program. More recently, there was a program in Baramati where Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar just a couple of weeks ago shared a stage. Gautam Adani was there on the stage with them. And that's the thing about the Pawars. For all their political differences, when it came to issues like a project being set up in Baramati, they would always sit together. I recall Sharad Pawar's birthday only last month. When Sharad Pawar turned 85, Ajit Pawar was there to wish him. He stayed a long time with him, and then he and Rohit Pawar, who's with the Sharad Pawar camp, went home together. So the Pawars are almost as complex as the character that Ajit Pawar was.
Rajdeep, stay with us for a moment. We just have to quickly cut across and listen in to this conversation. YSR Aviation Chief Captain V.K. Singh, he's defending the legacy of the company and, of course, blaming the crash prima facie on poor visibility. Listen in.
सर वीके सिंह जी, ये जो एयरक्राफ्ट बारामती में आज क्रैश हुआ है, ये आपकी कंपनी का एयरक्राफ्ट था?
जी हाँ, ये हमारी कंपनी का था।
अभी इनिशियल आप लोगों की क्या प्राइमा फेसाई डिटेल्स आप लोग कलेक्ट कर पाए सर?
हमारी ना बात नहीं हो पा रही है सर किसी से, क्योंकि एटीसी से भी बात नहीं हो पा रही है। एटीसी वाले भी सब क्रैश साइट पे चले गए हैं, तो इसलिए प्राइमा फेसी मुझे कुछ नहीं पता सर, सिवाय इसके कि बॉम्बे से एयरक्राफ्ट चला था, बारामती जा रहा था, और बारामती में अप्रोच पे ये हादसा हुआ है सर।
जो दो पायलट थे इस क्राफ्ट के, उनके नाम क्या हैं सर?
कैप्टन सुमित कपूर और कैप्टन शांभवी पाठक।
कैप्टन सुमित कपूर एंड शांभवी पाठक। सर, इनका फ्लाइंग एक्सपीरियंस क्या था, आप कुछ शेयर कर पाएंगे?
सर, मैं अभी आपसे कुछ भी शेयर नहीं कर पाऊंगा, और सर आप समझिए इस बात को कि मेरे को कितने कॉल्स आ रहे हैं।
मैं सर एक और आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे, जी आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे ये है,
टू आंसर ऑल दिस।
जी सर, आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है कि 2023 में भी आपके ही विमान कंपनी और सेम मॉडल के साथ हादसा हुआ था, तो क्या इसको लेके आप लोगों ने सेफ्टी अपग्रेड्स या जो प्रिकॉशंस होते हैं वो सब कुछ किया या नहीं किया? ये एक बड़ा सवाल इस वक्त उठ रहा है सर।
The aircraft is 100% safe. The crew was fairly experienced. I personally think he maybe because of visibility or maybe the pilot misjudged the runway. You know, I prima facie मैं सिर्फ ये
जी
देख पा रहा हूँ।
जी,
you know,
ओके सर।
तो DGC इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी सर।
जी,
you know, I'm not the investigator.
जी,
you know.
So, Captain V.K. Singh is saying prima facie, it appears to be either poor visibility or pilot error, but an investigation will reveal. Chandrakant Patil, Maharashtra Minister, now joins us on the show. Chandrakant Patil ji, क्या हुआ, आपको अभी तक क्या पता चल पाया है?
यह समझ में न आने वाला लेकिन सत्य है, अनाकलनीय है। कल ही कैबिनेट में साथ में रहे, बाद में मेरी और उनकी एक आधे घंटे की 1-to-1 मीटिंग हुई हमारे सांगली कॉरपोरेशन के मेयर के चुनाव के बारे में, और अचानक ये सब कटु सत्य सामने आ रहा है, जिसको महाराष्ट्र का क्रॉस पार्टी, कोई भी पार्टी ऐसी नहीं है, कोई भी कार्यकर्ता ऐसा नहीं है कि जो इससे व्यथित नहीं हुआ होगा, क्योंकि 35 साल के उनके पॉलिटिकल लाइफ में उनके सिवा सत्ता वाला या विरोधी पॉलिटिक्स चला ही नहीं। बहुत कठोर, लेकिन वैसे बाकी चीजों में संवेदनशील थे। तो इट्स वेरी शॉकिंग टू ऑल पीपल्स एंड political leaders.
But Patil Saab, you know, you've been in the BJP. You've also worked as the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party where Maharashtra is concerned. And to understand what Ajit Dada Pawar was, because, you know, there was no acrimony, even if there were people from not his party. Today, there is an outpouring of grief coming in from across party lines in the state of Maharashtra. Can you remember, can you recount one moment that you shared with Ajit Pawar?
मैं वही बता रहा हूँ कि कल ही, परसों भी नहीं, कल ही हम कैबिनेट के बाद एक्सक्लूसिवली एक दूसरे से मिले सांगली कॉरपोरेशन के मेयर के चुनाव के बारे में
जी।
तो इतनी हंसी मजाक हुई, तो हमेशा मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि भाई चुनाव में कुछ बातें इधर उधर बोली होगी तो वो तो चुनाव के होते हैं, मैंने कहा हाँ तो हम समझते हैं। तो ऊपर से वो कठोर दिखते थे लेकिन बहुत संवेदनशील थे, बड़ी छोटी छोटी चीजों पर ध्यान देते थे, कार्यकर्ता उस पर विश्वास रखते थे और क्रॉस पार्टी उनके बारे में एक रिस्पेक्ट था। सबको लगता था कि भाई अजीत दादा को एक बार पूछ कर आगे जाएंगे। तो ये बड़ी क्षति हुई है महाराष्ट्र के सोशल एंड पॉलिटिकल लाइफ की, और ये लगातार बीच बीच में जब ऐसी घटना होती है तो ध्यान में नहीं रहता है कि भगवान के मन में क्या है।
ये तो आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं। और आपके निजी संबंध, आप कल की चर्चा तो कर ही रहे थे कि हंसी मजाक भी चल रहा था सांगली में निकाय चुनावों को लेकर, कौन मेयर होगा उसको लेकर, लेकिन आप वैसे उनको किस रूप में देखते हैं? मतलब इतना लंबा समय वो वित्त मंत्री भी रहे, वो इरिगेशन मंत्री भी रहे, आप उनके पूरे करियर को किस रूप में देखते हैं 35 वर्षों के?
एक सक्सेसफुल पॉलिटिकल करियर जिनके बिना महाराष्ट्र का पॉलिटिक्स चला ही नहीं, किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट को इमीडिएट ग्रास्प करने वाले। ऐसा नहीं है कि नया विषय है तो महीनों गए समझने में, और जिसको हम मराठी में हजर जवाबी कहते हैं कि कोई भी विषय निकला तो तुरंत उनका उस पर कोई ना कोई उत्तर तैयार है। तो उनके बारे में डर भी रहता था लोगों के मन में, लेकिन एक आत्मीयता भी रहती थी कि नहीं भाई दादा के पास जाएंगे कुछ सोल्यूशन निकालेंगे। तो बारामती पुणे जिला जहां उन्होंने बहुत काम किया वो तो हर घर में आज दुख है, लेकिन पूरे महाराष्ट्र में भी ये स्थिति आई है कि अरे भाई ऐसे कैसे होता है, इतने अच्छे आदमी ऐसे अचानक कैसे जाते हैं। तो ये बड़ा दुख का विषय है। अभी चुनाव हुए तो उसमें एक दूसरे को स्वाभाविक रूप से एक दूसरे के आमने सामने लड़े तो कुछ ना कुछ बोला गया। तो कल उन्होंने इस शब्द में कहा कि दादा, वो मुझे भी दादा कहते थे, दादा ये चुनाव में रहता है। मैंने कहा हाँ भाई मैं भी समझता हूँ। तो ऐसे एक प्रैक्टिकल मैन जिसको रिजिडिटी कहते हैं, ऐसे रिजिडिटी नहीं। तो काफी यादें पूरे महाराष्ट्र की है, लेकिन लोग उस हादसे से बाहर ही निकलने में समय जाएंगे।
Patil Saab, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे जुड़े. Thank you so much, Chandrakant Bachchu Patil, for joining us and taking the time out in this time of bereavement. Something that has been felt, the loss of Ajit Pawar, cutting across party lines, just the kind of personality that Ajit Pawar was. But let's listen in to all the reactions coming in from the parliament as well as those coming in from Maharashtra.
दुर्गत घटना ही घडली सकाळी
आप बहुत भावुक हो गई हैं प्रियंका जी। आपने काम भी उनके साथ किया है और आपका ये कहना है कि आपके रिलेशनशिप बहुत अच्छे रहे हैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ?
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहूंगी कि बहुत अच्छे रहे, पर
Oh my God, that's horrible. This is such a horrible news, and I'm so sorry कि मुझे तो अभी actually हम लोग बहुत जल्दबाजी में रहते हैं जब सुबह सुबह आते हैं। मतलब there is not enough word to say कि पर खैर मैं अपने इमोशंस थोड़ा अलाइन करके I'll give a statement.
Joins us from outside Sharad Pawar's residence, someone that Ajit Dada Pawar, he actually eulogized Sharad Pawar, didn't follow in his father's footsteps, didn't go into the films line as many thought he would. He followed into Sharad Pawar's footsteps. And Vidya, what now, what next? We're told the entire family is on their way to Baramati, but there will also be that question hanging heavy. What next for the family, for the party?
A lot of media persons were here when in the morning when Sharad Pawar actually came out. He was heading to the hospital for a checkup. It seemed like he didn't know at that time, and that's for the reason he asked. He asked like this as to why everyone's standing. And after he had his checkup done, that's when he went back to his residence. It's said that it's around that time that he was informed, and soon after, immediately after being informed, he immediately got ready and rushed to Baramati. Of course, the entire family is right now mourning. Like the entire state, everyone who knew Ajit Pawar, like everyone's in the state of shock as to how something like this could have happened to a person who probably, did not ever hold back his words. If he had to say something, he would really say it. Of course, there had been differences, political differences between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. But even then, the family ties never broke. And if you remember, in spite of all their, differences of Ajit Pawar joining the Mahayuti, Sharad Pawar staying back in the Mahavikas Aghadi. In spite of that, wherever there was, personal family functions, the families would certainly meet. And we did see a tie-up in the local body elections recently in Pune. That did not really work out for the party, but certainly that did not deter Ajit Pawar, who was back going to Baramati to again start campaigning for the Zilla Parishad elections, the forthcoming elections now in Maharashtra. So certainly, everyone was in a state of shock. And immediately, after Sharad Pawar has left, almost everyone, as we know, is heading towards Baramati to really be with the family at this juncture.
Oh, right. Absolutely, Preeti.
Oh, Vidya, continue to stay with me. We're getting in a lot of reactions, and understandably so. Let's dip into that, and we're back with Vidya in just about a minute.
स्फोट झाला ना ते आमच्या घरापर्यंत आला असं ते फिरलं आणि खालीच क्रॅक झालं ते धावपट्टीवर गेलंच नाही तसं असं जागेवर त्याचा स्फोट झाला आम्ही एवढं घाबरलो तरी पण म्हणजे ते आले वरून पोलीस ही मग आम्ही गेलो 15 मिनिटं थांबले मग आम्ही घरून तरी पण आम्ही पाणी आणलं वाजले पाणी घेऊन आलो त्यांच्यापाशी पाणी दिलं भिजवलं आणि ती बॉडी अशी साईडला पडलेली आणि त्यांचं मुंडकं ही पूर्ण म्हणजे साईडला होतं आणि अशी निम्मी बॉडी होती ती आम्ही पूर्णपणे पाहिलेली बॉडी आणि नंतर ते म्हणले कापड वगैरे मग आम्ही ब्लँकेट ही सगळं बुटायला दिली आणि तसं झाल्यानंतर 15-20 मिनिटांनी मग ते गाडी आली आणि ते बॉडी अशी गुंडवून नेली.
Eyewitness accounts on exactly what the nature of the crash was. I want to get back to my colleague Vidya, who's joining us from Sharad Pawar's residence. Sharad Pawar has left for Baramati, as is the family of Ajit Pawar. His wife is a Rajya Sabha MP, and she, alongside Supriya Sule and their son Parth Pawar, have left from the national capital. His son Jay Pawar is in Mumbai, is making his way to Baramati from Mumbai. The latest news break that we're also getting in right now is on the two pilots who died alongside Ajit Pawar in this crash. The names of the two pilots have now been made public. Captain Shambhavi Pathak flew Ajit Pawar's plane. Captain Shambhavi Pathak, the pilot of Ajit Pawar's Learjet plane. Now, the main reason, what we've been given to understand, was low visibility, is at least what the pilot has initially reported. Due to fog conditions and low visibility, the flight crashed. Bodies were recognized through clothes, and one can really, Gaurav, understand the impact of such a small, charter plane with just 5 people on board, and the impact was such that all 5, could only be recognized by the virtue of their clothing.
The pilots who fly the chief minister, the deputy chief minister, cabinet ministers, VVIPs, they have much better training, longer experience on that aircraft compared to other pilots. And that's the standard operating procedure. That's the rule that's followed. Even regulations are more strictly followed. But was it done in this case is something that will be a matter of investigations. But when that aircraft came into land, because of the fuel, because of the impact, the moment the aircraft in a way crashes onto that tarmac, unless it's like a crash landing, and in this case it actually wasn't on the runway, was on the apron. It caught fire, burst into a huge ball of flames, and then kept rolling over into that ditch. Very, very difficult for anyone to survive given the speed at which the aircraft comes in to land or while it's taking off. And that actually for any pilot, Preeti, is the most difficult thing. Flying relatively easier, takeoff and landing are most challenging even for experienced pilots. And in this case, in case it was bad weather, of course that is a matter of investigation. A lot would be revealed from that last conversation between the pilot and the ATC, eyewitnesses on ground from the black box of the aircraft. But was it maintenance? Was it pilot error? Was it weather? So many issues that the air crash investigation body will go into. And Vidya now joins Preeti and I for more on this story. Vidya, family now gets together in Baramati. They chart out the last rites and then the next course for the party. What are you picking up from the NCP? What is the next course of action for the party?
Well, the party hasn't really decided. It was certainly a state of shock. They were going in for preparation for the next phase of elections, the local body elections in the Zilla Parishads, and all these elections were important for the party, especially in the Baramati, Pune area where they had lost ground in the corporation election. And certainly, this was not something that Ajit Pawar, being the way he had always been a fighter that everyone knows of him, he certainly would not have taken this down, and immediately had gotten down to work. He had a schedule wherein till everyone speaks about Ajit Pawar as the person who would get up in the morning, start meeting people early in the morning, 6 to 7 in the morning. You would see meetings happening at his residence, unlike any of the political leaders that anyone has really seen in this entire country. But then certainly, in this particular day as well, on this day, he had schedules, he had left around 7 o'clock. It was supposed to reach around 9. Immediately there were meetings scheduled in different parts of Baramati and Pune district. And these meetings have certainly now been, cancelled, and everyone there is in a state of shock, wondering exactly as to what's really going to happen now. But certainly with, the Pawar faction now will really have to see as to how they do they really stand, whether they stand together now as a political outfit as well, or is it again, is it a divided house on the political front, but a one house, a single house, together they stand as a family. These things will really have to be chalked out between the party members and the Pawar clan as such. But certainly at this time, no one's really probably thinking right now that far. Cremations and, the fact that...
It is too early right now to think where each party stands politically. And, this is not just for show and tell, because in politics there is a lot that goes down to show and tell. But the Pawar family, away from the politics, away from the division in their party, have stood by each other rock solid. And I'll give you an example, viewers, of how it all happened, where today is concerned. You might have had a Sunetra Pawar, who is now a Rajya Sabha member, the wife of Ajit Pawar, contesting against Supriya Sule. And the acrimony of that might have played out in the political field. But the first person today who went and rushed to Sunetra Pawar's residence was nobody else but Supriya Sule. A completely distraught Supriya Sule, I'm being told, rushed to Sunetra Pawar's residence, and then came Parth Pawar and Parth Pawar's wife, the daughter-in-law of Ajit and Sunetra Pawar. From there on, they went to the Sharad Pawar's residence in Delhi, because both Supriya Sule and Sunetra Pawar are here for the budget session. It is only then when they were joined by Praful Patel and other party leaders, completely distraught, met at the Sharad Pawar residence there. We had the family alongside Praful Patel with Supriya Sule holding Sunetra Pawar together, make their way in a chartered aircraft back to Delhi.
Preeti, there's more breaking news coming in. I quickly want to cut across to this breaking news. Mamata Banerjee has just responded, and Mamata Banerjee has reacted. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has demanded a Supreme Court monitored investigation into the crash. Mamata Banerjee says we need proper investigation into Ajit Pawar's death. to be supervised by the Supreme Court. He was very much with the ruling political party, but somebody from other party gave a statement that Ajit Pawar will leave the BJP. That's a huge statement to come in at this point of time. And from Bengal Chief Minister Preeti, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is demanding a Supreme Court monitored investigation into this air crash, a proper investigation, because she believes that there were some leaders who were saying that he was planning to leave the BJP. She wants a detailed investigation, Preeti.
Well, Mamata Banerjee wanting a detailed investigation. You know, viewers, I just want to give you some perspective in all of this. This is not the first political life that has been cut short due to an air crash. India's political history is littered with the litany of air crash tragedies that have cut short ambitious political careers. And Ajit Pawar is just one of them. We can go all the way back, and we're going to give it to you right there, and we can play those visuals. It might have started all the way back where Sanjay Gandhi was concerned, where his plane crashed. Madhav Rao Scindia, young dynamic leader who passed away. Then you had YSR Reddy. Today the state of Telangana might not have been there if YSR Reddy was around. In interim, a lot of others as well. The Arunachal Chief Minister in 2004 as well. And then the last one, if you remember, was Mr. Rupani, Mr. Vijay Rupani, who passed away, of course, in a commercial aircraft and not a private
Though there are equally large number of instances of people who've survived air crashes too in our country, and a big statement that's coming in from Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister. She's hinting at a conspiracy. Was there a conspiracy? She says there has to be a proper investigation into Ajit Dada Pawar's death, and she wants this investigation to be supervised by the Supreme Court, a court-monitored investigation into this air crash, because she believes the information she has is that Ajit Pawar was planning to leave the Mahayuti. Let's listen into the Bengal Chief Minister. We'll get you much more on altogether a new angle that's coming into this investigation.
Message of Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister. He died today morning in a plane crash. I'm really shocked to see the news. There is no safety and security of the people of this country, even the political leaders. I do not know what is the fate of the opposition political parties, but he was very much with the ruling party. But before few days ago, I came to know that from social network that somebody from other party, they gave a statement that Ajit Pawar is willing to leave the BJP. And now what happened today, I need proper investigation under the supervision of Supreme Court. Only we have the trust on Supreme Court, no other agency. All the agencies are being totally purchased. And really it's a great loss for the country.
All right, this is huge. Right now, we also want to completely add to this, completely unsubstantiated. There is a claim that has been made by the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and we're going to play that reaction of Mamata Banerjee again. And this will have far-reaching consequences, because just hours after the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, has perished in a plane crash, you have the Chief Minister, the sitting Chief Minister of the state of West Bengal, insinuating, not just insinuating, viewers, she's practically stated that there was a conspiracy behind the death of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. She says that she had learned 2-3 days ago through social media, unsubstantiated, that one of the leaders seemingly had suggested that Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar was looking to skip over to the India alliance and back to the fold of Sharad Pawar faction. Now, there is at least till now no documented truth of that. Should a sitting Chief Minister like Mamata Banerjee might have weighed her words a little more, especially when we are just hours into a massive tragedy that has occurred. But, Gaurav, what is grave now are the charges that Mamata Banerjee is leveling. She wants a proper court-monitored investigation in this, where she literally is stating that there is a conspiracy behind what has really gone down with the deputy chief minister dying in a plane
give
crash.
Give us a moment. Let's get you much more on this big story. Tapas Sengupta now joins us for more on this story from Bengal. So Tapas, is there a background to this? Because a chief minister, not just any political leader, Mamata Banerjee is the chief minister of Bengal, and she says that there has to be a court-monitored investigation. We only trust the Supreme Court. What prompted this? What led to this, Tapas?
Well, see, what Mamata Banerjee has said amidst this accident is something that hints towards some kind of a conspiracy theory. However, she has not made it clear that what prompted her to make this statement, but she made it clear that there were statements going around from other political figures that Ajit Pawar may shift camp, and that that could be one of the possible reasons. But whether or not there's a conspiracy theory behind this is something that Mamata Banerjee has not made it clear. But it's a huge political statement coming
It's
up
a
from
huge political statement,
West
yes. But, you know, one needs to be a little more responsible, especially at the back of a tragedy, because at least, you know, and I'm just going by the virtue of the reaction of Mamata Banerjee to the press, she seems to be attributing it to sources on social media, that she saw some leader on social media say that you had Ajit Pawar who was looking to come back to the Sharad Pawar clan and move away from the Mahayuti. Now, to attribute it to social media for a sitting chief minister is a tad bit problematic.
Well, yes, absolutely so, because we have seen earlier Mamata Banerjee making statements on various issues, but it seems it's too early to come into any kind of judgment as of now, and that even coming from a tall figure, a political figure like Mamata Banerjee, hinting that this should be investigated properly, thoroughly under the supervision of the Supreme Court, and what she categorically stated that she had heard somewhere in the social media that there could be a possibility something else might be behind this. So everything needs to be investigated. But yes, this statement is a huge statement coming up from the executive state of a head of a state, that even a political figure like Mamata Banerjee will definitely spark more controversy as we move ahead.
Okay, Tapas, keep tracking that story. We will come back to you for more on this. But Preeti, that's a huge statement for a chief minister to make. Bengal chief minister Mamata Banerjee, she believes there should be a Supreme Court monitored investigation into the air crash that's killed Ajit Dada Pawar. She says, was he planning to leave the Mahayuti? Preeti, let's listen into her. I'll come back to you for more on this, and we'll take this forward. But let's listen into Mamata Banerjee once again.
Message of Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister. He died today morning in a plane crash. I'm really shocked to see the news. There is no safety and security of the people of this country. Even the political leaders. I do not know what is the fate of the opposition political parties, but he was very much with the ruling party. But before few days ago, I came to know that from social network that somebody from other party, they gave a statement that Ajit Pawar is willing to leave the BJP. And now what happened today, I need proper investigation under the supervision of Supreme Court. Only we have the trust on Supreme Court, no other agency. All the agencies are being totally purchased. And really it's a great loss for the country.
Big story. Mamata Banerjee says there should be a Supreme Court monitored investigation. In midst of all this, there are civil aviation officials who've reached VSR Aviation's office. There are four aviation officials that have reached the office of VSR in Delhi. VSR Aviation is the company that was operating this aircraft. It's based in Delhi. It flies aircraft, non-scheduled chartered aircraft to these airports like Baramati. They've operated in this area extensively. In fact, Captain, the head of VSR Aviation just told India Today that he personally has flown Ajit Dada Pawar several times from Mumbai to Baramati. But now, Preeti, this is a matter of investigation and becomes political with this huge point made by Mamata Banerjee.
Well, the fact is, Gaurav, and that's the news that, we want to just expand it right there. This is a claim now not just made by a sitting Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. This is the claim which is now being made by multiple leaders from opposition parties. And I'll give you an example. Mamata Banerjee has just come out and made a statement saying that a proper investigation needs to take place immediately. She suspects conspiracy in that. But let's just give you a little, to diversify it a little. You have Gaurav Gogoi from the Congress. His state is also going into election, and we're going to put out his tweet in just a short while ago, because where he says, deepest condolences, saddened by the sudden passing away of Ajit Pawar ji, but his tweet on social media, on the platform X, says it is important that a proper and transparent investigation in the incident is carried out in public interest. Along with Gaurav Gogoi, you have a Lalu Prasad Yadav who said a proper investigation should be carried out in public interest. Prakash Ambedkar, who is a leader from Maharashtra, says need a proper investigation to be carried out in public interest. So you have now a political narrative being spun hours after the demise of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Where not just Mamata Banerjee, Gaurav, you have a Gaurav Gogoi, you have a Lalu Yadav, you have a Prakash Ambedkar, all coming together and demanding a clean and fair investigation in public interest. Mamata Banerjee, of course, has gone a step further, saying there's conspiracy.
And wanting a Supreme Court monitored probe. We'll talk about that in great detail, because that adds an absolutely new dimension to this air crash. India Today spoke to Captain V.K. Singh, who operates VSR Aviation. Aviation officials are at that office. Listen in.
सर, वीके सिंह जी, ये जो एयरक्राफ्ट बारामती में आज क्रैश हुआ है, ये आपकी कंपनी का एयरक्राफ्ट था?
जी हाँ, ये हमारी कंपनी का था।
अभी इनिशियल आप लोगों की क्या प्राइमा फेसाई डिटेल्स आप लोग कलेक्ट कर पाए सर?
हमारी बात नहीं हो पा रही है सर किसी से, क्योंकि एटीसी से भी बात नहीं हो पा रही है। एटीसी वाले भी सब क्रैश साइट पे चले गए हैं, तो इसलिए प्राइमा फेसी मुझे कुछ नहीं पता सर, सिवाय इसके कि बॉम्बे से एयरक्राफ्ट चला था, बारामती जा रहा था, और बारामती में अप्रोच पे ये हादसा हुआ है सर।
जो दो पायलट थे इस क्राफ्ट के, उनके नाम क्या हैं सर?
कैप्टन सुमित कपूर और कैप्टन शांभवी पाठक।
कैप्टन सुमित कपूर एंड शांभवी पाठक। सर, इनका फ्लाइंग एक्सपीरियंस क्या था, आप कुछ शेयर कर पाएंगे?
सर, मैं अभी आपसे कुछ भी शेयर नहीं कर पाऊंगा, और सर आप समझिए इस बात को कि मेरे को कितने कॉल्स आ रहे हैं।
मैं सर एक और आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे, जी आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे ये है,
टू आंसर ऑल दिस।
जी सर, आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है कि 2023 में भी आपके ही विमान कंपनी और सेम मॉडल के साथ हादसा हुआ था, तो क्या इसको लेके आप लोगों ने सेफ्टी अपग्रेड्स या जो प्रिकॉशंस होते हैं वो सब कुछ किया या नहीं किया? ये एक बड़ा सवाल इस वक्त उठ रहा है सर।
द एयरक्राफ्ट इज 100% सेफ, द क्रू वाज फेयरली एक्सपीरियंस्ड। आई पर्सनली थिंक he maybe because of visibility or maybe the pilot misjudged the runway, I prima facie मैं सिर्फ ये
जी
देख पा रहा हूँ
जी, ओके सर।
तो डीजीसी इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी सर
जी,
आई एम नॉट द इन्वेस्टिगेटर
जी।
Okay, India Today's Shreya Chatterjee now joins us for more on this big story. Shreya, so we now know Captain Sumit Kapoor and Captain Shambhavi Pathak were piloting this aircraft. The aviation, operators seem to indicate that it may have been bad weather. But what more do we know? One, about VSR Aviation, their track record, and the current investigations that are underway.
Gaurav, I'm actually right outside the office of VSR Enterprise. This is the Delhi office where the 4-member team, I am being confirmed right now, from the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau are presently there. There are 4 members who are present over there, along with the office member of VSR Ventures. We can actually confirm that this is the first step into the investigation that's already begun. First, that we are getting you these developments from the VSR Ventures office at Delhi. It's a high-profile incident. This is but obvious that this would be the protocol. But we are now getting confirmation that all the 4 officials, those visuals that we got, were from the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. And these are the visuals that I'm showing you. These are all officers who had reached just half an hour back at VSR Ventures office to take a detailed understanding and report of what really had transpired. And they are right now inspecting the office premises. This is the AAIB team that we are being told who are now inspecting all the office premises of VSR Ventures.
stay on with me. You know, what we're going to do, for our benefit of our viewers, we're going to piece together the sequence of events when the chartered aircraft took off from Mumbai at 8 a.m. and at 8:45 where it crashed. Of course, it was an emergency landing. Many eyewitness accounts seem to suggest that the aircraft was wobbly in the air. It was drifting away from the strip, and then, of course, it plummeted when it was about 100 feet up from the ground. These are all eyewitness accounts. But I want to cut across right now to my colleague Suesha, who's joining us from our newsroom to get us a better understanding and piecing together, Suesha, for our viewers, the sequence of events.
Oh yes, absolutely, Preeti. And for the very reason we've created this AI representation of what the sequence of events was and what exactly led to that tragic moment on that plane where Ajit Pawar was, 5 people who were on board on that plane, and that crash. Now, it was at 7:30 in the morning when Ajit Pawar, along with his staff, had departed for the Mumbai airport. Baramati is not just his home ground, but also his political ground. He was bracing for the upcoming local polls, and he had several public meetings lined up there. It was at 8 o'clock in the morning when Ajit Pawar boarded this plane. This plane, that was a chartered aircraft. The company is VSR Ventures. We just got your report from the Delhi-based company VSR Ventures. And Ajit Pawar was on board on this plane, 2 security personnel, 2 pilots. The flight was bound for Baramati. Remember, the flight time is about 20 minutes to this destination from Mumbai to Baramati. It is about 200 to 255 kilometers. So it was at 8:10 in the morning when the flight took off, and at about 8:30 is when it was supposed to land. About 20 to 30 minutes that the flight duration was. At 8:30, the plane was supposed to land, but that did not happen. So far, the details that have come in from VSR Ventures, who say that the pilots were experienced, but there was inclement weather, low visibility, because of which the pilots had to veer in the air again. At 8:45, they tried a second landing attempt. That failed. And there was a huge explosion. You see the debris that is left behind, literally just the tail of this plane that was left behind. There was a huge explosion, so much so that the plane couldn't even land on the runway. It landed very close to the runway and crashed. The charred wreckage that remained off that plane that you see, and all 5 who were on board, the 2 pilots, Ajit Pawar and the 2 security personnel, unfortunately lost their lives in this tragic crash.
Sad, the information that is coming in. Prima facie, this would indicate, Suesha, that the aircraft came into land. There was poor visibility, 8:30. Then it circled around and came back to land again around 8:45. Is that what we are picking up? They made a second attempt. And in case there was zero visibility, again, it's the conversation between ATC and the cockpit that will reveal why would they make a second attempt in case visibility was poor, unless they saw maybe a small window and they wanted to exploit it, Suesha.
Not just that, Gaurav. In fact, it was not even visible in the radar for those 3 minutes. So we are talking about 8:42 is when it was out of radar. There was no connect with the ATC, and it was at about 8:45 when the plane was visible. But there was an explosion. There was a loud explosion. There are eyewitness accounts that have come on record so far that it was about 100 meters from the runway where the plane exploded, and just the tail of the plane that was left behind. So such was the impact of the crash. 8:30 is when it was supposed to land. 8:42 is when it was not in the radar anymore, and there was no communication with the pilots. And 8:45 is when they attempted the second landing, but unfortunately that failed, and it led to the crash.
Stay with us. Let me also quickly bring in India Today's Mustafa Sheikh, who joins us on this huge story, and especially now that there's a political dimension of conspiracies being alleged by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and one wonders on what basis would she have these apprehensions, and other Congress leaders and others who are saying there must be a proper detailed investigation. So Mustafa, bring us details. So there is an aircraft accident investigation board, the bureau. How does it move forward? What process is followed?
Well, as we are speaking that the investigations have been started, a special investigation unit will visit the crash site. They will study how the crash had taken place, and as the details have emerged from the debris which is on the Baramati airport, it seems like the aircraft nose-dived and it touched the ground near the runway, and then there was a huge blast which has taken place. If you see the
Back
entire...
to you. Mustafa, just stay on with us, coming right back to you. Because what we're going to do right now is going to dip into the CCTV images of the last moments of the crash. Now, this is just off the Baramati strip. It's one of the showrooms that had a CCTV camera, and you can actually see
that huge ball of explosion, Preeti. Do you see that? It's exactly at 8:46.06 that you see a huge ball of fire in the rear part. Okay, so now watch it very closely. What's that timeline? 8:45, 51, 52, 53. As you see that seconds clock, you just have to focus very carefully. And when you focus, suddenly you will see that huge ball of fire that
all right,
comes
so these
up
were
in the backdrop.
CCTV images. Viewers, this is how it all ties in together. 8 o'clock this morning, the aircraft takes off from Mumbai. It approaches the Baramati airstrip, and you can see those visuals there. You can see the aircraft wobbling, and then you know it's dropped, and then you see a huge ball of fire which moves on to this massive plume of smoke, and this is the crash that was recorded on a CCTV camera very close to Baramati airstrip. We're going to be back with Mustafa Sheikh right now from Mumbai, who's joining us live. Mustafa, you know, while we're getting our viewers everything, piecing together the information that is coming in, I want to ask you, 3-day mourning that has been announced by the state government in Maharashtra. Do we know when the final rites of the Deputy Chief Minister will take place?
We are expecting that Mr. Sharad Pawar will be soon reaching Baramati, and from there, a family will be able to decide the timing for the last rituals. Also, what the information we are getting, because it's a crash, there was huge fire. The bodies of the departed were identified through watches, through their clothes or whatever that was left. So, in that condition, how long can one take to make arrangements is something we'll have to take into consideration. But as of now, as Sharad Pawar is on his way, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, are also all the cabinet ministers in Maharashtra are also on the way to Baramati. We are expecting last rites to happen soon within the rest of the day. But the official update from this is expected from the family, who are yet to decide into when the last rites will be conducted. Back to you.
With me, we are getting in the latest news from the AAIB, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, that has finally kicked in. Gaurav, the probe has begun in the crash tragedy. Likely, the AAIB team is going to be on site in a short while from now, likely to collect documents and relevant information released to the craft in question and operation details where operational safety is concerned. So at one level, you have parallel investigations taking place. Now you have the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau that has come in, will be visiting the site soon. The team is already at the VSR office. The VSR is the company that owned the Learjet, which was chartered, and one team is making its way to the Baramati crash site, and investigations will be taking place.
So,
while those
Preeti, investigations are carried out by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. They are the mandated body to carry out the investigation. But just look at these images. Look at the timeline. These are images from Baramati. As you look at these images, that's when the aircraft came into land. When it made the second loop, 8:30. It was scheduled to land. It could not. 8:45. It apparently made the second attempt, and exactly at 8:46:08, you notice this huge, ball of fire, and then plumes of smoke rising in the sky. 8:45:53. There's nothing. 8:55. 45:58, nothing, and then suddenly you notice perhaps the aircraft. There you notice that huge ball of fire. The aircraft, according to eyewitnesses on ground, it came into land. It seems it could not land on runway 27 as it was mandated to. Landed on the crossings of the apron, and then rolled into a ditch and then exploded because of aviation turbine fuel. ATF inside, and I want to bring in Onkar Vable, who now joins us from the Baramati hospital, where the mortal remains were taken. Onkar, the CCTV images are really horrifying. Those last moments, and one eyewitness account seems to indicate, Onkar, that it was from his watch that Ajit Dada Pawar was finally identified. What more do we know? What's happening right now?
Well, Ajit Pawar was identified by his, he was wearing a watch in hand, and that's how his body was identified. But now I'm standing in the premises of hospital where the ore bottles are taken, and also their relatives are coming here. Even Supriya Sule and Pawar family, all are on the way, they'll come here. But the important thing is the last rite will be conducted in the evening, because the dead body is not in condition to preserve. So that's what the doctor recently informed India Today, that the last rites will be conducted today evening after the family reached decision. But as per the sources, the funeral will take place today itself.
Funeral will take place today itself. Onkar, will you ask your camera person to give a sense of where you are? Because viewers, to step back from where the tragedy is and to look at what really Ajit Pawar meant to Baramati. He transformed Baramati. It's one of those model cities where if political leadership actually wants to nurture a city is concerned. And Baramati is a prime example of that. It's the bastion of the Pawars. It was nurtured by Ajit Pawar. And the tragic serendipity to all of this, Omkar, ties into the fact that Ajit Pawar's plane crashed in Baramati off the airstrip. Give us a sense, Omkar, agar aap hame thoda dikha sakte ho apne aas-paas, if you can give us a sense, because it's a steady stream of people who come from Baramati, all coming in to where the mortal remains of Ajit Dada and of course the 4 others who perished in this tragedy are. You had Rohit Pawar, who completely distraught this morning, is inside. He made his way where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar were brought in. But to give us a sense, Omkar, of the people who have come in from Baramati, to offer condolences, to say that one final goodbye to literally for someone who's the son of the soil.
Well, exactly. I'm standing in the hospital where the mortals are there. This is Ahilyabai Holkar Hospital, which is created by Pawar family itself, just 2 kilometers away from the airport where this accident took place. I would like to show what is happening here. Not only Baramati, people across Maharashtra have gathered since the morning when they got to know that Ajit Pawar was serious, and then the news came, flashed on the screen that Ajit Pawar is no more. So that is why people across Maharashtra have gathered. They're coming to visit the family, because already Rohit Pawar is inside. There are many family members who are already inside the hospitals. But now, different people from across the Maharashtra and near Pune and the Baramati region, also the Indapur and nearby regions, also Satara, they all are coming here. All the followers of Ajit Pawar, party workers and the believers and people, those people who used to believe in Ajit Pawar's political legacy, and people used to call him Dada. The Dada is like a young elder brother to anyone in the family. So in Marathi we call a Dada to the elder brother.
Omkar, can I just just hold on to that thought, and we're going to come right back to you, because there is an understandably outpouring of grief that is coming in Baramati. Usually leaders are eulogized in death, but where Ajit Pawar to Baramati is concerned, well, he was put on a pedestal by the people of Baramati long before of what has happened today. I want to go to Swesha Sawant, who's joining us right now from the newsroom. Swesha, stitch together the sequence of events as captured on CCTV camera.
Oh yes, absolutely, Preeti. And this is the crucial CCTV footage that we've received. Most importantly, the timestamp that puts out the entire details of when the explosion occurred. This will play in loop for the benefit of our viewers, so we exactly tell you what had happened. A busy day as usual in Baramati, the road parallel to runway number 11 at the Baramati airport. So this, a very clear location visible. That is the exact time the blast occurred, the exact time the explosion was visible. Plumes of smoke visible in the skies of Baramati. There, this very spot, close to the runway, about 100 meters from the runway, but the airport, the Baramati airport, and this CCTV footage from a road that is parallel to the Baramati airport, runway number 11, you see it at 8:46 by the watch is when the explosion was visible from a distance. So 8:45, like we've been saying, is when the crash happened. This was the second attempt of the landing that the pilot had gone to, as is being said by the aircraft company, where they say that it could be low visibility, because of which the pilot was facing trouble. 8:30 is when they were supposed to land. They could not land at that time. So 8:45 is when they tried the second attempt. Between 8:42 to 8:45, they were not in the radar of the ATC. There was no communication. 3 minutes they were off radar. 8:45 is when the explosion, when the crash happened. 8:46 by the watch, the timestamp on the CCTV footage that you see, 8:46:03. That's the exact timestamp, is when this explosion was visible from a distance on this very road, which is parallel to the Baramati airport, runway number 11, where this crash occurred, but about 100 meters from the runway where the explosion was finally visible. We've seen the aftermath of this tragedy. We've seen that literally nothing was left of that aircraft, just the charred wreckage and the tail of the plane that was left right after this crash had happened. Such was the impact of the crash. The explosion that you see, and a huge cloud of smoke in the sky of Baramati at that airport. 8:46:03, the exact timestamp. CCTV footage putting out the details of the crash. Unfortunately, Ajit Pawar and 4 more who were on board, all of them passed away.
And when you notice the timestamp at the time of the crash, exactly 8:46. Now, the aircraft was scheduled to land around 8:30. It came into land. There was apparently poor visibility. So the pilots, and both had experience. In fact, Captain Sumit Kapoor, we are told, had 16,000 hours of flying. He had massive experience. The co-pilot, Captain Shambhavi, her experience was about 1,500 hours is what we are being told. All of this, of course, a matter of now investigation. So they came into land, they couldn't, then they made a loop, they came into land again. And this is where, instead of the runway 27, they landed on the apron. It's a tabletop. Baramati is a tabletop runway, is what we are being told. The airfield, and the aircraft then rolled over, exploded. There was a huge ball of fire, as you see in those images, and then multiple small explosions after that. Now, ambulance was there, fire brigade was there. They all rushed, but because ATF, the aviation turbine fuel, it burns at a very high rate. The heat is tremendous, and that is why rescue operations took its own time. Captain V.K. Singh of VSR Aviation spoke to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee. Listen in.
What do you have to say about it?
The aircraft was absolutely fit, to the best of our knowledge. The DGCA is investigating the matter. We are there with the DGCA team, and they will tell us. Primarily, it appears that there was low visibility.
Sir, but the aircraft took 2 loops before it lost.
That is the reason. Because you know, उसमें ना तो आप थे, ना मैं था, कोई नहीं था. वो pilot का decision था. You know, he made an approach from runway 29, and then he carried out a missed approach. After which, again, he tried to make an attempt from runway 11. This is what I also have no contact with the pilots. They are not there. It is a very unfortunate incident. We are very sad about it. We are trying to first be with the family, solidly with the family who have lost their next of kins. It's a very unfortunate incident. Primarily, it appears that, you know, the pilot could not see the runway, and that's why he would have carried out.
But he has already taken 2 loops. How is it possible that he could not see?
You know, the pilot will carry out a missed approach in case if he's not comfortable to land on the runway. Very experienced pilot, more than 16,000 hours of experience. very seasoned. The co-pilot was also 15,000 hours.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 1,500 hours.
Okay. Yeah.
And the captain was very experienced, instructor, examiner material. He was with Sahara, he was with Jet Light, he was with Jet Airways, and he was very experienced on this type of aeroplane also.
But the distance was almost more than 6 kilometers from the runway. Do you think it's possible that he could not have seen it, or there could have been any technical scan?
I really don't know because I was not there.
Because we are talking about the flight data record.
No, I'm only talking of the information that I have got from the eyewitnesses.
When was the last security check done on the aircraft?
The aircraft was very well maintained. There was absolutely no problem in the aircraft. There was no technical failure in the aircraft.
And
as far as we know.
2023 के इंसिडेंट की रेफरेंस दी जा रही है कि 2023 में भी ऐसी एक हादसा हुई थी, उसमें भी आप लोगों ने शायद लो विजिबिलिटी की बात उठाई थी. अगर आप
उसमें मैम 2023 में जो हुआ था वो बॉम्बे एयरपोर्ट पे हुआ था और उसमें भी बारिश हो रही थी, लो विजिबिलिटी थी एंड द पायलट आफ्टर टचडाउन स्किडेड ऑफ द रनवे. So that was the incident.
अभी फिलहाल सर जो आप लोगों से डिटेल्स मांगी जा रही है उसके रिगार्डिंग क्या अपडेट है पूरा?
मैं कुछ मैम देखिए AIB की इन्फॉर्मेशन मैं ना आपको दे सकता हूँ ना मुझे कुछ मालूम है. You know, the DGC is doing the work. So please give us some time to handle first the families who have lost their lives, handle the DGCA, and then we'll get back.
Sir, how many Learjet 45s do you have?
We have 7.
And will you ground them for now?
I don't know. Why should I ground them? They're all fit aircraft. Why should I ground them?
Okay.
That's not my decision.
Okay.
The Learjet worldwide is a very, very dependable aircraft. So why should we ground them? And please excuse me. More than this, I've listened to you.
Any message for the family members who from where were
my deepest condolences. So Captain Sumit Kapoor was a very good friend of mine. Very good friend of mine. He was a brother to me. Yeah. His son is also a pilot with us. Captain Shambhavi was a daughter to me. She was a child to me. And both of them were extremely good human beings, extremely good pilots.
So where
unfortunate, they're from Delhi. They're from Delhi. It is very unfortunate this has happened. Please give us time to come out of this, irreparable shock.
Agreed, sir. Sir, एक last बात, एक पायलट
आप लोग जो पूछ रहे हैं वो इस समय मेरे को भी नहीं पता.
लेकिन सर 2023 में जो हुआ था
इस समय आज 2023 की बात करने का समय है.
इस बार फ्लाइट एकदम परफेक्ट था,
बिल्कुल परफेक्ट था. और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ. टेक्निकली द DGCA investigates. The DGCA can only speak. I cannot speak.
Certainly, sir.
I'm not the investigating authority.
एक बार बता दीजिए कि कितने फ्लाइट आज
कितने बजे हुआ, कितने बजे
एक्सपीरियंस?
मैं अंदाजन 8 और 8 और 9:15 के बीच में हुआ है.
आपके पास कॉल आया थोड़ा?
मेरे पास जब कॉल आया जब कि एयरक्राफ्ट हैज क्रैश लैंडेड, तो उसके बाद देयर वाज नो वन टू हुम आई कुड कांटेक्ट. ATC से बात नहीं हो पा रही बिकॉज दे आर हैंडलिंग द क्राइसिस देयर. ओके.
नहीं सर, मैं ये कह रही थी कि जो एक्सपीरियंस है आपके फ्लाइट
पायलट्स का एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बात करिए सर.
कितना है वो एक बार?
16,000 घंटे से ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस था कैप्टन सुमित कपूर का. He was 61 or 62.
Sir, when was the last time that this aircraft underwent airworthiness?
It goes on periodically.
What was the last
It was a fit aircraft.
What was the last time?
I don't remember the dates, but it was a fit aircraft.
All right, so VK Singh, the owner of the fleet of chartered aircrafts, the Learjet, one of which crashed today, which had the Deputy Chief Minister on board, sticking up for his crew, sticking up for his aircraft, said that prima facie he's going to go with what the pilot said, which was low visibility. But viewers, I want to take you through now. This is what, of course, VK Singh has said, and he's also corroborating his statement on the basis of eyewitness accounts, and that's what we are now piecing it together for the benefit of our viewers. Scary eyewitness accounts now emerge, Gaurav, that document the fall of this particular Learjet, which plummeted from a height of about 100 meters. Eyewitness accounts suggest the plane was unstable in the air, it was wobbling, plane blew up many times after the crash. So once it made impact, and understandably that's the nature because you have such high turbine fuel in it, air turbine fuel, that the impact would lead to multiple such small explosions. The plane lost control, crash landed, and even though there were ambulances, fire brigades, protocol for the landing of a Deputy Chief Minister, all rushed there, but even those few seconds was all it took for all 5 on board to be charred to death.
Now, information that we are getting, this was the second attempt that was made by the pilot. They came into land initially. There was bad weather. They looped around the runway, and the information that we now have is 16,000 hours of flying experience. 16,000, and that's huge experience. Captain Shobit Kapoor, 61 years old, had massive experience of flying aircraft, whether it was for Jet Airways or Sahara in the past, or the Learjet right now that he was flying. Captain Shambhavi, she had about 1,500 hours of flying. The initial landing was to be on runway 29. Initial information was runway 27, but it was runway 29. They came into land at runway 29. They couldn't. They made a loop around. Attempted to come in. Runway 11 was the second attempt, but this is where the second attempt also did not succeed, apparently. And these are eyewitness accounts. Instead of the runway, they landed on the apron, rolled over into the ditch, because it's a tabletop airfield. It's a tabletop runway, and then exploded in a huge ball of smoke, fire and then smoke. Listen into some of the eyewitness accounts that are coming in.
आम्ही पाहिलं, पण एवढा मोठा त्याचा असा स्फोट झाला ना की आमच्या घरापर्यंत आला. असं ते फिरलं आणि खालीच क्रॅक झालं. ते धावपट्टीवर गेलंच नाही. तसं असं जागेवर त्याचा स्फोट झाला. आम्ही एवढं घाबरलो, तरी पण मजा येते. आले वरून पोलीस ही, मग आम्ही गेलो. 15 मिनिटं थांबले. मग आम्ही घरून, तरी पण आम्ही पाणी आणलं, बादल्यांनी पाणी घेऊन आलो. त्यांच्यापाशी पाणी दिलं, विचवलं, आणि ती बॉडी अशी साईडला पडलेली, आणि त्यांचं मुंडकं ही पूर्ण म्हणजे साईडला होतं, आणि अशी निम्मी बॉडी होती. ती आम्ही पूर्णपणे पाहिलेली बॉडी. आणि नंतर ते म्हणले कापड वगैरे, मग आम्ही ब्लँकेट ही सगळं गुंडाळायला दिली. आणि तसं झाल्यानंतर 15-20 मिनिटांनी मग ते गाडी आली आणि ते बॉडी अशी गुंडवून नेली.
ये दुर्घटना बनते समय मैं उधर ही था. वो प्लेन ठीक से चल रहे नहीं था. ऐसा लग रहा था प्लेन क्रैश हो जाएगा. ऐसा नीचा, इतना नीचा गया कि वो गांव में गिर जाएगा ऐसा लग रहा था. लेकिन वो एयर ट्रैप पे आ गया, लेकिन उस एयर ट्रैप पे उतरा नहीं, बाजू में क्रैश हो गया है. उसके बाद आ गया, तो उससे बाद हमने देखा वो हम आ गए दौड़ के उधर. हमने देखा कि उधर पहले स्फोट हो गया उसका, पेट्रोल का उसके, और वो उस पेट्रोल के स्फोट के बाद हमने देखा कि किसका है, लेकिन समझ में आ गया दादा का ही प्लेन है. तो हमें बहुत बुरा और बड़ा सदमा हुआ हमें साथ, और यह हम बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते. हम देख के मैं बोल नहीं सकते, इतना ही हमें दुख हुआ है. यह दादा को लेने के लिए एयरपोर्ट पे जो कार्यकर्ता वगैरह थे, वो पुलिस भी थे, वो जल्दी आ गए, इधर आ गए, सभी आ गए. लेकिन ये स्फोट होने के बाद उसका ज्वाला, उसके आग बढ़ गई. उसके कारण इमीडिएट कोई आग अंदर जाके कोई कोऑपरेट नहीं कर सकता, कोई हेल्प नहीं कर सकता. वो उसके एक से बाद एक ऐसे 4-5 स्फोट हो गए उसका स्फोट होने के बाद, और अग्निशामक गाड़ी आ गई. तो अग्निशामक गाड़ी आने के बाद वो आग पूरी बुझा के उसको बाद में उसके निकालना पड़ा. तब तक वो कोई तो हेल्प नहीं कर सकता अंदर जाके.
All right, viewers, so you hear the eyewitness accounts, and let's piece it together on the sheer virtue of eyewitness accounts, that even though, Gaurav, the AAIB, the investigative agency of DGCA, will be investigating the case, a lot of it will be pieced together by the virtue of what eyewitnesses are saying. You just heard the first eyewitness account, where you had a woman say that she lives in a dwelling very close to the airstrip in Baramati. She saw this small aircraft coming in. It was wobbling in the air. She said there was clearly issues with the aircraft because the craft was wobbling in the air, and then suddenly it plummeted from about 100 feet. It plummeted on the ground completely off the course where the airstrip was concerned on impact. And you saw that in the CCTV images. You can corroborate that there. There was a massive explosion, a ball of fire ripped through the skies. And she said that after that as well, there were multiple small explosions. Those multiple small explosions can be understood by the nature of the fuel that the aircraft carries, and that would result in small multiple explosions. She said, we went out there to put out the fire, with our water, even though as per protocol, there was a fire ambulance already, a fire engine already there, an ambulance already there to receive the Deputy Chief Minister, but it was too late. There were bodies that were strewn all around, all charred.
There's nothing that can be done at that stage. But it's not just eyewitness accounts. Every bit whether from the takeoff of that aircraft to the point where it crashed, there is the black box, the cockpit voice recorder. It records the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. They record every detail, every conversation, whether it's between the pilots, whether it's with the ATC. The flight data recorder records every move in that aircraft, which then is deciphered. And now India has the technology, India has the capabilities that it is all decoded, deciphered here within the country. So you don't need to send it out anywhere overseas that you may want to perhaps to double check and cross check, but everything is possible within the country. What was the last conversation like between the ATC and the pilots? Was it poor visibility? Was it something else? Point one. Point two, since the Deputy Chief Minister was flying himself, since the Deputy Chief Minister was coming into land, so the entire administration from the police to the fire department, they were all there. And okay, Ashok Chavan's reaction that's coming in, former Maharashtra Chief Minister. Listen in.
सदमा सबको पहुंचा है। हमारे कलीग रह चुके हैं, मेरे कैबिनेट में भी मिनिस्टर रहे, मौजूदा डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर है, आज हमारी जो सरकार है फडणवीस साहब की, उसमें भी डिप्टी हैं। तो ये घटना इन हालातों में हुई है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसा कोई लगा ही नहीं था किसी को कि ये ऐसा कुछ हो जाएगा। मेरे 3 दिन पहले मुलाकात नांदेड़ में एक फंक्शन में आए थे और बातचीत हुई, हाथ मिलाकर चले गए। लगा नहीं था कि आखिरी मुलाकात ये होगी। और उनके साथ कई साल हम लोगों ने एक दूसरे से काम किया है। महाराष्ट्र के असेंबली में भी था, वो भी थे, और हम लोगों ने करीब से एक दूसरे को देखा है, संभाला है। राजनीति मिनिस्टर थे, मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर था, वो भी मैं और वो साथ में कैबिनेट में भी रह चुके हैं। तो बहुत करीब से देखा है। महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग आदमी था, बहुत प्रयास करके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पे काफ़ी उनका कंट्रोल रहा है और फैसले भी तुरंत उन्होंने काफ़ी किए थे। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में उनका नाम था, अफसर भी उनको जानते थे, बड़ा स्टडीड आदमी है, राजनीति भी जानते और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी जानते हैं। ऐसा अजीत कॉम्बिनेशन उनका था, उसका एक प्रभाव था उनका वर्किंग पे, और सवेरे 6 बजे ही काम को लग जाते थे, रात को वर्कर्स को संभालते थे, सबसे मिलते जुलते थे। और मैं समझता हूँ ये खास क्वालिटी थी कि कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ ज़्यादा ध्यान देकर पार्टी को उन्होंने बहुत ताकत दी है, ये कोई महाराष्ट्र का आदमी भूल नहीं सकता।
सर ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि जांच होना चाहिए
की स्टेटमेंट मैंने तो सुना नहीं, तो जो भी है मैं समझता हूँ वैसे वो मांग करे या न करे, डीजीसीए ने इंक्वायरी शुरू कर ही दी है। तो क्या हुआ है जिसकी वजह से हादसा हुआ है, जब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा नहीं हुआ तब तक कहना मुश्किल।
वो कह रही है कि वो वापस जाने वाले थे अपने फैक्शन में, इसीलिए
हम लोग कुछ भी बयान देने से जब तक सच्चाई क्या है सामने नहीं आई तब तक कहना मुश्किल है। आपके गोविंद जी के आज निधन से बहुत बड़ा सदमा सबको पहुँचा है।
Mustafa Sheikh now joins us from Mumbai for more on the story. Mustafa, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, they've started their probe. Prima facie, conversation between the ATC and the pilots. What is the administration in a position to tell you right now?
Well, definitely that the investigations will be done, and also questions being raised on whether the visibility report was available before the plane took off from the Mumbai airport, and whether any other landing has taken place at Baramati airport this morning before this plane in which Ajit Pawar was aboard, that plane was landing, and how much was the visibility, and whether all protocols were followed before the pilot captain missed the runway and then took again turn and tried to land again. So these are questions which have to be looked at into. And if you see that the Baramati airport, it says that it's partly clouded as of now, the Baramati airport weather, if you see, and also around the time the visibility as of now it's showing it's 21 kilometers. Around 7 to 8 a.m. this morning it was around 18 kilometers. So that's the report we have from the mobile apps initially, but the detailed weather reports will be looked into, and the way this crash has taken.
Mustafa, there's a problem with your audio line. We're going to try and reconnect to that. My colleague Mustafa standing right outside the NCP office. Mind you, this is the NCP office, the faction of Ajit Pawar. But today is also a day, viewers, where, that line between the two NCPs has been blurred. And sadly, it's been blurred by the untimely death of Mr. Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The visuals that we continue to show you have been the last recorded visuals, CCTV visuals, which was on a showroom that recorded, and you can see on your television screen, that big ball of fire ripping through the skies of Baramati and leading to the demise of Baramati's son, Ajit Pawar. In death, usually political leaders are eulogized, but at least where Baramati is concerned, and the area that was nurtured by Ajit Pawar as the bastion of the Pawars at one time, put Ajit Pawar on a pedestal long before with what we've just seen happen. But, right now to focus on the sequence of events that took place, Ajit Pawar was leaving Maharashtra, leaving Mumbai for Baramati in Maharashtra for a rally on polls there. And he took off from the airstrip in Mumbai in this Lear jet and took off at 8 a.m., was to land at about 8:30 a.m. Clearly, there was an emergency landing protocol in place. The plane was wobbly. The last communication, what we've been told right now and given to understand, the pilot communicated that there was a visibility issue. The plane went off the radar for a brief while, only to reappear where the pilots asked for an emergency landing, said they had a visibility issue, went over twice to land, and then clearly there was an issue. From 100 feet, the plane plummeted and hit the ground, leading to that massive explosion, which led further to multiple small explosions. Even though full protocol was there where the airstrip was concerned, which is there was an ambulance, there was a fire engine to receive the Deputy Chief Minister. Within seconds or minutes, the fire engine and the ambulance rushed to the spot, but even those few seconds were too long to save those 5 lives, because the nature of impact was such that all 5 lives perished within that explosion. The sheer fact that the Deputy Chief Minister's mortal remains were identified not even by clothes but by a watch that Ajit Pawar was wearing on his hand. What we've also been told right now, we've been given an understanding, Gaurav, is that the final rites of the Deputy Chief Minister will take place today itself, possibly understanding the nature of the incident and the tragedy that has taken place. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra, alongside Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, alongside the other Deputy Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, have already left for Baramati, listening to the both of them.
महाराष्ट्र के उपमुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफ़ी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे, ऐसी परिस्थिति थी। ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, उसके पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ताओं पर ये जो दुख आया है, ये सहना बहुत कठिन है। इस दुख की बेला में हम सब लोग उनके साथ में हैं।
बहुत ही आज महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक काला दिन कहूँ, एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना कहूँ, एक दुखद घटना कहूँ, ऐसी घटना जो हर एक के एक दिल को दुखाने वाली घटना आज महाराष्ट्र में घटी है। हमारे सहयोगी अजीत दादा पवार जी का प्लेन एक्सीडेंट में दुर्दैवी मृत्यु हुई है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही बेहद दुखद है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए भी दुखद है, उनके परिवार के लिए तो बहुत ही दुखद है।
अजीत पवार का ये एक्सीडेंट में निधन होना ये बहुत ही दुखद और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। पिछले 40 साल से महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति में मेरे बहुत घनिष्ठ मित्र रहे, उनके मेरे पारिवारिक संबंध रहे। बहुत कर्मठ, अच्छा प्रशासक और विकास की दृष्टि रखने वाले ऐसे वो नेता थे। उनके जाने से बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। उनके परिवार को भी काफ़ी उनके ऊपर भी एक बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि भगवान उनको ये जो घटना हुई है इसका दुख सहन करने की ताकत दे। मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से और पार्टी के तरफ से महाराष्ट्र के इस पुराने सहयोगियों को मैं श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। भगवान उनके आत्मा को शांति दे।
महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका बजा रहे थे ऐसे अजीत दादा का दुखद निधन, ये मैं मानता हूँ कि हम सब के लिए एक बड़ा आघात है। बस यही कहूँगा कि अजीत दादा को परमेश्वर अपने चरणों में स्थान दे और उनके परिवार के लिए हम सांत्वना देते हैं।
बहुत दुखद है जो घटना हुई है, जिसमें जो खबर आ रही है, जो जानकारी मिली है, पवार परिवार के लिए बहुत दुखद घड़ी है। इस समय मैं यही प्रार्थना कर सकता हूँ प्रभु से, भगवान से, कि ये जो दुख आया है इसकी सहन करने की शक्ति मिले।
उनके निधन से बहुत दुख हुआ है। इस तरह से अचानक चले जाना, अभी इतनी बड़ी विजय हुई थी।
उन सभी लोगों के परिवारों को शक्ति दें। इतनी बड़ी घटना, जो लोग उसमें सवार थे, ये बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है। केवल महाराष्ट्र सरकार के वो डिप्टी सीएम नहीं थे, बल्कि देश के एक जाने माने राजनेता थे। आज उनकी भरपाई शायद मुश्किल है।
इतना पारदर्शी नेता नहीं देखा। हाँ कहा तो हाँ, 100% काम होगा, ना कहा तो 10 जगह जाओ तो भी नहीं होगा। तो खुले थे कि भाई जो होने वाला है मैं हाँ बोलूँगा तो करूँगा, मतलब करूँगा। और बोल्ड, बहुत बोल्ड थे। महाराष्ट्र के खास करके उनके बारामती क्षेत्र की प्रगति में उनका आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के आशीर्वाद से बहुत बड़ा योगदान था। और अब पवार परिवार आज व्यतीत होगा। हम उनके दुख में सहयोगी और भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि व्यक्त करते हैं। बिल्कुल।
Onkar Vable now joins us from Baramati with the latest on investigations and of course on the sadness in the hospital and what's happening around. Onkar, we are told that the families are reaching, they will be getting to the hospital any time now. What more can you tell us both about investigations and what's happening with the family and at the hospital?
Well, exactly. I'm standing inside the hospital where you can clearly see people across Maharashtra have gathered. All the supporters and followers of Ajit Pawar are here to give him a last tribute. But important thing is, family of Ajit Pawar will reach here in next 25 to 30 minutes. All karyakartas are here. All followers are here. They with the sorrow, with the teary eyes. And most important thing is, after the whole incident, all Karyakartas straight out they reached here, and then when they got to know that Ajit Pawar is no more, then all wanted to meet their families. But the most important thing is Ajit Pawar's family is on the way, they're still reaching here, and then the last rite will be conducted. You can clearly see what's going outside of the hospital, Ahilyabai Holkar Hospital. It is located in the MIDC area of Baramati, where all followers are here. आप कितने साल से अजित पवार के साथ हो?
दादा के साथ 20 साल से दादा के साथ हो 20 साल के साथ 20 वर्षापासून दादांसोबत आहे
20 साल से
दादांचा कार्यकर्ता दादा का सच्चा कार्यकर्ता हूँ बारामती का
आपको कब पता चला?
अभी सुबह 9 बजे
Okay, there's a problem, with that video connect. We're going to try and re-establish it because, for one moment reflect on Baramati as per as a constituency nurtured by the Pawars, primarily by Ajit Pawar, where he transformed it, where development is concerned. Baramati is one of those model constituencies nurtured by the politician if he actually has the will. The people of Baramati, the cadre of the NCP, indebted to the Pawars, especially Ajit Pawar, and that kind of love, devotion and grief right now. The outpouring of that bereavement can be witnessed right outside the hospital, the Ahilyabai Hospital in Baramati, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are kept. Let's try and build that connection again with Omkar Wable, who's joining us right outside the hospital. And, there's a groundswell of grief right now outside the hospital of Ahilyabai Hospital, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are kept. Omkar, if you're with us, if you can hear us, can you give us more information on when will the final rites, the last rites of the Deputy Chief Minister be conducted? Okay, I believe we don't have Omkar. We're going to try and re-establish that link with him, and try and also give you an understanding. The people, Gaurav, that are coming out in hundreds and droves, and all roads today in Baramati at least lead to the Ahilyabai Hospital.
Preeti, if I may, just for 1 minute, Amit Bharadwaj has sent a big bit of information that's coming in, and we must tell our viewers what transpired in that flight. So Baramati, and I want our viewers to listen to this because this will tell you what was happening with that aircraft when it was coming into land. Baramati is an uncontrolled airfield. Air traffic information is provided by the instructors or the pilots who are from the flying training organization based at Baramati. Amit Bharadwaj sends us this big story. As per statement of that person manning the ATC, following is the sequence of events. Watch these images and piece together, as we piece together what transpired. On the 28th of January 2026, the aircraft VTSSK came into contact with Baramati at 8:18 hours. The aircraft's next call was at 30 NM inbound Baramati as they were released by the Pune approach. They were advised to descend in visual met conditions at the pilot's discretion. The crew then inquired about the winds and visibility and were informed that the winds were calm and the visibility was around 3,000 meters. Next, the aircraft reported final approach of runway 11. The runway was not in sight to them. They initiated a go-around in the first approach. Big story that you see here on India Today. What we are also now getting you is an Aviation Ministry statement on the aircraft crash. I have Amit Anand joining me with the latest on this big story. Amit Bharadwaj now joins us for more on this. Amit, bring us details because it seems that visibility was 3,000 meters. What transpired? Bring us details.
Gaurav, even more important detail that we are breaking down for our viewers at this point in time, the pilot had made no Mayday call. So generally when you have a situation of this sort and the pilot has any time left on their side, they do call Mayday, Mayday, Mayday to inform the ATC that everything has gone out of control for them. And what we can confirm to our viewers is that it has been officially confirmed. No Mayday call was made by the pilot. In fact, what has happened is that now we have the details. the visibility at Baramati airport was 3,000 meters, which is a comfortable visibility for any landing.
Absolutely.
And the winds were calm. And when the aircraft was attempting to land, they said that the runway was not visible to them. They in fact carried out a go around. Go around means that you get an opportunity to reposition your craft again in order to make another attempt of landing. So in that manner, runway 11 was cleared for them to, the aircraft was asked to align themselves with runway 11 at Baramati airport, and the clearance was given. But the next thing that the ATC did not get a readback. Readback means there was no response from the crew after the clearance was given, and eventually the only response or the event that the ATC monitored was flames coming out, which meant that this craft had unfortunate ending in which 5 people on board, including Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister.
It's intriguing, Amit. Amit, it's deeply intriguing because number one, what was been given to believe earlier this morning that there was an emergency landing. So there was no mayday call, which was, given out by the pilots on board. So it's important to note that. Number two, it was a clear day, but despite that, there was intimidation by the pilots that said that there was issue with visibility of the runway. Therefore, they were made to go back and attempt a second time around. And there was no response after that. And if you corroborate that, Amit, with the ground level eyewitness accounts that you saw the plane wobble. Clearly, there was something wrong with the plane. You saw the plane wobble. It was way off the runway. And then about 100 feet, it just plummeted to the ground. So what is coming out, at least initially, Amit Bhardwaj, is deeply intriguing on what really went down on board that Learjet, which was carrying 5 lives alongside the Deputy Chief Minister.
Priti, going by the past details of such accidents, now it is pretty clear, with more details coming up from official sources as well, that the visibility at the runway was 3,000 meters. In this situation, any normal landing, for our viewers' understanding, any normal landing is possible. And because the winds were also calm, so there is no possibility of turbulence that the craft might have experienced. So this is indicating towards a possible fault in the aircraft itself. What we can certainly break it down for our viewers, that Aircraft Accidents Investigations Bureau has already launched the probe in this Baramati crash. And one team is at the site of the crash, while the other team will be carrying out investigation at VSR Aviation, which means that they will be taking up the documents, the operational documents, as well as the safety documents which would be available at the site. Procuring and securing those documents become even more important at this point.
In fact, Amit, as you're reporting, 1, no mayday call was made. Very significant. 2, when you look at the preliminary information that's coming in, the pilots were asked to report runway in sight. They've initially reported no runway. Currently, runway is not in sight. Will call when runway is in sight. After a few seconds, they reported runway in sight, and this was at 0843 hours. However, they did not give a readback of the landing clearance. And next, all the ATC saw was flames around the threshold of the runway at 8:44 hours IST. Emergency services then rushed. The wreckage is located on the left side of the runway, abeam the threshold, runway 11. AAIB has taken over investigation. So initially they were not able to see the runway, then they saw the runway, but then their landing was not on the runway, but apparently on the apron, or it rolled off on that tabletop runway, it seems, Amit.
Yes. So it is pretty clear with the prelim information stepping in that despite the go-around, the craft was also asked to align themselves with runway 11. So if you're attempting a landing, it has to be aligned with the runway, and so that you can start the approach. The VSR Aviation to India Today had said that whatever went wrong while the approach was being carried out. And now, in fact, with the MOCA official details coming in, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also confirmed us that this particular craft was asked to do a go-around and to align themselves with the runway so that the landing can be done. In fact, runway 11 clearance was given by the ATC, air traffic control system, or the headquarters, local headquarters there. And after that, there was no read back. This is very important detail that we are breaking down for our viewers. No read back. So what happens usually is that once any craft is given the clearance for landing, they are in continuous communication with the ATC until the landing is successfully completed, because each and every detail, every meter, so to say, is noted in every landing. But in this case, after the clearance was given, there was no readback, which means no response from the crew. And what the ATC witnessed next was the flames coming out. Gaurav.
Amit, the tragedy, the expanse of it, and on the other hand, what really went down on board that Learjet, the mystery of that only but deepening. Amit, for a moment reflect on the fact that there was 3,000 meters of visibility. That would have made sure that any aircraft that was approaching to land could have landed, with no difficulty where visibility is concerned. It was a clear day in that account. There were no strong winds. So even in terms of weather, that was pliable. Yet, we do have official communique from the pilot which said that they had a visibility issue where the runway was concerned. Is that clear?
Preeti, that's what VSR Aviation was saying in the beginning itself. I had spoken to the top officials of the VSR Aviation, and they had said that on prima facie, this looks like visibility issue. But if you have 3,000 meters of visibility on the runway, there shouldn't be any problem. The second problem possible in these cases are because of the wind speed. So the craft might experience
the visibility, the lack of visibility theory was something that was floated by VRS that owned the Learjet. Did that communication actually happen where the pilot indicated that there was a visibility issue? We don't know yet.
Preeti, yes. VRS Aviation on prima facie had said that they believe that it could be visibility issue. But with 3,000 meters of visibility, on the runway, there shouldn't be problem for such experienced pilots. Number one. Number two, the problem seems to be with the fact that the runway was not in sight. So was there any problem with the navigation? That is a question at this point in time. Was the navigation parameters or the equipment in the craft working properly? Because if you go by, past events, accidents, tragedies, for instance, what happened in the Karachi crash, or you go by any other crash where the pilots have missed out the runway completely, many of the times it has been sometimes the GPS problem or the other equipment, very important equipment, which actually tells you about the placement of the craft. And that is why this craft was asked to align themselves with runway 11 after it was given clearance by the ATC. The crew was told to align themselves with runway 11 and to continue with the approach. But after this clearance was given, there was no response, no answer, no immediate communication by the crew. And the tragedy happened within a few minutes.
Within a few minutes. Keep tracking that story, Amit. We will come back to you for more. So very clearly, no mayday call was made. There was no emergency that was declared. So it's actually a huge mystery what actually happened if no mayday call was given by the flight. The aircraft was given clearance to land by the ATC. The crew did not respond to that clearance that was given. That's information that's coming in. And then the ATC says they saw a huge ball of fire. What we are also getting you at this point of time, so while we are talking about Ajit Dada Pawar, do keep in mind the pilot, Captain Sumit Kapoor, had 16,000 hours of flying experience under his belt. The co-pilot, Captain Shambhavi, had about 1,500 hours of flying under her belt. The air crew, we've spoken to the parent of one of the air crew. Listen in.
हमारे साथ आशीष कुमार माली हैं। आशीष कुमार माली जी ने अभी कुछ समय पहले अपने बेटी को खोया, जो कि दरअसल उसी फ्लाइट में थी जिनके साथ अजीत पवार के साथ। आशीष जी, आपके परिवार में और कौन कौन लोग हैं, और पिंकी कब से ये फ्लाइट अटेंडेंट का काम कर रही है?
फ्लाइट अटेंडेंट का काम ये 8 वर्षों से कर रही है। 3 साल इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट अंधेरी पे थी। उसके बाद उसका प्रमोशन हुआ और कलीना में सांता क्रूज के अंदर प्राइवेट चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट के अंदर वो 5 साल से काम पे है।
तो कलीना में उसने कई बार अजीत पवार के साथ पहले भी वो फ्लाइट
चौथा टर्म था अजीत दादा पवार के साथ। इसके पहले देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ गई थी, बावन कुले साहब के साथ थी, प्रहलाद मोदी जो प्रधानमंत्री के बंधु हैं उनके साथ गई थी, राष्ट्रपति के साथ गई थी। वो प्राइवेट चार्टर फ्लाइट में ही रहती थी और ये सब देख के बहुत प्राउड होता था लड़की को।
आपने कभी जिस तरीके से ये हादसा हुआ तो उस समय आपको कुछ तुरंत खबर मिली? किसने बताया आपको इस पूरे?
नहीं, कल इतना बोल के गई वो मुझे फ़ोन करके कि पप्पा मैं अजीत दादा पवार के साथ बारामती जाऊंगी और उनको ड्रॉप करके मैं नांदेड़ चली जाऊंगी, मैं फिर फ्री होकर होटल से फ़ोन करूंगी। जब मैंने सुबह टीवी लगाया तो अजीत दादा का फ्लाइट क्रैश हो गया, ऐसा सुन के हाथ पैर कांपने लगे। जब ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आया तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज के अंदर फ्लाइट अटेंडेंट पिंकी माली आया तो हम लोगों के हाथ पर सब।
अभी इस वक्त आपने किसी से बात की है? क्या बोला है? प्रशासन की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया है?
प्रशासन की तरफ से कुछ नहीं। स्थानिक नगर सेवक निशिकांत सिंधे जी का जब से आए हैं तब से फॉलोअप में है, बारामती में अपनी गाड़ी दे रहे हैं जाने। इनका हमारा फैमिली संबंध है और वो बोले कि वेलू नायडू गणेश केसवन के साथ मेरी गाड़ी लेके जाओ वहाँ पर, लेकिन मेरा दामाद वहाँ गया है बारामती में।
तो फिर क्या पिंकी ने कभी कोई जिक्र किया था इस फ्लाइट को लेके? कभी कोई टेक्निकल दिक्कतें कुछ बताई थी कभी? क्योंकि पिछले आपने कहा बहुत सारी फ्लाइट्स उसने ली थी इसमें और इसमें काफ़ी सारे वीआईपीज भी जाते थे। क्या किसी तरह की समस्या की कोई जिक्र कभी मेंशन हुआ था किसी?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी बात नहीं करती थी। वो बड़ी फ्लाइट हो, अभी मालदीव भी जाके आई, उसका काम अच्छा था और इसके लिए उसको प्रमोशन होता गया। उसका बहुत प्राउड होता था लड़की। हम एक झोपड़पट्टी में रहने, हम एक मिडिल क्लास के, और अगर मेरी लड़की इस जगह पे पहुंची ये मेरे लिए खूब प्राउड की कुछ।
खुद भी एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता रहे हैं और क्या आपने अजीत पवार से खुद कभी पहले बात की?
देवगिरी के अंदर मेरा अजीत दादा पवार से बात हुई थी, लेकिन मुझे मुंबई का पदाधिकारी बनाए थे, मुंबई प्रदेश का सर चिटनीस करके बनाए थे। मैं 4 टर्म से, एक बार सचिन भाऊ अहिर मुंबई के अध्यक्ष थे, एक बार मैं नवाब मलिक मुंबई के अध्यक्ष थे, उसके बाद मैं संजय दीना पाटिल करके थे, तब भी मैं सतत 4 टर्म मैं मुंबई की कमेटी पे काम कर रहा हूँ।
तो उसके बाद अजीत पवार जी से कभी खुद बात भी हुई उनसे?
हुई है, देवगिरी बंगले पे हुई है मुंबई में।
तो उनके साथ आपकी बेटी जा रही थी तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है?
बहुत प्राउड होता था और दादा से बात भी करवाई, लेकिन दादा का ऐसा अंत होगा और मेरी लड़की का अंत होगा, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं तो अपनी बेटी खोया, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के सपूत को खो दिया गया।
तो ये थे अजीत पवार के जो पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हैं जिन्होंने अपनी बेटी को इसी हादसे में खोया क्योंकि वो फ्लाइट अटेंडेंट के तौर पर वहाँ काम कर रही थी। कैमरामैन
My colleague Vidya in conversation with the flight attendant's father. It's heartbreak because the expanse of this tragedy runs not only just where the Deputy Chief Minister is concerned, but 4 other lives. And you just heard the father of the flight attendant, Pinky Mali, who perished on board the same flight that crashed, which had the Deputy Chief Minister. While, of course, Gaurav, a lot of focus today is going to be on Ajit Pawar, but one needs to understand that there were 4 other lives. The PSO, the OSD of Ajit Pawar, there were 2 pilots there, and Pinky Mali, the flight attendant, and all 5 lives have perished.
5 precious lives lost. There's a statement that's coming in from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Preeti. The aircraft was cleared to land on runway 11 at 0843 hours. That's 8:43 in the morning, according to the Civil Aviation Ministry. The ministry then goes on to say, however, they did not get a readback of the landing clearance. Then the Aviation Ministry says, next, the ATC saw the flames around the threshold of runway 11 at 0844 hours IST. That's 8:44 a.m. So from the time that they were given a clearance to land at 8:43 to the flames that were seen at 8:44, emergency services then rushed to the crash site. But as eyewitnesses said, because of the aviation turbine fuel, the intensity of the blast and multiple secondary blasts that took place, nobody could get very close to the crash site. They tried to put out the blaze. As soon as the blaze was put out, they recovered, sadly, the charred remains. They were taken to hospital, 3 immediately and 2 subsequently, is what Sanjeev Singh, the superintendent of police, Pune Rural, earlier told us. And that's the time, finally, the hospital confirmed the loss of 5 precious lives. Vidya joins us on this broadcast, and Vidya, truly heartbreaking for Pinky Mali's parents. You know, they saw their daughter literally soar high, do so well in life, and suddenly they saw on television about the air crash and the loss of life. What next can you tell us in terms of investigations and in terms of perhaps the funeral? We are now being told is in a couple of hours later this evening around 5. Is that what we are told, with full state honors?
Gaurav, but yes, I was speaking to Mother Mali family, and though the father Ashok Mali, he has just left for Baramati, and there he intends to get the immortal remains of Pinky Mali back here. But of course, this entire building here, if I can just show you, it's mourning the loss of their little girl who had grown up here in the last many years. This is the Century Mill Kamgar, the Mada uncle. This is Pinky's photo, and they're expressing their entire heartfelt condolences for the family and grieving. The entire, we've been speaking to the family members, and they say that, Pinky actually, when she had after finishing her studies, she had 2 options. She could get into modeling. She had some offers. And, because her father used to work at the Indira Gandhi International Airport and was thrown out of the job because of my small mistake during the time of VP Singh when he was the Prime Minister. He had this thing that, his daughter should get into flying and all that. And that's one of the reasons why she did get into the aviation industry. That's what the father was saying. And it was at his insistence that she really joined the aviation
Vidya, I'm going
industry.
to come right back to you, because today, as we report, 5 families, the deputy chief ministers as well as the flight attendants today are united in grief on the tragedy that has taken place. Word just coming in that Ajit Pawar's family has reached Baramati. Wife Sunetra Pawar, who is a Rajya Sabha MP, along with son Parth Pawar and Supriya Sule, all 3 of them, including Praful Patel, had taken off from the national capital in a chopper. They've landed in Pune, and then from a second chopper from Pune, now they have landed in Baramati. Praful Patel, Sunetra Pawar, Parth Pawar, Supriya Sule have reached Pune and now are en route to Baramati by chopper. Ajit Pawar's other son, Gaurav Jai Pawar, and his wife have also already reached Baramati, is what we've been given to understand. And this is when, because there's so much that is said about the Pawar clan, that proverbial division between parties has blurred today, blurred by the grief of losing Ajit Pawar. Supriya Sule, Gaurav, who stood against Sunetra Pawar just about a year ago, today united in grief, holding her sister-in-law's hand as they fly in to Baramati.
Yeah, and they will all be together at the hospital. And Vidya, we're told the last rites with full state honors are likely around 5 this evening. That is what is being communicated between the administration and the family. Final word on that in a couple of minutes from now, once the family is at the hospital. Is that what we're picking up?
Yes, in fact, about the Ajit Pawar family, we have been told that because they were waiting for all the family members to gather, that's when the final decision would be taken. But then, given the circumstances that the bodies are charred and this entire incident really came as a shock to many. Many people have reached Baramati, but whether these mortal remains would be, for people to pay their last respects, they will have to be kept, or the final rites would be done immediately today itself. These are some decisions that the family members will be taking in a while, and then we'll really get to know as to what really, happens now on. But of course, it's a sad demise of all these five people. That's really come as a shock to many, especially the family members who have lost their near and dear ones in this
You're right
tragic
there with their
accident.
5 families today, united in abject grief, right from the 2 pilot families, the family of Pinky Mali, who my colleague Vidya just spoke with, the OSD, and the other person who helps the Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar. All of them, 5 families united in abject grief today. What we will do for the benefit of our viewers right now, take our viewers through the timeline of it all. Lots of, there's a sense of mystery now that shrouds on how the aircraft of Ajit Pawar, the Learjet, crashed. But to take our viewers, Gaurav, through the timeline of it all, 7:30 a.m., Ajit Pawar and his staff departs the Mumbai airport. Ajit Pawar with his staff of his OST, his personal assistant, 3 of them together with 2 pilots and the flight crew member Pinky Mali. They take off 8 a.m. Ajit Pawar boards the plane. Flight was bound for Baramati. Mumbai to Baramati distance, Gaurav, is about 200 to 255 kilometers.
And the duration of the flight, we are told, was around half an hour to 40 minutes. That's the information that we are getting. The aircraft came into land. The pilots communicated with the Baramati ATC that they could not see the runway. Then they were asked to turn around and come in. Now, what initially we were told is that they were initially cleared to land at runway 29, but they could not see runway 29. They looped around, then were coming in. They were lining up to land at runway 11, but again, there was no communication then between the ATC and the aircraft, and moments later, there was a huge explosion and a huge ball of fire. Multiple explosions followed. After that, emergency vehicles reached there, but none could be saved. All on board, sadly, were killed in this air crash. Though the mortal remains were taken to hospital, it is doctors who then officially declare an individual, and in the state whether they're alive or no more. But when you just look at the crash site, it gives you an idea. It's a tabletop airport, and a tabletop airfield means that the runway is on top, and on each side, there is a fall. There's a sharp fall, and that is exactly what appears to have happened. That the aircraft did not land where it was supposed to, and it rolled over and exploded, and that would kind of indicate the speed at which all of this happened, Preeti.
This is the images of the CCTV of a storeroom not very far from the airstrip in Baramati, because clearly the plane had veered off the airstrip. It plummeted 100 feet down and crashed with multiple smaller blasts right after that. This is the sequence of events of the plane crash, the vacuum of it all that would be left in Maharashtra's politics, especially where the Pawars are concerned. They've come at the back of local body polls where the Pawar clan, clearly in turmoil in terms of losing many, even parts of its bastion of Baramati is concerned. This was the time for the Pawars to possibly regroup. Lots of political reactions coming in at the back of it, because there will be an abyss. All right, Sharad Pawar, the party patriarch, has reached Baramati, and many know that he was very, very close to his nephew Ajit Pawar. Even though they now had 2 very different factions of the NCP, his nephew had broken his party, but today, like I said, that proverbial divide blurred.
Just
by
look at those images, Preeti, truly heartbreaking images of Sharad Pawar. He's landed at that Baramati airport. He's taken a helicopter. He's being helped by an attendant who holds his hand, 85 years old. This is where, unfortunately, his heir apparent, someone who's actually handling his entire constituency, his entire politics, the back end as Sharad Pawar came to the center. 1991, for politics at the center was defense minister. Now this is where Ajit Dada Pawar, his heir apparent and his nephew, was handling his constituency, was handling his politics. Sharad Pawar reaches that airport and then a final decision will be taken on the last rites. In a while from now, Supriya Sule will also be arriving here. They've already arrived from Delhi on an aircraft and then are taking a helicopter, a chopper to Baramati, and then they too will the entire family, Preeti, would be together perhaps then for the last rites.
You know, to give our viewers an understanding, this very morning, Sharad Pawar was actually leaving his house in Mumbai. He had a doctor's appointment. He had a medical checkup. He hadn't been keeping too well of late. He goes outside. He sees multiple crews. At that point of time, he didn't quite know of the demise of his nephew. He goes back inside and then the news is broken to him and he leaves immediately. For Sharad Pawar, the 85-year-old party patriarch who's seen everything, he's seen his party at the hilt, there was a division, many would suggest, which was very clear where the NCP is concerned. The regional satrap of the NCP, the regional politics of the NCP, the face of Maharashtra politics of the NCP would have been taken care of Ajit Pawar Dada. The national face, the face at the center, would be the daughter of Supriya Sule, would be the daughter of Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule. These were the two worlds that they would straddle until the split of the NCP. And today, Ritvik Balekar, who's joining us live, that line, that divide has been blurred by the death of his nephew, Ajit Pawar. Do we know, Ritvik, when will be the final rites that will take place, the last rites of Ajit Pawar?
Yes, what we're learning right now from our sources is that the state funeral is scheduled at by around 5 p.m. today, because not just CM Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy CM Eknath Shinde, but also the governor of Maharashtra has now taken off from Mumbai airport. They are traveling together and they'll be reaching Pune in and around within an hour, and then they will be heading to Baramati. The state funeral is scheduled at Baramati, the home turf of Pawar family, and by today evening the final rites would be are scheduled, and that's what we are learning from the sources.
The final rites will be conducted by this evening. The 3-day mourning, Ritvik, that has been designated where Maharashtra is concerned with the loss of the Deputy Chief Minister. The Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde already in Baramati. They've also left for Baramati. The governors left for Baramati. One of the reasons, Ritvik, that possibly another day was not given, maybe, for the outpouring of grief for the people of Baramati to come and pay their final respects, has to be because the nature of the incident was so tragic, and the mortal remains of the Deputy Chief Minister barely identified by his watch, that at least to immediately get done with the final rites, the cremation.
Yeah, absolutely. The incident was so tragic. We saw how the mortal remains were identified, and even the face was could not be identified. And now that they have kept the mortal remains at the Baramati hospital, and also Sharad Pawar and rest of the family members have reached Baramati. It was only till the Pawar family reaches Baramati the decision was about to taken, but now that everyone has reached Baramati, it is decided that the final rites will be concluded by today evening itself, and also the dignitaries, be it CM, be it Deputy CM, be it several ministers from the cabinet are also reaching today itself. even huge crowds are gathering near Baramati, near the hospital and the Modi Bagh, the residence of the Pawar family in Baramati. So right now, even we are traveling to Baramati. We are just 2.5 hours away from Baramati, but here we can see on the roads that all the supporters of NCP, all the the party workers, they are in huge numbers, are traveling towards Baramati, which is also causing traffic jams now in and around Baramati Taluka. So I think they have decided that the final riots would be concluded by today evening.
So the last riots are likely to take place with full state honors around 5 o'clock this evening. That's the information that we are getting. Should the family be okay with it, that final consultation will take place the moment the family reaches Sharad Pawar, the party patriarch, the family patriarch. He's reached Baramati. A lot of political reactions are also coming in from Delhi and from Mumbai and other parts of Maharashtra. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे, ऐसी परिस्थिति थी। ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्र।
So you heard the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Let's quickly cut across and listen in to the Civil Aviation Minister on the investigations and the crash.
अजीत दादा अभी हमारे साथ नहीं है और अजीत दादा के साथ 4 और लोग भी थे प्लेन में। उन सारे परिवारों को अपने कॉन्डोलेंसेस देता हूँ। 2 पायलट थे, क्रू थे और पीएसओ भी थे उनके साथ। और अजीत दादा से जैसे आपने बोला, हमारी भी काफ़ी मुलाकातें रही हैं पिछले 18 महीने जब से मैं मंत्री बना हूँ और एक यंग मिनिस्टर होने के नाते वो काफ़ी गाइडेंस भी हमें देते थे और काफ़ी बार महाराष्ट्र की चर्चा जब होती थी और मैं और मोहन भाई हम दोनों भी जब साथ में मिलते थे तो काफ़ी अच्छी गाइडेंस, क्योंकि उनका जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा है पब्लिक सर्विस में और ख़ास तौर पर जिस ग्रास रूट लेवल पे पब्लिक के साथ, खासकर गरीब लोगों के साथ जिस तरह वो खड़े रहे और उनके साथ जो उन्होंने काम किया, तो ये केवल हमारे लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरे महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी लॉस है और इर्रिपेरेबल लॉस है, इर्रिप्लेसेबल लॉस भी है। काफ़ी बार हमने जब उनसे बात करी तो हमें भी वो अनुभव मिला कि कितना वो प्रैक्टिकलिटी से और ग्राउंड रियलिटी से जुड़े हुए नेता हैं। उस तरह के नेता भी आजकल मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए जिस तरह उन्होंने काम किया है वो हम सबके लिए आदर्शनीय रहेगा। और ख़ासकर अभी जो एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ है उसका जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसको भी हमने शुरू कर दिया है। तुरंत डीजीसीए और एआईबी की टीम भी आई है और जो प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन या प्रिलिमिनरी जो समाचार हमें मिला है उसमें इतनी जानकारी थी कि जब वो लैंड करना चाहते थे सुबह करीब 8:48 AM के आसपास, तो उस समय विजिबिलिटी थोड़ा पुअर था उधर और जब एटीसी बारामती से उनका जो कांटेक्ट हो रहा था फ्लाइट के लिए पायलट से, तो एटीसी वालों ने पूछा कि क्या रनवे साइट में है, तो उनके तरफ से आया कि रनवे साइट में अभी नहीं है। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने एक गो अराउंड भी किया। गो अराउंड करने के बाद फिर से एक बार कोशिश करी कि हमारे एटीसी से जो बारामती में जो एफटीओ हैंडल्ड एटीसी है उनसे वार्तालाप चल रही थी। तो उस समय जब दोबारा लैंड करने आए तब भी उनसे पूछा गया था कि विजिबिलिटी है कि नहीं रनवे का। तो उसके बाद पहले तो उनका समाधान नहीं है, फिर उसके बाद आया कि विजिबिलिटी है। तो लैंडिंग क्लियरेंस जैसी एटीसी ने दिया उसके बाद तुरंत देखा गया कि ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। बहुत दुखद घटना है। तो इसके ऊपर और जानकारी हमें मिलनी चाहिए। इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी तरह से ट्रांसपेरेंट और अकाउंटेबल वे में हम करेंगे। बट उससे पहले तो मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि ये बात बोलना कि अजीत दादा अब नहीं रहे, उसके लिए बहुत 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 दुख होता है। और मैं उनके जो प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं और उनके परिवार के लोग हैं, उन सबके प्रति कंडोलेंसेस व्यक्त करता हूँ।
That's a big statement, Preeti, being made by Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister. So when the aircraft was coming into land, visibility, according to him, 3,000 meters, which means very clear visibility. If you can see 3 kilometers away, that's good enough for you to be able to land. However, the pilots initially could not see the runway. So where were they aligned? Then when they saw the runway, they were asked to take a loop and come back, or they decided to take a loop and come back once again to land. Then what transpired? For the benefit of our viewers who are joining us right now, listen into the Civil Aviation Minister once again as he gives details of what transpired. Of course, it's all a matter of investigation by the AAIB, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, but listen into the Civil Aviation Minister.
बीच में नहीं रहे, आपकी कई बार मिले होंगे उनसे, क्या यादें हैं आपकी?
पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि I'm very deeply saddened by the accident that has happened. In fact, my heart is still very, very heavy with sorrow. और जैसे ही सुबह पता चला, अभी डाइजेस्ट करने में ही बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है कि अजीत दादा अभी हमारे साथ नहीं है। और अजीत दादा के साथ 4 और लोग भी थे प्लेन में। उन सारे परिवारों को अपने कॉन्डोलेंसेस देता हूँ। 2 पायलट थे, क्रू थे और पीएसओ भी थे उनके साथ। और अजीत दादा से जैसे आपने बोला, हमारी भी काफ़ी मुलाकातें रही हैं पिछले 18 महीने जब से मैं मंत्री बना हूँ। और एक यंग मिनिस्टर होने के नाते वो काफ़ी गाइडेंस भी हमें देते थे। और काफ़ी बार महाराष्ट्र की चर्चा जब होती थी और मैं और मोहन भाई हम दोनों भी जब साथ में मिलते थे तो काफ़ी अच्छी गाइडेंस, क्योंकि उनका जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा है पब्लिक सर्विस में और ख़ास तौर पर जिस ग्रास रूट लेवल पे पब्लिक के साथ, खासकर गरीब लोगों के साथ जिस तरह वो खड़े रहे और उनके साथ जो उन्होंने काम किया, तो ये केवल हमारे लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरे महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी लॉस है और इर्रिपेरेबल लॉस है, इर्रिप्लेसेबल लॉस भी है। काफ़ी बार हमने जब उनसे बात करी तो हमें भी वो अनुभव मिला कि कितना वो प्रैक्टिकलिटी से और ग्राउंड रियलिटी से जुड़े हुए नेता हैं। उस तरह के नेता भी आजकल मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए जिस तरह उन्होंने काम किया है वो हम सबके लिए आदर्शनीय रहेगा। और ख़ासकर अभी जो एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ है उसका जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसको भी हमने शुरू कर दिया है। तुरंत डीजीसीए और एआईबी की टीम भी आई है और जो प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन या प्रिलिमिनरी जो समाचार हमें मिला है उसमें इतनी जानकारी थी कि जब वो लैंड करना चाहते थे सुबह करीब 8:48 AM के आसपास, तो उस समय विजिबिलिटी थोड़ा पुअर था उधर। और जब एटीसी बारामती से उनका जो कांटेक्ट हो रहा था फ्लाइट के लिए पायलट से, तो एटीसी वालों ने पूछा कि क्या रनवे साइट में है, तो उनके तरफ से आया कि रनवे साइट में अभी नहीं है। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने एक गो अराउंड भी किया। गो अराउंड करने के बाद फिर से एक बार कोशिश करी कि हमारे एटीसी से जो बारामती में जो एफटीओ हैंडल्ड एटीसी है उनसे वार्तालाप चल रही थी। तो उस समय जब दोबारा लैंड करने आए तब भी उनसे पूछा गया था कि विजिबिलिटी है कि नहीं रनवे का। तो उसके बाद पहले तो उनका समाधान नहीं है, फिर उसके बाद आया कि विजिबिलिटी है। तो लैंडिंग क्लियरेंस जैसी एटीसी ने दिया उसके बाद तुरंत देखा गया कि ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। बहुत दुखद घटना है। तो इसके ऊपर और जानकारी हमें मिलनी चाहिए। इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी तरह से ट्रांसपेरेंट और अकाउंटेबल वे में हम करेंगे। बट उससे पहले तो मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि ये बात बोलना कि अजीत दादा अब नहीं रहे, उसके लिए बहुत 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 दुख होता है। और मैं उनके जो प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं और उनके परिवार के लोग हैं, उन सबके प्रति condolences व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Ram Mohan Naidu, who has already made his way to Baramati, detailing on what we know till now. Of course, it's a matter of investigation. Later, I want to cut across immediately, viewers, to Baramati, to the Ahilyabai Hospital, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are kept. The final rites will take place this evening itself. We have got a confirmation of that. The governor of Maharashtra, the chief minister, the other deputy chief minister, all have left for Baramati. Sharad Pawar has already touched down in Baramati, and his family going to be there anytime, where Sunetra Pawar, his sons, Parth Pawar and Jay Pawar are concerned, alongside Supriya Sule. Joining us right now outside the hospital is my colleague Omkar Wable. Rohit Pawar, the nephew of Ajit Pawar. Rohit Pawar and Ajit Pawar have always had a very, very close relationship. Rohit Pawar has been at the hospital ever since the last couple of hours. He came in visibly distraught, even though Rohit Pawar chose the section of his Sharad Pawar. But, you know, he had a lot of affection of Ajit Pawar as well. Omkar, रोहित पवार अभी अंदर हैं, शरद पवार लैंड हो चुके हैं, उनकी वाइफ सुनेत्रा पवार पहुंचने वाली हैं, सुप्रिया सुले पहुंचने वाली हैं, पर जो पूरी जनता है बारामती की, वो वहां पर जा रही है. ऑल रोड्स लीडिंग ओमकार टू अहिल्याबाई हॉस्पिटल इन बारामती टुडे. All right, we are getting in shots of Supriya Sule breaking down there. Supriya Sule, along with the wife of Ajit Pawar as well. Heartbreaking visuals. You know, this is a tragedy that is the expanse of it unfolding on our television screen, Gaurav. There are 5 families today who are tied in bereavement, in grief. Supriya Sule has landed just a short while ago alongside Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar and his son Parth Pawar.
And nobody can believe it. I mean, look at the disbelief on their faces. Nobody could have thought something like this could happen. They'd spoken yesterday, is what we've been told. There was a very long cabinet meeting, incidentally, as an aside, that took place in Mumbai. In fact, we had told leaders who were there at that cabinet meeting that Ajit Dada Pawar was in a great mood. There was a lot of conversation that took place about what next after municipal elections and what next for the municipal body or local body elections that was to take place in parts of Western Maharashtra. Whatever was said during elections, they said, you know, as Chandrakant Patil said, we decided, Dada, let's forget about whatever was said during elections. Let's now move forward for Maharashtra. And then suddenly, within a few hours, Preeti, all of it is
You know,
over.
I want to, Gaurav, just give our viewers a little glimpse of the bond that Supriya Sule actually shares with Ajit Pawar. This morning, when Supriya Sule, I'm told by her team, when she learned of the demise of her brother, Ajit Pawar, she rushed to Sunetra Pawar. Mind you, where politically is concerned, they both come from different factions. Supriya Sule with her father, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, who had broken the party and taken the party name and symbol away from Sharad Pawar. Supriya Sule had fought a pitched battle against Sunetra Pawar, who now, of course, is a Rajya Sabha MP. Supriya Sule had won that battle, but today she intrinsically rushed to Sunetra Pawar, and the grief that is writ on a sister's face can be reflected on the visuals that are just coming in. Supriya Sule has come to Baramati along with Ajit Pawar's wife and his son. And
In fact,
this is devastating visuals.
Indeed, they are. Recently, there was conversation about the factions coming together for local body elections, trying to contest together. There was some conversation that perhaps the families and the factions of the NCP may also unite in times to come. Would that have happened? We still do not know, but perhaps some effort was made. But even when they were not together politically, families remained extremely close despite a bitter election battle that was fought. For Ajit Dada Pawar, as all experts and analysts tell us, Sharad Pawar remained that strong idol in his life. And Onkar Vable joins us from the Ahilya Bai Holkar hospital in Baramati. Onkar, the cadre, politically they may be divided, but right now everyone united in grief. Onkar, is dukh ki ghadi mein sab ek hain.
देखो बात सही है, इस दुख की घड़ी में सब एक है। सुप्रिया सुले हाल ही में लैंड हुई है, सुनेत्रा पवार उनके साथ है, लेकिन अभी अजीत पवार के जो बड़े भाई है सगे, जिन्हें बापू कहा जाता है, वो अभी यहाँ पहुंचे हैं, जिनका लड़का अजीत पवार के खिलाफ यहाँ चुनाव में लड़ा था, विधायक के चुनाव में, युगेंद्र पवार। अजीत पवार के भाई खुद अभी यहाँ आ पहुंचे, वो रोहित पवार के साथ अंदर खड़े हैं, उनकी बातचीत चल रही है, क्योंकि फ्यूनरल कब करना है ये फैमिली डिस्कशन होगा, एंड देन एवरीथिंग विल बी फाइनलाइज्ड। बट स्टिल एवरीवन इज वेटिंग फॉर सुप्रिया सुले एंड शरद पवार। लेकिन देखो, शरद पवार को शुरू में ये सब आइडिया दी नहीं गई थी, उन्हें सिर्फ एक्सीडेंट का बताया गया था और फिर वे आ रहे थे यहाँ। तो और जो इनकी फैमिली के मेंबर्स हैं वो सब ऑन द वे है, जो थोड़ी देर में यहाँ बारामती के जो MIDC का अहिल्याबाई होलकर ये अस्पताल है जहाँ पहुंचेंगे। ये खुद अजीत पवार ने अस्पताल खड़ा किया था, जहाँ आज हम देख सकते हैं उन्हें लाया गया है। सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं, अहम बात यह है इस सब में कि बारामती नहीं बल्कि पूरे महाराष्ट्र से लोग यहाँ जम रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले फॉर्मर मिनिस्टर यानी कि धनंजय मुंडे, जो अजीत पवार के बहुत करीबी माने जाते हैं, वो अंदर चले गए, खुद के आंसू नहीं रोक पा रहे थे, सीधा यहाँ आते रोना उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया। और अलग अलग लोग अभी उनके फैमिली के वो भी यहाँ पहुंचे। शरद पवार की एक बहन है वो भी यहाँ पहुंची है, अजीत पवार की भी एक बहन है वो भी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले आई है। अजीत पवार के भाई, उनकी पत्नी और युगेंद्र पवार सभी यहाँ मौजूद है रोहित पवार के साथ, और बाकी के जो लोग हैं इवन दे ऑन द वे, दे कम हियर सून।
At the hospital where the last remains of Ajit Pawar are kept. You know, heartbreaking visuals, Omkar, that are coming in. Supriya Sule breaking down in tears. I think this is Rohit, Rohit Pawar, the young nephew of Ajit Pawar, who went completely looking devastated at the hospital this morning. The entire Pawar clan coming together at a time of abject tragedy. You know, the political divide completely blurred in bereavement today.
And that's the
and
first
that is
image
the
that's
wife.
coming in from the
You know,
Hindi.
these visuals, Gaurav, will always, you know, at least for the Pawar family and what the Pawar family really is. Supriya holding Sunetra Pawar, that is the wife of Ajit Pawar, holding her through all of this. You know, these are the same two who fought a pitched battle against each other and today completely, you know, united in grief. Omkar, you know, where Baramati is concerned, and that is, you know, what we were discussing, the irony of it all, and strangely, one would think it's befitting that the son of the soil of Baramati, who changed Baramati, who nurtured Baramati, who established the Pawar dominance over Baramati, today will be laid to rest and breathed his last in Baramati itself. The cadre, the people of Baramati, understanding it, acknowledging it by the sheer virtue of the mass, the outpouring of the groundswell that one sees outside the hospital where you stand. Omkar. Okay, got a chance of Ajit Pawar, Dada Amar Rahe resonating. Omkar, can you hear us?
Yeah,
truly are heartbreaking images as you see
अजीत पवार
Sunetra
अमर
Pawar.
रहे।
Yeah.
सभी अजीत पवार के यहाँ जितने भी फॉलोअर्स हैं सब आ चुके हैं और उन सभी का यही कहना है कि अजीत पवार को उन्हें सबको मिलना था। कुछ दिन उनके साथ वहाँ वो थे भी मौजूद, लेकिन वो आ नहीं पाए। अलग अलग लोग जगह आ रहे हैं, आप अपने आंसू नहीं रोक पा रहे हो। कब बात हुई थी आपकी दादा के साथ?
अगर मेरा भाई गया है तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते, हम हेल्पलेस है। 10 बार हम बोल सकते थे दादा को ये बात नहीं हुई है, ये बात हो रही है। हमको कभी लगा नहीं है कि वो महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री है। कभी भी उन्होंने एहसास होने नहीं दिया कि मैं बहुत बड़ा नेता हूँ। जिस तरह से प्रोटोकॉल छोड़ के भी वो हमसे बात करते थे, हमारी बात सुनते थे। अगर हमारी कुछ गलती है तो वो भाई के नाते सुधारते थे और इस तरह से काम कीजिए। अगर काम किया है और किसी ने ना भी बोला हो तो भी वो बोलते थे ये काम इस लड़की ने किया है, इन्होंने किया है। ये सभी बातें अब हम मिस करेंगे। पॉलिटिक्स में आने के लिए जो बहनों को एक सिक्योरिटी रहती थी, सुरक्षितता रहती थी, वो सुरक्षितता मेरे ख्याल से अभी गुम हो रही है। हम यही बोल रहे हैं कि भगवान ने ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। जो चीज हो गई है वो बहुत बुरी हुई है।
So clearly get in more reactions, because one can understand what Ajit Pawar really meant to the people of Baramati. Over to you, Omkar.
बोला आज जनतेला जेव्हा कळेल ही गोष्ट, अजित दादा नसतील तेव्हा, अजित दादा जब नहीं रहेंगे अभी, तो जनता जब समझ में आएगा उनको कि कौन सा काम दादा कर रहे थे और अभी क्या काम नहीं होने वाला है। दादा जब नहीं रहेंगे ना, तभी सभी को समझ में आने वाला है। मुझे इतना ही अभी बोलना है।
So he was very approachable. Look at that outpouring of grief. Whether it's the family or the masses that you see there, they're all crying, and that would perhaps indicate, as the voters there in Baramati, they seem to indicate that Ajit Pawar was a member of their family. He did all the work. He may have been deputy chief minister, but not for them. He was very approachable. The moment he would get to Baramati, people would come to him. They would ask him what work had to be done, and he would get all their work done immediately. Preeti, that shows whether it's the immediate family, the blood relatives, or just the voters, the pain is equal. It's immense.
And it all ties in together, because this is the legacy of the Pawars. And one thing, we've said before, that usually politicians, especially if they, once they pass on, in tragic circumstances like this, there is a tendency to eulogize them, to make them larger than life. But where at least Ajit Pawar was concerned, for the people of Baramati, yes, there were corruption charges against Ajit Pawar. Yes, he was known to be a tad bit abrasive. But for the people of Baramati, they had already put him up on a pedestal, and he had earned that pedestal for what he had done for Baramati.
For over 3 decades, for over 30 years, 1991 to 2026, that's when, and in fact even before that, whether he made his debut with the sugar mills or with cooperatives, and subsequently his electoral debut representing Baramati 8 times, this was one man who was always there for the people of Baramati. And you can see, one, the outpouring of grief. Family, you understand. But people in those large numbers, that just goes on to show what he truly meant to them. They've lost a member of their family, as all of them told Onkar Vable, Preeti.
Well, the bitter irony of it all, Gaurav, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And I would think for Ajit Pawar, who was the son of the soil of Baramati, to breathe his last in Baramati, there would be, many would suggest, in time, once the grief ebbs, a bit of political, justice to all of it. Because he was the face, he's gone too soon. 66 years is no age to go for anyone, especially under such tragic circumstances. But as the prism shifts now to the legacy of Ajit Pawar, and who would have thought, Gaurav, that we would have been sitting here and speaking about the legacy of Ajit Pawar when only 6 months ago we were all at the India Today conclave in Mumbai, and we had heard Ajit Pawar speak that he has one ambition, and that would be to be the chief minister of Maharashtra. Well, that ambition would not be realized today, and he would go as the longest till date serving deputy chief minister of the state of Maharashtra. So, when we talk about the legacy, the way he's nurtured his constituency of Baramati, the kind of void that he will leave, who will fill in that void? Because he was the regional satrap face of the NCP, while Supriya Sule was at the center. Who takes that place? There was a certain amount of reverence that he was looked at even by the likes
the
of
images
Rohit
that we're
Pawar.
getting in, Preeti, right now, former Civil Aviation Minister, former NCP leader Praful Patel also reaching Baramati. Again, someone who really shifted camp when Ajit Pawar shifted. Many had argued that perhaps he may be the bridge, but in this instance, look at the manner in which this grief has brought everyone together, Preeti. Former Civil Aviation Minister Praful Patel also here united in grief, but Ajit Pawar made that very emphatic point, even before that India Today conclave, where he said, to serve the people of Baramati, to serve the people of Maharashtra, you have to be in power. And if the NDA is in power, he thought he could serve the people better by being a part of the NDA.
You know, when you go back, there are so many instances you remember in political history. Everyone will remember that 5:30 a.m. in the morning, which later Ajit Pawar, on our dais also had laughed it off when he took oath along with Devendra Fadnavis ji. And Devendra Fadnavis, the chief minister, even at our conclave 6 months ago, he said, बहुत time है अब तो इनके पास, अभी तो बहुत young है, बहुत time है, ये CM जरूर बनेंगे of Maharashtra. So, that press conference, Gaurav, which was a moment, which was a serious press conference right after the win in Maharashtra, where you had Devendra Fadnavis, where you had Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar all sitting together, and there was suddenly an uproarious light moment, which was sparked by no one else but Ajit Pawar, which many local journalists called Dada, because they asked, oath kab lenge? While Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, they were very guarded. This is le lenge, abhi to ye hai. You had Ajit Pawar, he said, "Mujhe nahi malum, main to oath lunga." And then there was uproarious, sounds where people
what he felt in his heart, he said it in as many words, point blank. Hazir Jawab was one word that was used for Ajit Dada Pawar very often. Nitin Gadkari reacted to his sad passing away in this tragic air crash. Other reactions coming in. Listen in.
अजित पवार का ये एक्सीडेंट में निधन होना ये बहुत ही दुखद और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। पिछले 40 साल से महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति में मेरे बहुत घनिष्ठ मित्र रहे, उनके मेरे पारिवारिक संबंध रहे। बहुत कर्मठ, अच्छा प्रशासक और विकास की दृष्टि रखने वाले ऐसे वो नेता थे। उनके जाने से बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। उनके परिवार को भी काफ़ी उनके ऊपर भी एक बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि भगवान उनको ये जो घटना हुई है इसका दुख सहन करने की ताकत दे। मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से और पार्टी के तरफ से महाराष्ट्र के इस पुराने सहयोगियों को मैं श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। भगवान उनके आत्मा को
Usually reticent, but many local Maharashtra journalists would know that there was this witty aspect to Ajit Pawar, who would make jokes, who would be mupat up front. And I'll take you back to this one. This was a press conference right after the Mahayuti had won emphatically in the state of Maharashtra. Moment which was very serious. He was being, all three, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar, were being questioned by the press. And this is how Ajit Pawar responded, which led to the entire press meet bursting into laughter, including Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Listen in.
अजीत दादा पवार साहब भी कल डिप्टी सीएम पद की शपथ लेंगे। अरे भैया अभी तो कहा, देवेंद्र जी ने भी कहा, मैं भी कह रहा हूँ, रुको थोड़ा, अभी शाम तक रुको, अभी कल शपथ ली है ना,
उनका समझ में आएगा, मैं तो लेने वाला हूँ।
पवार साहब भी कल डिप्टी सीएम पद की शपथ लेंगे। अरे भैया अभी तो कहा, देवेंद्र जी ने भी कहा, मैं भी कह रहा हूँ, रुको थोड़ा, अभी शाम तक रुको, अभी कल शपथ ली है ना,
उनका समझ में आएगा, मैं तो लेने वाला हूँ।
that tense atmosphere in a much lighter vein. The tension was diffused, and truly that pre-dawn swearing in 2019, a government that lasted less than 88 hours, Preeti, but beyond that they were sworn in again. But Ajit Dada Pawar each time as deputy chief with full state honors at 5 in Baramati. That's where the family now wants it.
Yes, absolutely. Because as all the family members have now reached Baramati, the residence Modi Bagh of the Pawar family, and also CM Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy CM Eknath Shinde, along with the governor of Maharashtra, they have also reached Pune and Baramati. So final rites would be concluded at Baramati, which is also home turf of the Pawar family. And what we are learning right now, that somewhere around 5 p.m. The funeral will be conducted, and all the ministers, all the big leaders of the party are en route to Baramati, and they'll be reaching there by nearly 4:35. So yes, as per the CM Devendra Fadnavis announcement, that they will coordinate with the family will take the final call. And now that the family have reached Baramati, and it is unofficially being told that the funeral will take place at 5 p.m. Also, all the dignitaries are now reaching Baramati, and it will be scheduled somewhere around 5 p.m. today.
Baramati, 5 p.m. is when the funeral will take place with full state honors, 3-day mourning period announced in Maharashtra. But Ritvik, one quick comment from you, because you've been stuck in a traffic jam which is coming in from Mumbai to Baramati. All roads, Ritvik, today lead to Baramati, because well-wishers, supporters, regular people in Baramati who idolized Ajit Pawar now making their way to the hospital where his final remains are there. We're going to cut across to Ritvik on the other side of this quick break. We're going to leave it at that. Viewers, as you look at this tragedy, you're reminded by the impermanence of life. You had Ajit Pawar, who has died at the age of 66 years. The longest serving Deputy Chief Minister for the state of Maharashtra, always wanting to be the Chief Minister. Well, that's not quite happened, but he does leave behind a legacy. And with that, we're going to let it be. On the other side, my colleagues Sneha and Suesha take over. We continue our coverage on this tragedy.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने INS विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है, और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
India's longest standing biannual survey,
India Today Mood of the Nation. How does India assess Narendra Modi's performance as Prime Minister? Has India acted firmly enough on Bangladesh minority issues? Who do citizens blame most for Delhi's worsening air pollution? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. On stands 30th January. Subscribe now and get 500 rupees off on all one-year print plus digital subscriptions. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in.
I thought
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good afternoon, viewers. The day today started with horrific news of an air crash that has killed Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. That continues to be our top focus story. We're getting you all the reactions, the ground reports, reactions coming in from across the political spectrum, and also the investigations in that matter. I'm Sneha Mordani. With me is my colleague, Swesha Sawant.
Oh yes, absolutely. And a very good afternoon once again to all our viewers. Upsetting news, unfortunate news that came in this morning. Ajit Pawar, no more. He was on board that aircraft, 4 people with him, but that plane crashed. His family is devastated. His supporters are devastated, all in Baramati. Sunetra Pawar, Supriya Sule, devastated as they arrived in Baramati. We are getting all the key updates that are emerging in this plane crash and how the investigation is now underway. CCTV footage captured the moment a plane crashed and burst into flames. The incident was recorded by a highway camera with the timestamp showing the crash occurred at 8:46 a.m.
A major mystery continues to surround the crash of Ajit Pawar's chartered aircraft. Sources confirm that no mayday call was issued by the flight before it went down. Air traffic control, the ATC, had cleared the aircraft to land, but officials say the crew failed to respond to the final landing clearance.
Ajit Pawar's body has been identified through his clothes and wristwatch. Bodies of the pilots and crew were also recognized based on clothing. Authorities say forensic confirmation will follow.
Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu and Minister of State Muralidharan Mohol have reached Pune. They will take a helicopter from Pune to Baramati. Both ministers are scheduled to visit the crash site.
Ajit Pawar's flight operator VSR Ventures is under scrutiny. For aviation ministry officials who visited the company's Delhi office, documents and operational records are being examined.
Tragic incident from Maharashtra's Baramati. Chartered plane carrying Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, 3 others crashed on the runway in Baramati airfield, killing all 6 on board the plane.
Oh yes, India Today has now accessed the CCTV pictures of the moments before the crash occurred. Plane carrying NCP leader and Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar crashed on Wednesday morning while attempting to land at Baramati airport in Maharashtra.
Pawar and 4 others died in the fatal crash, which happened as the chartered aircraft attempted an emergency landing at Baramati airport. 2 pilots and Ajit's 2 security personnel also died in that crash.
In fact, so many visuals that have been coming in from the crash site. Unfortunate indeed, showing wreckage that was scattered all across the area. Flames and thick smoke billowing from the aircraft. Pawar was traveling in a privately operated chartered plane, which had 4 other passengers on board.
Well, the entire aircraft was reduced to ashes, with visuals showing it completely shattered and debris scattered all around, even as massive blaze and smoke billowed from the area in Baramati. The bodies were charred. Ajit Pawar's body was identified through his watch.
महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे, ऐसी परिस्थिति थी। ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, उसके पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ताओं पर ये जो दुख आया है ये सहना बहुत कठिन है। इस दुख की बेला में हम सब लोग उनके साथ में हैं।
बहुत ही आज महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक काला दिन कहूँ, एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना कहूँ, एक दुखद घटना कहूँ। ऐसी घटना जो हर एक के एक दिल को दुखाने वाली घटना आज महाराष्ट्र में हमारे सहयोगी अजीत दादा पवार जी का प्लेन एक्सीडेंट में
जो बारामती के बगल का एरिया है वहां से तो लोग आ ही रहे हैं इंदापुर दौड़, लेकिन पुणे के बाहर से भी लोग यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं झंडा लेके। कोई कार्यकर्ता यहाँ जो युवा कार्यकर्ता है वो भी यहाँ झंडा लेके पहुंचे हैं, लेकिन भीड़ इतनी बढ़ चुकी है यहाँ कि पुलिस को इस भीड़ को कंट्रोल करना अब आसान काम नहीं रहा, क्योंकि सभी का एक ही कहना है कि उन्हें अपने दादा को, अपने अजीत पवार को आखिरी बार देखना है। 1991 में अजीत पवार पहली बार यहाँ सांसद बने थे, फिर उन्होंने अपने चाचा मतलब शरद पवार को ये बताया कि मैं दिल्ली में नहीं बल्कि महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में सक्रिय होना चाहता हूँ। फिर वो यहाँ के विधायक बन गए और वहां से जी
Outside Baramati Hospital, my colleague Omkar Bable is reporting from there. You see a sea of supporters who've gathered right there in remembrance of Ajit Pawar, mourning the loss of their favorite leader. And let's not forget, Baramati was not just his home ground, but also his political ground. Consecutive wins that Ajit Pawar had seen from Baramati, 8 consecutive wins. Such was the support of people that came to him from Baramati, and unfortunate that he was to land in Baramati at 8:30 this morning, but that plane crashed. 5 people who were on board, including Ajit Pawar, all lost.
That's right, Suisha. We will in fact get our viewers more details on that story in a moment from now, but right now we have some news coming in. The Prime Minister has spoken to Sharad Pawar on the sad demise of Ajit Pawar and expressed his condolences. Uncle Sharad Pawar has spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Ajit Pawar's funeral is tomorrow. That's the big story that we have for our viewers at this point in time. Antim Sanskar, the NCP has said, is going to be held tomorrow. It was being speculated that perhaps the cremation would be carried out today, but right now we do have some clarity on that front, where we do know that the Antim Sanskar would be carried out tomorrow also.
Clear day, but despite that, there was intimidation by the pilots that said that there was a issue with visibility of the runway. Therefore, they were made to go back and attempt a second time around. And there was no response after that. And if you corroborate that, Amit, with the ground level eyewitness accounts that you saw the plane wobble. Clearly, there was something wrong with the plane. You saw the plane wobble. It was way off the runway. And then about 100 feet, it just plummeted to the ground. So what is coming out, at least initially, Amit Bhardwaj, is deeply intriguing on what really went down on board that Learjet, which was carrying 5 lives alongside the Deputy Chief Minister.
Priti, going by the past details of such accidents, now it is pretty clear, with more details coming up from official sources as well, that the visibility at the runway was 3,000 meters. In this situation, any normal landing, for our viewers' understanding, any normal landing is possible. And because the winds were also calm, so there is no possibility of turbulence that the craft might have experienced. So this is indicating towards a possible fault in the aircraft itself. What we can certainly break it down for our viewers, that Aircraft Accidents Investigations Bureau has already launched the probe in this Baramati crash. And one team is at the site of the crash, while the other team will be carrying out investigation at VSR Aviation, which means that they will be taking up the documents, the operational documents, as well as the safety documents which would be available at the site. Procuring and securing those documents become even more important at this.
In fact, Amit, as you're reporting, 1, no mayday call was made. Very significant. 2, when you look at the preliminary information that's coming in, the pilots were asked to report runway in sight. They've initially reported no runway. Currently, runway is not in sight. Will call when runway is in sight. After a few seconds, they reported runway in sight, and this was at 0843 hours. However, they did not give a readback of the landing clearance. And next, all the ATC saw was flames around the threshold of the runway at 8:44 hours IST. Emergency services then rush. The wreckage is located on the left side of the runway, abeam the threshold, runway 11. AAIB has taken over investigation. So initially they were not able to see the runway, then they saw the runway, but then their landing was not on the runway, but apparently on the apron, or it rolled off on that tabletop runway, it seems, Amit.
Yes. So it is pretty clear with the prelim information stepping in that despite the go-around, the craft was also asked to align themselves with runway 11. So if you're attempting a landing, it has to be aligned with the runway, and so that you can start the approach. The VSR Aviation to India Today had said that whatever went wrong while the approach was being carried out. And now, in fact, with the MOCA official details coming in, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also confirmed us that this particular craft was asked to do a go-around and to align themselves with the runway so that the landing can be done. In fact, runway 11 clearance was given by the ATC, air traffic control system, or the local headquarters there. And after that, there was no read back. This is very important detail that we are breaking down for our viewers. No read back. So what happens usually is that once any craft is given the clearance for landing, they are in continuous communication with the ATC until the landing is successfully completed, because each and every detail, every meter, so to say, is noted in every landing. But in this case, after the clearance was given, there was no read back, which means no response from the crew. And what the ATC witnessed next was the flames coming out. Gaurav.
Amit, the tragedy, the expanse of it, and on the other hand, what really went down on board that Learjet, the mystery of that only but deepening. Amit, for a moment reflect on the fact that there was 3,000 meters of visibility. That would have made sure that any aircraft that was approaching to land could have landed, with no difficulty where visibility is concerned. It was a clear day in that account. There were no strong winds. So even in terms of weather, that was pliable. Yet, we do have official communique from the pilot, which said that they had a visibility issue where the runway was concerned. Is that clear?
Preeti, that's what VSR Aviation was saying in the beginning itself. I had spoken to the top officials of the VSR Aviation, and they had said that on prima facie, this looks like visibility issue. But if you have 3,000 meters of visibility on the runway, there shouldn't be any problem. The second problem possible in these cases are because of the wind speed. So the craft might experience
the visibility, the lack of visibility theory was something that was floated by VRS that owned the Learjet. Did that
Parth Pawar with his wife is already in Baramati. His son Jay Pawar needs to also come in with his wife, the daughter-in-law of Ajit Pawar. And will all of this be done at about 5 p.m.? It is already 3 p.m. And there is an understanding in Hindu customs and traditions that the cremation take place before the sunset.
Absolutely.
Earlier on, keeping in mind the enormity of the tragedy, the manner in which the charred remains of the Deputy Chief Minister were found, where he was only recognized by the virtue of the watch that he was wearing, that one quickly goes through the cremation process. But there is also not just the Pawar clan, there is also the legacy of Ajit Pawar. There is an irony to all of this. He's the one who nurtured Baramati. He breathed his last in this air crash in Baramati. And there would be people who have already started walking. We know of our correspondents and reporters who have been trying to make their way to Baramati from various parts of Maharashtra, be it Mumbai, Pune, and they are caught in, a sea of traffic.
Yes.
People across the area of Baramati, are making their way, and the belt where the Pawars have significant clout, to Baramati. They want to pay their final respects. So maybe to honor that as well, the legacy of Ajit Pawar. Now the state funeral will be accorded to the Deputy Chief Minister tomorrow 11 a.m. 3 days of mourning, Sneha, has already been announced by the Chief Minister where the state of Maharashtra is concerned.
Right. Right. Preeti, I request you to stay on with us. Abhijit Karande is also now joining us on the phone line. Abhijit, do we have further details of how the funeral and where the funeral will be conducted? Will there be a final journey where his supporters will get to pay their last respects, while the mortal remains are taken to the place of the funeral where the cremation will be conducted? Prominent political leaders who will be in attendance. What more are you picking up, Abhijit?
Some central leadership from BJP and all other parties who are close to Mr. Pawar and Supriya Sule will be attended funeral tomorrow at 11 a.m. in Baramati. And more importantly, Ajit Pawar's last rites will be held in Katewadi, which is Pawar's home village. So the preparations have been already started in Katewadi at his own farm, Ajit Pawar's own farm, and other preparations from state government also started. The state government will give a full honor, state honor. So it is a very important thing for a family also to get all people to the Baramati, because some of the family members of Pawar family are abroad, which are from other sides. So they will mostly come to the Baramati today or tomorrow morning. So Parth Pawar was accompanying his mother, Sunetra Pawar, who is a Rajya Sabha MP, and she also reached to the Baramati. Sharad Pawar also reached to the Baramati after the incidents. He he went to the crash site and monitored what exactly happened. At 8:40, this incident happened near the Baramati airstrip, and the reasoning behind crash is still not known. But CM Fadnavis has already said that the whole investigation will be carried out from the concerned agency. So
right.
So the thing is, all his supporters, leaders from across the state are coming to the Baramati. All roads which are coming to the Baramati are full of traffic.
Okay.
So supporters are in shock actually, and they are mourning. Some of the supporters are crying loudly. And we can if we have those visuals from Baramati.
Yes,
so,
from the hospital earlier today, even before the news was confirmed, Abhijit, we did see a sea of supporters in Preeti who had gathered at the hospital as the body was then rushed in. Those were horrific pictures, very disturbing images of supporters there waiting. Many of them cried, burst out crying. Then their worst fears were confirmed early this morning. Preeti.
Well, all roads right now that lead to Baramati are completely blocked, and and that there's reason enough, because somewhere down the line, when you look at Sneha, which we've been speaking of, the impermanence of life, and it is the irony, call it poetic justice, call it gone too soon at 66, but it was Ajit Pawar who breathed his last in Baramati. It's a constituency he had reared, he had nurtured with all his might. He was the face of the Pawar clan in this area. The word of Dada carries far and wide where Baramati is concerned, and the outpouring of bereavement, that is what we can see. And the tragic death of Ajit Pawar is that one event that has blurred the lines between two warring factions of the NCP. Ajit Pawar might have taken the name, the symbol of the watch away from Sharad Pawar, but this one incident today has completely blurred that line, and you can see it in terms of the outpouring of grief. Somebody like a Supriya Sule that we see on our television screens right now. I was speaking to her team this morning that she broke down immediately when and left, and went to Sunitra Pawar's residence and shared her grief, and she hasn't left her side ever since. We are talking about the same Supriya Sule and Sunitra Pawar who were caught in a political battle less than about 8 months ago in Maharashtra, facing off with each other. Rohit Pawar, the nephew of Ajit Pawar. Rohit Pawar chose the Sharad Pawar faction, but Rohit Pawar had always so much affection for Ajit Pawar, always calling him Dada and always getting his back, one might say, even though you had picked, Sharad Pawar's faction. He came in tears at the hospital this morning. One of the main reasons today we see a possible delay in the final last rites of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra to be conducted is that the entire Pawar clan, the entire Pawar family, rooted in unity as a family is concerned. They're waiting for the rest of the members to come in. Ajit Pawar, his two sons, Parth Pawar, who dabbled briefly in politics and lost, and then you had Jay Pawar, who has stayed away, managing the business aspect of Ajit Pawar's family. And Jay Pawar and his wife are yet to come in, is what we've been given to understand. Certain other members of the family also want to be present. There was a train of thought within the family that in the manner of which, the tragedy of which, how this incident and the death of Ajit Pawar has occurred, to very quickly do the cremation, the last rites. But that is not to be now. They're waiting for the family, and more so, Ajit Pawar also belongs to the people of Baramati. Many in Baramati, if you've ever traveled to the Satra Baramati area, see themselves as stakeholders where the Pawars are concerned. And it was Ajit Pawar who was the face of the Pawar clan in this area. While Supriya Sule was the face at the center, he was the face of the regional satrap, who was an organizational man, who people would come to get their work done. And you see that, across Baramati today. Look at the kind of groundswell that we see right outside the Ahilya Bai Holkar Hospital in Baramati. People have come in from all walks of life who say that, they could just walk into his office and get their work done. So in that true sense, we have this habit as journalists to eulogize, to make political figures larger than life in death. But where Baramati particularly is concerned, there have been corruption charges against Ajit Pawar. Right. He's been known to be abrasive, but where Baramati is concerned, he truly is their true hero.
Oh yes, absolutely. And needless to say, the news came as a shock, not just to the family, not just to his colleagues, but to the entire country, of how the crash claimed the lives. And it has been a moment that everyone is still coming to terms with ever since. Of course, the family standing united, standing in solidarity, and those pictures coming in from that hospital outside Baramati, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar. Tomorrow, of course, 11 a.m. is when the funeral will be conducted. We'll also play out the ground reports that we have been filed since this morning. Right. Minute-to-minute updates of what happened and, of course, what the inquiry has led to until now. Listen in.
एक दर्दनाक हादसे से पूरा महाराष्ट्र सदमे में पहुंचा है, क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम अजीत पवार, इनकी एक विमान दुर्घटना में मौत हुई है। और यहाँ पर देखिए, मैं फिलहाल बारामती के पास गोजबावी गांव में मौजूद हूँ, जहाँ पर यह दुर्घटना हुई है। यहाँ पर देखिए, ये जो दुर्घटनाग्रस्त विमान है, यहाँ की हालत देखिए। ये दुर्घटनाग्रस्त विमान जो है सुबह 8:45 बजे बारामती विमानतल के पास लैंडिंग होने के लिए उतर रहा था, तब ही इसका दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है। और इस हादसे में डिप्टी सीएम अजीत पवार समेत 6 लोगों की मौत होने की खबर मिल रही है। फिलहाल इस विमान दुर्घटना की जानकारी मिलने के बाद सभी बारामती वासी जो है इस दुर्घटना को देखने के लिए बारामती के विमानतल के पास पहुंचे हैं। बहुत तादाद में लोग जो है इस दुर्घटना के पास, विमान के पास पहुंचे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए कि ये दुर्घटना होने के बाद सभी लोगों को इसकी जानकारी मिली है और सभी लोग जो है इस दुर्घटना को देखने के लिए अपने चहीते नेता, लाडले नेता, इनको देखने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। ये दुर्घटना तब हुई जब 8 बजे, पौने 9 बजे के करीब ये विमान जो है बारामती के विमानतल यानी गोजवावी के पास लैंड होने जा रहा था। आज बारामती में डिप्टी सीएम अजीत पवार इनके जिला परिषद चुनाव के लिए 4 सभाएं आयोजित की गई थी, रैली जिसमें अजीत पवार लोगों को संबोधित करने वाले थे। इसके लिए सुबह से बंबई से आज बारामती उप मुख्यमंत्री अजीत पवार पहुंच रहे थे, तभी यह दुर्घटना हुई है। और इस दुर्घटना में अजीत पवार इनकी दर्दनाक मौत हुई है। प्रत्यक्षदर्शी लोगों ने बताया कि जब ये 8:30 पौने 9 बजे के करीब ये विमान जब बारामती विमानतल पहुंचा, तब यहाँ पर जो रनवे है उसके बाजू में ही एक संत तुकाराम महाराज पालकी मार्ग है, और रनवे और हाईवे इसका अंदाजा न आने के कारण शायद ये दुर्घटना होने की जानकारी यहाँ के लोग दे रहे हैं। फिलहाल लोग जो है यहाँ पर कुछ खेतों में काम कर रहे थे। जब ये दुर्घटना हुई तब ये विमान लटखड़ा रहा है हवा में, ऐसे लोगों को जानकारी भी मिल रही थी। देखा जा रहा था कि विमान हवा में लटखटा रहा है, और इसके कुछ तुरंत बाद ही ये विमान यहाँ पर खाई में गिरा है। रनवे छोड़कर ये लगभग 180 या 150 फीट तक ये विमान नीचे गिरा हुआ है। यहाँ पर देखिए पत्थरों का पिचिंग किया गया है, और पिचिंग की मदद से ऊपर का जो हिस्सा है वो रनवे का हिस्सा है, और रनवे के बाजू में पत्थर के पिचिंग किए गए थे, जहां पर रनवे का यानी विमान उतरने का हिस्सा है। पर लगभग अंदाजा नहीं आ पाया शायद पायलट को, और इसी वजह से ये विमान जो है रनवे के बाजू में खाई में गिर गया है।
लैंडिंग से इमीडिएटली पहले ये क्रैश हुआ है, और उसमें 5 लोग थे, और इस हादसे में 5 लोगों को मृत्यु हुई है। उनकी बॉडीज अभी यहाँ पे मेडिकल कॉलेज में है। उनके आइडेंटिफिकेशन जांच कंफर्म होने के बाद हम आपको अपडेट करेंगे।
घटनास्थल पे अभी क्या क्या किया जा रहा है?
घटनास्थल पे अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम है जो उनकी पानी चल रही है, और उसमें जो भी जांच में सामने आएगा वो आपको रिपोर्ट अपडेट कर दी जाएगी।
आम्ही पाहिलं, पण एवढा मोठा त्याचा स्फोट झाला ना की आमच्या घरापर्यंत आला, असं ते फिरलं आणि खालीच क्रॅक झालं, ते धावपट्टीवर गेलंच नाही, तसं असं जागेवर त्याचा स्फोट झाला। आम्ही एवढं घाबरलो, तरी पण म्हणजे ते आले वरून पोलीस ही, मग आम्ही गेलो। 15 मिनिटं थांबले, मग आम्ही घरून तरी पण आम्ही पाणी आणलं, बादल्याने पाणी घेऊन आलो, त्यांच्यापाशी पाणी दिलं, विचवलं, आणि ती बॉडी अशी साईडला पडलेली, आणि त्यांचं मुंडकं ही पूर्ण म्हणजे साईडला होतं ना, अशी निम्मी बॉडी होती, ती आम्ही पूर्णपणे पाहिलेली बॉडी। आणि नंतर ते म्हणले कापड वगैरे, मग आम्ही ब्लँकेट ही सगळं गुंडाळायला दिली, आणि तसं झाल्यानंतर 15-20 मिनिटांनी मग ते गाडी आली आणि ते बॉडी अशी गुंडळून नेली।
ये दुर्घटना बनते समय मैं उधर ही था। वो प्लेन ठीक से चल रहे नहीं था, ऐसा लग रहा था प्लेन क्रैश हो जाएगा, ऐसा नीचा इतना नीचा गया कि वो गांव में गिर जाएगा ऐसा लग रहा था। लेकिन वो एयर ट्रैप पे आ गया, लेकिन उस एयर ट्रैप पे उतरा नहीं, बाजू में क्रैश हो गया। उसके बाद आ गया, तो उससे बाद हमने देखा वो हमें आगे दौड़ के उधर हमने देखा कि उधर पहले स्फोट हो गया उसका पेट्रोल का उसकी, और वो उस पेट्रोल के स्फोट के बाद हमने देखा कि किसका है, लेकिन समझ में आ गया दादा का ही प्लेन है। तो हमें बहुत बुरा और बड़ा सदमा हुआ हमारे साथ, और यह हम बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। हम देख के ये बोल नहीं सकते, इतना ही हमें दुख हुआ है। यह दादा को लेने के लिए एयरपोर्ट पे जो कार्यकर्ता वगैरह थे, वो पुलिस भी थे, वो जल्दी आ गए, इधर आ गए, सभी आ गए। लेकिन ये स्फोट होने के बाद उसका ज्वाला उसके आग भड़क गई, उसके कारण इमीडिएट कोई अंदर जाके कोई कोऑपरेट नहीं कर सकता, कोई हेल्प नहीं कर सकता। वो उसके एक से बाद एक ऐसे 4-5 स्फोट हो गए उसका स्फोट होने के बाद, और अग्निशामक गाड़ी आ गई। तो अग्निशामक गाड़ी आने के बाद वो आग पूरी बुझा के उसको बाद में उसके निकालना पड़ा। तब तक वो कोई तो हेल्प नहीं कर सकता अंदर जाके।
To a breakdown of events as they happened earlier today, the plane crash and the timeline of it. At about 7:30 a.m., Ajit Pawar and the staff left the Mumbai airport. At about 8, half an hour from then, he boarded the plane, the ill-fated plane that eventually went down to crash. The flight was bound for Baramati. Now, the distance from Mumbai to Baramati is about 200 to 255 kilometers, and the duration of the flight is about 30 to 40 minutes. The plane first tried to land on the runway in Baramati, is what we know at this point in time. The plane crash landed on the runway in Baramati at about 8:45 a.m. All 5 on board, including the Deputy Chief Minister, perished in that horrific accident.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who died in a plane crash on Wednesday morning, he was headed to Baramati. He was to address 4 public meetings ahead of the Zilla Parishad elections when the crash happened this morning. It was at around 7:30 when Ajit Pawar, along with his staff, departed to Mumbai airport to take off for Baramati. Remember, it is about a flight of duration of about 20 minutes. At around 8 a.m. is when Ajit Pawar and others boarded the chartered plane that was bound for Baramati. The distance is about 200 to 255 kilometers. On approaching the runway in Baramati, that landed on the runway and a little away from it at about 8:45 in the morning, 8:46 to be precise as per the CCTV footage. All 5 people who were on board the plane died in this crash. Sequence of events that was compiled on the basis of the statements that were given by a person manning the ATC facility at the airfield. On the 28th of January, the aircraft first established contact with Baramati at 8:18 in the morning. Due to fog conditions and low visibility, the flight crashed. Bodies were recognized through clothes. The intensity of the crash was so intense that the wreckage of the plane was found scattered all along the locality. And according to this latest information coming in from the Ministry of Civil Aviation of what the inquiry has revealed so far, 8:18 was the first contact, and remember that was the time when the aircraft was given clearance. It was told all is clear. The pilots were told that the visibility is up to 3 kilometers and all seemed fine. But 8:30 is when the first attempt was made and the pilots said that the visibility was not up to the mark. They could not sight the runway. A second attempt that was tried at about 8:40, 8:42 to be precise, but 8:45 was when the crash happened. 8:43, the ATC had given a clearance saying that the plane was safe to land, but there was no readback or there was no response from the pilots. At 8:44 is when the ATC says that they saw the flames in the sky. Early Wednesday morning that turned grim after a chartered aircraft crashed in Baramati in Maharashtra. 5 people on board, including Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, all passed away.
That's right. Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar, son Parth Pawar and cousin Supriya Sule reached Baramati for the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister's last rites. In these images on your screens at this point in time, you can see cousin Supriya Sule and his wife Sunetra Pawar breaking down. Tributes are pouring in from across the nation. Ajit Pawar, unlike his father, followed in his uncle's footsteps and entered politics. His first electoral foray was in the year 1991 when he was elected to the Lok Sabha from Baramati. The nation is shocked and devastated. Family members are rushing to Baramati. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also paid tributes. He said that Ajit Pawar was a grassroots leader and described Pawar as someone known for his hard work.
उनका जो कमिटमेंट था काम को लेकर, महाराष्ट्र को लेकर, अपने पक्ष को लेकर, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर, बारामती को लेकर, वो बहुत ही सभी जन उसकी प्रशंसा करते थे और उनके काम की प्रशंसा करते थे. हार्ड वर्किंग, कमिटेड थे. सवेरे 6 बजे से रात के लेट तक काम करने का उनकी कार्यशैली रही है. तो ये जो खबर आई है बहुत ही दुखद है और हमारे मतभेद जरूर रहे होंगे, पर मुझे उनके साथ काम करने का मौका मिला एंड आई थिंक महाराष्ट्र के लिए गंभीर चोट आई है. इट्स अ बिग लॉस. उनका जो विजन था महाराष्ट्र के लिए, ही हैड ब्राइट आइडियाज, बिग आइडियाज फॉर महाराष्ट्र. तो उनका इस तरीके से जाना बेहद ही दर्दनाक है. और मैं सुप्रिया जी को, पवार साहब, क्योंकि वो एकदम उनको अपना बेटे समान मानते थे, सुप्रिया अपने भाई के समान मानती थी, चाहे वो सुनेत्रा जी हों, मैं सभी को अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी.
आप बहुत भावुक हो गई हैं प्रियंका जी. आपने काम भी उनके साथ किया है और आपका ये कहना है कि आपके रिलेशनशिप बहुत अच्छे रहे हैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ.
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहूंगी कि बहुत अच्छे रहे, पर
दुर्घट घटना ही घडली सकाळी 8:30
All right, images on your screens at this point in time of the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis along with the other political leaders who've now arrived at Baramati where this horrific accident took place. The Chief Minister, of course, taking a stock of the situation. The Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde earlier announced that there would be a detailed probe. Colleague Ajit Pawar is no more on your screens at this point in time. Devendra Fadnavis, who just very recently held a cabinet meeting with his late colleague Ajit Pawar.
Oh yes, absolutely. Devendra Fadnavis and of course the Maharashtra governor who are now at the Baramati airport, and shortly from now they will make their way to the hospital, fondly remembering their colleague Ajit Pawar, where they have also said that there will be a detailed probe to get to the bottom of what really caused the crash. Initial details, of course, that have led to low visibility could be the prima facie reason, but a detailed inquiry that will be conducted. And there in the pictures that you see, Devendra Fadnavis, who has just landed in Baramati, also the Maharashtra governor, and they are now making their way to that hospital in Baramati. We've been showing you those pictures, sea of supporters who've gathered there, remembering their favorite leader Ajit Pawar. The news that came in as a shock this morning that the plane he was on had crashed. A tragedy that they're still trying to come to terms with. The plane that had 4 others on board along with Ajit Pawar, and no one survived in that crash. Now, while the inquiry is underway and details that are being looked into, the funeral, like we understand, will be conducted at 11 tomorrow morning, and several prominent leaders who will be in attendance. There we are staying with those pictures. Devendra Fadnavis, who is at the Baramati airport.
That's where the Chief Minister has just arrived there. Also, the Civil Aviation Minister is in Pune and would be reaching Baramati along with the other political leaders. And earlier it was being discussed that the funeral would be carried out today sometime post 5 p.m. But that again has changed at this point in time, as the family in fact wait for the other family members to arrive at Baramati, where the last rites, the cremation, would be carried out at 11 tomorrow morning. A horrific day, a horrible day in fact today, as far as this news of the accident that broke out early this morning, with worst fears confirmed that indeed the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, who was on his way to Baramati for a political event, he had a series of meetings planned through the day, has perished along with the crew in that ill-fated aircraft that crashed earlier this morning in his home turf of Baramati. Right now, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra has reached Baramati.
Oh yes, and we see the kind of support on the ground. The last journey that will be conducted tomorrow, 11 a.m. is the funeral that will be conducted. In fact, a memorial that will also be constructed in Baramati in memory of Ajit Pawar, fondly remembered as Ajit Dada. The last rites that will be performed tomorrow morning at his native village in Katewadi in Baramati. And from this evening, his mortal remains that will be kept at the Vidya Pratishthan ground, which will also allow members, supporters and all those from the public to be able to catch a glimpse of their favorite leader. Devendra Fadnavis expressing grief as he remembers his colleague Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar's demise that came in as a shock this morning. His plane had crashed. In fact, Fadnavis had said that the news is heart-wrenching. He said that he was numb, he was at a loss of words. And Ajit Pawar was a leader who had a strong connect with the people of Maharashtra, a grassroots leader. He termed the loss as deeply personal and irreparable, being heartfelt tributes. He also extended condolences to the Pawar family, the NCP, saying that he stood with them in this moment of sorrow. He further expressed condolences to the families of the 4 other victims who lost their lives in the accident, announcing that he had cancelled all scheduled programs. Fadnavis is in Baramati along with the Maharashtra governor, as they will be attending the funeral that is to be conducted tomorrow at 11 a.m. And at this time, when we had seen all these years, the family who was fighting across the political battle lines stands united at this point, standing in unity, standing in solidarity, mourning the loss of their loved one, Ajit Pawar.
Earlier, Devendra Fadnavis spoke about this horrific accident that has killed his colleague, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Let's take a listen.
महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे, ऐसी परिस्थिति थी। ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, उसके पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ताओं पर ये जो दुख आया है ये सहना बहुत कठिन है। इस दुख की बेला में हम सब लोग उनके साथ में हैं।
You heard from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, a while ago. Right now, he's just reached Baramati, and I'm going to go straight across to Omkar Vable, who continues to be with us from the hospital in Baramati, where the body has been kept. A sea of supporters there, workers of the party, those who, in fact, are waiting to catch, in fact, a glimpse of Ajit Dada, waiting, in fact, to pay their last respects. A rush of supporters also earlier this morning, Omkar, when this news broke out, isn't it?
Well, exactly. A lot of people gathered here just now because there was a law and order situation. So police forces are deployed. No extra police forces have been deployed, and that is why you can clearly see the different police personnel are deployed here after so much of chaos, because Karyakartas and all supporters, so they were not ready to listen. That was the issue, and they all were became emotional. They were chanting Ajit Pawar Amar Rahe and everything. So now the family has, but one thing, the family has confirmed now that the funeral will take place tomorrow around 11 o'clock at the hometown of Ajit Pawar, which is in the Baramati Tehsil. The name is Katewadi. Katewadi is actually origin of Pawar family, where the Sharad Pawar has spent his childhood, and then again Ajit Pawar also brought up there. So funeral will take place tomorrow, but today there is a ground called Vidya Pratishthan, owned to one of the trust of Ajit Pawar. So his body will be kept there, and people and the supporters who all are coming from across the Maharashtra, they can come and they can go ahead with the last darshan, and they can take the last choice of this Ajit Pawar. So last choice will be conducted tomorrow. Funeral will be there, but till then people can come, and the coffin is already bought. So the problem is Ajit Pawar's dead body was not in the position, they were not able to recognize, because Karyakarta reached there and they were trying to find out where the Dada is, but they couldn't. So finally they recognized his body, that he was wearing watch in his left hand, and that's how they recognize. But now you can clearly see in the hospital the situation is under control, because since the morning so much Karyakarta supporters gathered, they were chanting, they were here, they wanted to, last time they wanted to say Ajit Pawar, but it was not possible that everyone can go inside the hospital. But almost 8 to 10,000 supporters are already gathered. They are here in the hospital premises. Police are trying to handle the situation. Collector of Pune, Mr. Dudi, is here. Extra forces have been deployed, and now situation is under control. But as I said, many karyakartas across Maharashtra, they'll come here. They wanted to see Dada for the last time, and they'll reach her in some time.
Oh yes, absolutely, Omkar, and that was bound to happen. Emotions are high. The news that came in as a shock to all his supporters, to all his colleagues, to the entire country. And right now we are also getting pictures of Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis along with the Maharashtra Governor, who are already at the airport. Shortly from now, they will make their way to the hospital in Baramati, where you're reporting from. And like you're saying, that the security apparatus has now been organized in a manner to ensure that while they respect the emotions of one and all, be it the supporters, be it the karyakartas, or be it the VIP leaders who are arriving one by one to pay their last respects to Ajit Pawar, but it all happens in an organized manner. Devendra Fadnavis, of course, describing Ajit Pawar as his close friend, as his colleague, mourning the loss, saying he's at a loss of words as he remembers Ajit Pawar. And like you're saying, shortly from now, he will be arriving at the hospital. Omkar. All right, not too sure if Omkar can hear me, but Omkar, if you can, would like to get details from you on how the arrangements are now being made in order to ensure that no unruly situation happens, given the fact that emotions are running high. And Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has arrived at the Baramati airport shortly to come to the hospital. There we are also getting pictures of Sharad Pawar, who is already at the hospitals. Remember, the family all together, keeping all the political differences aside, mourning the loss of their loved one, Ajit Pawar, nephew to Sharad Pawar, husband of Sunetra Pawar, brother to Supriya Sule, standing right there, the family, unable to come to terms with the truth, the loss of Ajit Pawar. And there we see the family mourning together, supporting each other at the hospital in Baramati, where the entire family has now arrived. We are watching one after the other, the family of Ajit Pawar coming to that hospital in Baramati. Of course, his political colleagues and a sea of supporters, karyakartas who are all there at the hospital. But a somber moment for the family, where the news of Ajit Pawar passing away this morning came as a shock. Sneha, he passed away in this air crash. For along with him on board, no one survived.
Well, absolutely. It's a horrific crash, and it was a fatal accident that has killed the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra along with the other crew members in this ill-fated aircraft. On your screens are images of the family members. Sharad Pawar is also there. The warring factions unite in this moment of grief. Supporters of the party, workers of the party, all of them at the hospital where the body has been kept. In fact, we have more images at this point in time of Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, the senior party colleague, along with Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who have arrived at the hospital in Baramati. This, of course, to pay their last respects to Ajit Pawar, who died earlier this morning. Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who was killed in that ill-fated.
Both have arrived at the hospital to take last rites of Ajit Pawar, and tomorrow both will be present also for the funeral. But they've just reached now, because even in the morning, I remember Eknath Shinde said that Ajit Pawar was elder brother to them, because all of three, Ajit Pawar is one of the senior leader for both of them. Devendra Fadnavis started his career from the Nagpur as a mayor. After that, at the same time, Eknath Shinde also started his career from the Thane. But Ajit Pawar in the politics, he's quite senior to both of them. And that's what reflecting when Eknath Shinde was saying Ajit Pawar is very senior politician to us, and he used to be like an elder brother, and that is why these all people used to call him Dada. Dada yani ki bada bhai. So even Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, even Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, both used to call him Dada when they used to meet even in the cabinet meeting and everything. Both have just reached. Also some cabinet members of Maharashtra assembly, they also reached. Like some people from Satara, just before some time, Hassan Mushrif was present at here, and now PWD Minister Shirendra Raje Bhosle and also Dada Bhuse, a minister, a cabinet minister, they both reached with the CM and CM and Deputy Chief Minister. Over to you.
Oh yes, absolutely. And those are the pictures we stay with. The head of state of Maharashtra, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, along with Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who are at the hospital in Baramati on this unfortunate day when they've lost their other deputy, Ajit Pawar. Devendra Fadnavis, who's described him as a close friend, as a colleague, and while he remembered him, he also said that they had been through tough times together. Earlier this morning, when the news came in, he called it heart-wrenching. He said he was numb, he was at a loss of words. He described Ajit Dada as a mass leader. And just as we stay with these pictures, Devendra Fadnavis along with Eknath Shinde, who are both present at that hospital in Baramati. Remember, the funeral that will be conducted at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, and the wait is also for the other family members. We've seen years of political differences between these family members and how the NCP broke apart.
His son Jai Pawar needs to also come in with his wife, the daughter-in-law of Ajit Pawar. And will all of this be done at about 5 p.m.? It is already 3 p.m. And there is an understanding in Hindu customs and traditions that the cremation take place before the sunset.
Absolutely.
Earlier on, keeping in mind the enormity of the tragedy, the manner in which the charred remains of the Deputy Chief Minister were found, where he was only recognized by the virtue of the watch that he was wearing, that one quickly goes through the cremation process. But there is also not just the Pawar clan, there is also the legacy of Ajit Pawar. There is an irony to all of this. He's the one who nurtured Baramati. He breathed his last in this air crash in Baramati. And there would be people who have already started walking. We know of our correspondents and reporters who have been trying to make their way to Baramati from various parts of Maharashtra, be it Mumbai, Pune, and they are caught in, a sea of traffic.
Yes.
People across the area of Baramati, are making their way, and the belt where the Pawars have significant clout, to Baramati. They want to pay their final respects. So maybe to honor that as well, the legacy of Ajit Pawar. Now the state funeral will be accorded to the Deputy Chief Minister tomorrow, 11 a.m. 3 days of mourning, Sneha, has already been announced by the Chief Minister where the state of Maharashtra is concerned.
Right. Preeti, I request you to stay on with us. Abhijit Karande is also now joining us on the phone line. Abhijit, do we have further details of how the funeral and where the funeral will be conducted? Will there be a final journey where his supporters will get to pay their last respects, while the mortal remains are taken to the place of the funeral where the cremation will be conducted? Prominent political leaders who will be in attendance. What more are you picking up, Abhijit?
Some central leadership from BJP and all other parties who are close to Mr. Pawar and Supriya Sule will be attended funeral tomorrow at 11 a.m. in Baramati. And more importantly, Ajit Pawar's last rites will be held in Katewadi, which is Pawar's home village. So the preparations have been already started in Katewadi at his own farm, Ajit Pawar's own farm, and other preparations from state government also started. The state government will give a full state honor. So it is a very important thing for a family also to get all people to the Baramati, because some of the family members of Pawar family are abroad, which are from other sides. So they will mostly come to the Baramati today or tomorrow morning. Parth Pawar was accompanying his mother, Sunetra Pawar, who is a Rajya Sabha MP, and she also reached to the Baramati. Sharad Pawar also reached to the Baramati after the incident. He he went to the crash site and monitored what exactly happened. At 8:40, this incident happened near the Baramati airstrip, and the reasoning behind the crash is still not known. But CM Fadnavis has already said that the whole investigation will be carried out from the concerned agency. So So the thing is, all his supporters, leaders from across the state are coming to the Baramati. All roads which are coming to the Baramati are full of traffic.
Okay.
Supporters are in shock actually, and they are mourning. Some of the supporters are crying loudly. And we can if we have those visuals from Baramati.
Yes, from the hospital earlier today, even before the news was confirmed, Abhijit, we did see a sea of supporters in Pipriti who had gathered at the hospital as the body was then rushed in. Those were horrific pictures, very disturbing images of supporters there waiting. Many of them cried, burst out crying. Then their worst fears were confirmed early this morning. Pretty.
Well, all roads right now that lead to Baramati are completely blocked, and and that there's reason enough, because somewhere down the line, when you look at Sneha, which we've been speaking of, the impermanence of life, and it is the irony, call it poetic justice, call it gone too soon at 66, but it was Ajit Pawar who breathed his last in Baramati. It's a constituency he had reared, he had nurtured with all his might. He was the face of the Pawar clan in this area. The word of Dada carries far and wide where Baramati is concerned, and the outpouring of bereavement, that is what we can see. And the tragic death of Ajit Pawar is that one event that has blurred the lines between two warring factions of the NCP. Ajit Pawar might have taken the name, the symbol of the watch away from Sharad Pawar, but this one incident today has completely blurred that line, and you can see it in terms of the outpouring of grief. Somebody like a Supriya Sule that we see on our television screens right now. I was speaking to her team this morning that she broke down immediately when and left and went to Sunetra Pawar's residence and shared her grief, and she hasn't left her side ever since. We are talking about the same Supriya Sule and Sunetra Pawar who were caught in a political battle less than about 8 months ago in Maharashtra, facing off with each other. Rohit Pawar, the nephew of Ajit Pawar. Rohit Pawar chose the Sharad Pawar faction, but Rohit Pawar had always so much affection for Ajit Pawar, always calling him Dada and always getting his back, one might say, even though you had picked, Sharad Pawar's faction. He came in tears at the hospital this morning. One of the main reasons today we see a possible delay in the final last rites of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra to be conducted is that the entire Pawar clan, the entire Pawar family, rooted in unity as a family is concerned. They're waiting for the rest of the members.
That news that came in this morning, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, who passed away in a plane crash. He had 4 others with him in that plane. Unfortunately, no one survived. The funeral that will be conducted at 11 tomorrow morning, and an inquiry that is underway to determine the reason behind that crash.
That's where the investigations are underway, and will find details on how this crash happened, especially given that there was no mayday call, is what the preliminary report seems to be suggesting. At this point in time, we're getting you all the details of that big story and unfortunate development earlier this morning, the horrific crash that has killed the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Let's begin with the headlines at this hour at 4. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar dies in a plane crash in Baramati. Ajit Pawar's remains identified by his wristwatch. Ajit Pawar's family distraught breaks down in Baramati. Pawar's funeral is going to be conducted tomorrow.
Big mystery over Ajit Pawar's flight landing. No mayday call by Ajit Pawar's flight. Plane was given clearance to land by the ATC. Crew did not respond to landing clearance by the ATC.
And the lens now, the poor track record of Ajit Pawar's plane. Same Learjet plane crashed in the month of September 2 years ago in the year 2023. The plane owner says the aircraft was 100% safe.
The opposition is hinting at a conspiracy behind the death of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Mamata Banerjee has asked, was Ajit planning to leave Mahayuti, demanding a Supreme Court monitored probe into this crash.
And some news coming in at this point in time. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde are at the Baramati hospital where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar has been kept at this point in time. Pawar's last rites are going to be held tomorrow. The Deputy Chief Minister is going to be cremated at 11 tomorrow in Baramati.
And earlier, the cremation that was to be held today, but it has now been moved to tomorrow, given the fact that all the family members are still not present. But we see one by one how not just the family, but the closest political colleagues of Ajit Pawar who are making their way to the hospital in Baramati. Most importantly, the head of state of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, along with Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who are at the hospital in Baramati. I'd like to take this to my colleague Omkar Bable, who's been reporting non-stop from that hospital in Baramati, and the pictures doing the talking for itself. A sea of supporters who've gathered there at the hospital. But before that, I also want to take this to my colleague Ritwik Bhalekar, who's en route Baramati. And Ritwik, we understand that the way to get to the hospital in Baramati or even to the airport is very, very difficult, given the fact that so many of Ajit Pawar's supporters, some on foot, some in cars, some at the train station, and some taking a flight, but wanting to get to Baramati, to reach there, to pay their last respects to their fond leader Ajit Pawar. What do you observe? You're on the way. What's the latest you're picking up?
Yes, absolutely. We are just half an hour away from Baramati, and we are en route to Baramati. We will be heading to Punya Shlok Ahilya Devi Holkar Hospital, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar has been kept. And what we've been told is that all roads are leading to Baramati today, because in and around Pune district and Pimpri Chinchwad, huge crowds of Ajit Pawar's party workers and the people who used to idolize Ajit Pawar are getting down to Baramati for the Antim Darshan, for the final riots. And not just family members or the close subordinates and the ministers from Fadnavis cabinet are reaching Baramati, and the dignitaries are reaching Baramati, but also the followers and the party workers in huge numbers are trying to reach Baramati for the final riots and to pay tribute and pay respects to Ajit Pawar. As we are heading towards Baramati, we can see that there are certain diversions being called out by the local police, and will be reaching Baramati in a while. But the final riots are now scheduled tomorrow. There will be Antim Yatra from Baramati Vidya Pratishthan ground to Katewadi village where Ajit Pawar used to stay, and it will be commencing at around 9 a.m. in the morning, and after the Antim Yatra, the final rites would conclude in Katewadi village at around 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Ritik, at this point in time, it's imperative that a detailed investigation be carried out, and that also is the protocol, something that was spoken about by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, earlier today. Talk to us about the direction that the investigations are taking. Questions being raised about how there was no mayday call that was given. I understand a team of AIB has already started the investigation. Ritik.
See, Aircraft Investigation Bureau is already into action, and what we are gathering right now from the sources is that they have visited the VSR Enterprise office in Delhi, and a team of officials have also now left from Delhi, and they will be heading to Baramati, the site where the plane has crashed. Meanwhile, the documents have been taken by the AIB officials from VSR Enterprises office in Delhi, aircraft maintenance records, then engine and aircraft system service history, as well as the flight logbooks and pilots' flight records and medical certificates are into possession of AIB officials. Even the spare parts traceability and certification records will be investigated. DGCA audit and airworthiness inspection reports will also be collected, and a thorough investigation will be taking place of this incident, which is not just unfortunate but also horrifying, because these flights which are used by the VVIPs are meant to be checked properly, and the maintenance needed to be in place. But despite that, what was the real cause of this accident is what something is needed to be found out.
Oh yes, absolutely, Ritik. And while we await that detailed report on what exactly caused the crash, let's also take our viewers through the sequence of events, the final moments before the crash and what happened. Ajit Pawar, who at 7:30 this morning was with his staff, he departed to reach the airport in Mumbai to board the flight to Baramati. At 8 o'clock is when Ajit Pawar boarded that plane. That plane, that was a chartered aircraft, had 5 people on board, 2 security personnel apart from Ajit Pawar and 2 of the pilots. The flight was bound for Baramati, where he was to attend public meetings ahead of the local polls in Baramati. The Mumbai to Baramati flight, that usually takes about 20 to 30 minutes because the distance is 200 to 255 kilometers. So 8:10 is when the flight took off, and it was approximately to land at 8:30. The plane first tried to land on runway number 11 in Baramati. This was at about 8:30, but it could not, because the pilots, when they spoke to the ATC, they said that there is not enough vision in terms of sighting the runway. Then it was at 8:40 when they tried to a second attempt to be able to land that plane. But at 8:43 was when the ATC gave the call for landing, but there was no response from the other side, from the pilots. And 8:44 is when the ATC said they saw the flames. 8:46, as per the CCTV footage from a distance, the smoke and the fire that was clearly visible, all 5 on board, including Ajit Pawar, who unfortunately lost their lives in this crash.
Ritik continues to be with us as he is on his way to Baramati at this point in time. Ritik, you've seen those images coming in of top dignitaries, political leaders there arriving at the Baramati hospital. Even as we stay with those pictures of the Deputy Chief Minister, the Chief Minister, all the family members of Ajit Pawar at that hospital, and a sea of supporters as well, all of them waiting to in fact pay their last respects to Ajit Pawar. His mortal remains have been kept there. In fact, tomorrow is when the last rites would be carried out. The entire family wanting to wait for the rest of the family members who would be perhaps in a position to join in by the end of the day today.
Oh yes, absolutely. And as we understand, so many of those supporters who've gathered at the hospital in Baramati. In fact, the last rites that will be conducted at Ajit Pawar's native village in Katewadi in Baramati. And before that, we also cut across to the latest information that is just coming in. This, as the inquiry is underway, Ajit Pawar's flight operator, who is now under lens. Yes, the AIB officials who visited the VSR Enterprises office in Delhi this morning. Key documents that have now been taken into custody. They will be sent for forensic analysis. This is part of the process to determine whether the accident was caused by human error, weather conditions, or any lapse in maintenance. And most importantly, how this very company is now under the scanner. The company that provided the chartered aircraft that has been on the defensive since this morning, saying that the pilots were experienced and the aircraft that was in good condition. But of course, that detailed inquiry that will put out the reasons of what caused the crash.
So that very moment where the crash also took place on your screens at this point in time, this is getting investigated with the aircraft investigations team at this point in time. The AAIB looking into it, but not just the quality of the aircraft in question here, the upkeep of the aircraft, but also about the nature of the manner in which the landing was being carried out. What we do know that 2 attempts were made under poor visibility to land and that concerns regarding the airstrip being a tabletop runway offering really no margin for error. I'm going to go straight across to Shreya for more details on that story. Questions being raised on VSR Enterprise, and that's the reason why they're being questioned. Officials of the AAIB are right there. There would be a detailed and thorough investigation into what really happened that led to this fatal air crash. Shreya.
Well, absolutely. It is a part of protocol that actually takes place whenever an aircraft of this category actually takes place. It was a high-level inquiry that's already been initiated, and the AIB is right now looking at it. At 12:30 is when they reach the office of VSR Enterprise in Delhi, where I'm standing right now. And from here, they've collected certain documents there, the details of which we've gathered include the aircraft maintenance records. Remember, they have a livery of total 17 aircrafts, and out of that, there are 7 of the Lear jets, out of which one of them faltered, resulting into the crash. So the maintenance records of these aircrafts will be taken into account, is what we've been told. Engine and aircraft system maintenance records have been taken, logbooks, the pilots who work, their medical records, etc., the spare parts traceability. Apart from that, the DGCA's audit report and the airworthiness report. Remember, the initial report suggests that this airworthiness was up to date of the flight that crashed, but there will still be a detailed inquiry on what transpired, whether this was a human error, this was an environmental weather issue, or this was a lapse on the part of the maintenance. This is one part of the investigation. The second will be done at the Baramati uncontrolled the airfield. Even there's a team that is investigating on what are the possible things that could have resulted into this accident. So these are the part and protocol that is being functioned by the AIB right now.
Oh yes, absolutely. And every aspect that will certainly be looked into, Shreya. This is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra who died in that air crash, 4 others with him. And the reasons of what caused that air crash exceedingly important. Thank you, Shreya, at the moment for getting us the latest. And yes, just a few months ago, Ajit Pawar, who spoke to us at the India Today conclave, where he was very clear about his CM ambitions. He means no words there. Listen into that conversation with India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai.
आप मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ टाइम्स उप मुख्यमंत्री स्वेर इन हुए 5 बार 5 बार। कभी कभी लगता है यार मुख्यमंत्री बनना है,
अरे बनना है, लेकिन हमारी गाड़ी वहां ही अटकती है तो क्या करें?
नहीं
मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि वहां आगे भी जाए, आगे भी जाए, आगे भी जाए, लेकिन चांस नहीं मिलता। एक दफा एनसीपी को चांस मिला था 2004 में, लेकिन हमारे नेताओं ने वो क्या डिसीजन लिया हमें अधिकार नहीं।
तो ये गाड़ी आगे कैसे जाएगी? क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि 1 साल पहले आपने शरद पवार जी को इस वजह से छोड़ा था कि आपको लगा यहाँ मैं मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता, कम से कम अगर मैं बीजेपी और शिवसेना के साथ जुड़ जाऊं बन जाऊंगा। अब हमारे साथ एकनाथ शिंदे थे, एकनाथ शिंदे कुर्सी पर ऐसे बैठे थे कि वो छोड़ने ही नहीं वाले हैं, तो अब क्या होगा?
ये देखो, जो भी कोई भी कुर्सी पे बैठता है उनको वो कुर्सी अच्छी लगती है। आप वहाँ बैठे, आपको भी अच्छी लगती है ना आपकी कुर्सी, वैसे ही सबका है। उसी हिसाब से कोशिश करना अपना काम है हर एक का। लेकिन
अभी भी वो एम्बिशन है कि नहीं?
नहीं, लेकिन सबको ये सीट एक ही है, महाराष्ट्र की चीफ मिनिस्टर की सीट एक ही है और 145 मैजिक फिगर है। 145 मैजिक फिगर जो इकट्ठा करेगा वो चीफ मिनिस्टर बन
सर,
जाएगा।
आपकी अभी भी एम्बिशन है कि नहीं, ख्वाहिश है कि नहीं मुख्यमंत्री
देखो,
बनना?
अभी मैं ये इशू के बारे में आपको जवाब देना नहीं चाहता। मेरी एम्बिशन यही है, पहले महायुति का सरकार कैसे फिर वापस महाराष्ट्र में आएगा उसके बारे में हमारी पूरी कोशिश चालू है। वो आने के बाद हम बाकी का सोचेंगे। सबका वैसा ही है, महाविकास आघाड़ी का भी वैसा है। ये देखो, या मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट वर्षा गायकवाड़ जी बैठी है, उनको भी पूछो, वो भी बोलेंगे। क्योंकि क्या होता है कि सबको ऐसा लगता है कि अपना चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहिए, लेकिन वो होने वाला नहीं है।
हाउ मेनी सीट्स?
ये
महायुति हाउ मेनी सीट्स?
हम जितने भी सीट पहले हमारे थे उसी हिसाब से ये देखो, ज़्यादा करके 2019 में बीजेपी के सिंबल के ऊपर कितने सीट आए उतने तो वो लड़ेंगे ही लड़ेंगे। एनसीपी के कितने आए उतने एनसीपी लड़ेंगे। शिवसेना के कितने आए वो लड़ेंगे। खाली कितने रहते हैं, जो कांग्रेस की सीट है और निर्दलीय है या ऐसे कोई पार्टी है, इनके करीबन हमारे सबके मिलके करीबन 200 सीट तो ऐसे क्लियर है। 200 सीट नहीं, 105 40, हाँ करीबन 200। तो 88 के सीट के बारे में बंटवारा होगा। बाकी तो जो पहले दफ़ा 2019 में जीत के आए थे उतने से सुधार को मिलना।
आपने सीट शेयरिंग फॉर्मूला एक तरह से हमें बता दिया क्या होगा, लेकिन आखिरी सवाल, कुछ दिनों में दशहरा आएगा, उसके दशहरा, उसके बाद दिवाली। जब पवार परिवार घर पे मिलता है, आप लोग दिवाली के दिन, गणपति के दिन एक साथ मिलते हैं कि नहीं? वो अभी तक उठना बैठना है कि नहीं?
ये देखो, मैं गवर्नमेंट में गया जुलाई में, उसके बाद दीपावली आई थी। दीपावली में हम एक दूसरे के साथ गए थे, मिले थे, एक होके दीपावली हमने।
बट ये कैसा है कि आप चुनाव एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़ेंगे, दीपावली, रक्षाबंधन, गणपति एक साथ गुजारेंगे?
सुनो ना, हमारे यहाँ मेरी आंटी है सरोज पाटिल, उनके मिस्टर थे एनडी पाटिल। एनडी पाटिल ने जब से वो पॉलिटिक्स में थे, वो अभी गुजर गए, तब से वो अपोजिशन में थे। लेकिन जब घर पे आते थे, घर में पॉलिटिक्स नहीं रहता ना, घर में तो एक दूसरे को कोई खाना नहीं देता क्या? खाना तो देता है।
तो लास्ट में ये कैमरा है,
हाँ।
वहां शरद पवार बैठे हुए हैं लास्ट रो में।
हाँ।
क्या कहेंगे अजीत पवार शरद पवार को आज?
अरे वो मेरे बड़े अंकल है, उनको क्या करूंगा? उनके आंखों में आंखों डाल के मैं देख भी नहीं सकता, मैं ऐसा करूंगा।
अच्छा, फिर से आपके चेहरे पर स्माइल आ गई। मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैंने कहा, अजीत पवार हैज नॉट स्माइल्ड सो मच एज ही हैज इन द लास्ट 1 मंथ। ये नए अजीत पवार है। शायद आप एक टूथपेस्ट की एडवर्टाइजमेंट भी करेंगे कुछ दिनों बाद, जिस तरह से मैं देखता हूं महाराष्ट्र में घूम रहे हैं।
अगर क्लोजअप ने और कोलगेट ने मुझे लिया तो जरूर करूंगा।
ओके, चलो, if there is anyone from Colgate and you want to know how to smile as a politician, please turn to Ajit Pawar. Also, now in all his rallies, 75% of the crowd is women, because he has decided that women vote bank will decide the vote. So go to any rally of Ajit Pawar, महिला always first row में। ये भी कुछ नयापन है।
And more news coming in at this point in time. Following Ajit Pawar's death, a band or a shutdown has been called in several parts of Pune district. Markets and shops in Pune have remained closed. Baramati is a part of the Pune district. The city has shut down as mark of respect. The government has announced a 3-day state mourning already. The Antim Darshan today at 5 p.m. in Baramati is what we know just before. The last rite takes place tomorrow. At this point in time, Pune district has announced a band of sorts, is what we are learning. 3 days of state mourning has been announced by the government already. The Antim Darshan today at 5 p.m. even as the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are at the hospital in Baramati. Baramati is part of the Pune district and there is a shutdown that has been announced.
Oh yes, in fact from this evening the mortal remains that have been kept at Vidya Pratishtan ground, allowing members of the public to pay their final respects. And even the BMC offices that are set to remain closed after Ajit Pawar's death in the plane crash, where they've announced a one-day holiday for all its offices following the death of the Deputy Chief Minister. The civic body said that only employees engaged in emergency services will remain on duty. Such is the news that is now coming in from Pune. Pune that has been declared shut down as a mark of respect. In fact, a bandh that has been observed where most of the parts are shut in the Pune district. Markets and shops that have been announced closed as a mark of respect after the death of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Maharashtra government has announced 3-day state mourning. Antim Darshan that is to happen today at 5 p.m. in Baramati. Tomorrow 11 a.m. is when the funeral will be conducted and the final journey of Ajit Pawar, where we already see a sea of supporters who gathered at the hospital where his mortal remains are. And then, of course, at 5 p.m. we understand that the mortal remains will be kept at the Vidya Pratishtan ground, which will allow all the members of the party, the Karyakartas, the supporters who gathered there to pay their final respects to Ajit Pawar. Remember, the last rites that will be conducted at his native village in Katewadi tomorrow in Baramati at 11 a.m.
That's right. We are learning that the workers of the party would be getting an opportunity for an Antim Darshan today at 5 p.m. in Baramati. Ritik continues to be with us on his way to Baramati at this point in time. The government announcing 3-day state mourning and also a shutdown, Ritvik, as a mark of respect to Ajit Pawar.
Yes, absolutely. We've reached the hospital where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar have kept. We are right in front of Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar Government Hospital. CM Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy CM Eknath Shinde have also reached here a while ago. And what we've been told is that the mortal remains will be taken to Vidya Pratishtan ground, which is just 20 minutes away from here. And the procedure has been initiated. The mortal remains will be kept at Vidya Pratishtan ground to pay the final respects by the huge crowd, the Karyakartas, the party workers and the dignitaries who are making their way to reach Baramati. So it will be kept there till night, and tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The final rites would commence, and the final yatra, the Antim Yatra would commence from Vidya Pratishtan ground to Katewadi village where the Pawar family resides. And the final rites would conclude at Katewadi village, and it will take around 2 hours, the Antim Yatra of Ajit Pawar, with the huge crowd of supporters, the party workers, along with the close family members, and the final rites would conclude at Katewadi at around 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh yes, absolutely, Ritvik, and so many who are still trying to come to terms with the news of Ajit Pawar's death, not just his colleagues but even his political rivals, who still say it is unbelievable that Ajit Pawar has passed away. And in fact, as a mark of respect, we understand that Pune district has been declared shut. Markets and shops have been declared shut, and not just that, even the BMC offices that will now not function for a day as a mark of respect. Maharashtra government has announced 3-day state mourning. Ritvik.
3 days state mourning has been declared by CM Devendra Fadnavis, with also calling it off for all the public schools and the government offices. 3 days mourning called by CM Devendra Fadnavis, and what we're learning is that maybe tomorrow even Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Central Home Minister Amit Shah would be reaching Baramati, although it is not yet confirmed officially from both the offices. But what we've been hearing here on ground is that after a call of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Sharad Pawar, and after a brief discussion, the plans has been changed. It was first decided that the final riots would be concluded today in the evening itself, but now that the crowds want to pay final respect to their beloved leader Ajit Pawar, it has been postponed to tomorrow. The final rites with Antim Yatra would commence at 9 a.m. and also it is likely that PM Modi would visit Baramati tomorrow morning.
Right. These are details that Ritvik is getting asked at this point in time. The Prime Minister expected to be there is what our reporters are telling us. Be with us, Ritvik. I'm going to come back to you, Suresha, and I, of course, taking our viewers through all of those details. And there are certain key updates emerging at this point in time in this crash case. A look at the top developments. CCTV footage captures the very moment the plane crashed and burst into flames. This incident was recorded by a highway camera with a timestamp showing the crash occurred at 8:46 a.m. Ajit Pawar's Antim Darshan to begin today at 5 p.m. is what we are learning. The last rites are going to be held at 11 in Baramati.
A major mystery continues to surround the crash of Ajit Pawar's chartered aircraft. Sources confirm that no mayday call was issued by the flight before it went down. Air traffic control had cleared the aircraft to land.
Baramati Hospital, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar has been kept at this point in time. Pawar's last rites are going to be held tomorrow. The Deputy Chief Minister is going to be cremated at 11 tomorrow in Baramati.
And earlier, the cremation that was to be held today, but it has now been moved to tomorrow, given the fact that all the family members are still not present. But we see one by one how not just the family, but the closest political colleagues of Ajit Pawar who are making their way to the hospital in Baramati. Most importantly, the head of state of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, along with Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who are at the hospital in Baramati. I'd like to take this to my colleague Omkar Bable, who's been reporting non-stop from that hospital in Baramati, and the pictures doing the talking for itself. A sea of supporters who've gathered there at the hospital. But before that, I also want to take this to my colleague Ritvik Bhalekar, who's en route Baramati. And Ritvik, we understand that the way to get to the hospital in Baramati or even to the airport is very, very difficult, given the fact that so many of Ajit Pawar's supporters, some on foot, some in cars, some at the train station, and some taking a flight, but wanting to get to Baramati, to reach there, to pay their last respects to their fond leader Ajit Pawar. What do you observe? You're on the way. What's the latest you're picking up?
महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे ऐसी परिस्थिति थी। ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है, और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, उसके पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ताओं पर ये जो दुख आया है, ये सहना बहुत कठिन है। इस दुख की बेला में हम सब लोग उनके साथ में हैं।
बहुत ही आज महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक काला दिन कहूँ, एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना कहूँ, एक दुखद घटना कहूँ, ऐसी घटना जो हर एक के एक दिल को दुखाने वाली घटना आज महाराष्ट्र में घटी है। हमारे सहयोगी अजीत दादा पवार जी का प्लेन एक्सीडेंट में दुर्दैवी मृत्यु हुई है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही बेहद दुखद है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए भी दुखद है, उनके परिवार के लिए तो बहुत ही दुखद है।
उनका जो कमिटमेंट था काम को लेकर, महाराष्ट्र को लेकर, अपने पक्ष को लेकर, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर, बारामती को लेकर, वो बहुत ही सभी जन उसकी प्रशंसा करते थे और उनके काम की प्रशंसा करते थे। हार्ड वर्किंग, कमिटेड थे। सवेरे 6 बजे से रात के लेट तक काम करने का उनकी कार्यशैली रही है। तो ये जो खबर आई है बहुत ही दुखद है और हमारे मतभेद जरूर रहे होंगे, पर मुझे उनके साथ काम करने का मौका मिला एंड आई थिंक महाराष्ट्र के लिए गंभीर चोट आई है। इट्स अ बिग लॉस। उनका जो विजन था महाराष्ट्र के लिए, ही हैड ब्राइट आइडियाज, बिग आइडियाज फॉर महाराष्ट्र। तो उनका इस तरीके से जाना बेहद ही दर्दनाक है। और मैं सुप्रिया जी को, पवार साहब, क्योंकि वो एकदम उनको अपना बेटे समान मानते थे, सुप्रिया अपने भाई के समान मानती थी, चाहे वो सुनेत्रा जी हों, मैं सभी को अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी।
आप बहुत भावुक हो गई हैं प्रियंका जी। आपने काम भी उनके साथ किया है और आपका ये कहना है कि आपके रिलेशनशिप बहुत अच्छे रहे हैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ।
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहूंगी कि बहुत अच्छे रहे, पर
Overwhelming indeed for one and all. And let's also now bring in our colleague Abhijit Karande, who's with us on the broadcast. Abhijit, do give us details of where you are and where you're headed. Somber moment for all the supporters of Ajit Pawar, who are still trying to come to terms with the fact that he's no more. And tomorrow 11 a.m. of course is when the funeral will be conducted. What more are you picking up?
I'm right now I'm heading towards Baramati Vidya Pratishthan, where his mortal will take place for a final darshan to his supporters, to his people from the constituency. And as we can see on the television screen also that all the leaders from across the state, from NCP, from Congress, from BJP and Shiv Sena are coming to the Baramati to pay their final respect to Shri Ajit Pawar, and thousands of people from the state also coming to the Baramati. I'll ask my colleague Mangesh to show some visuals from Vidya Pratishthan, that the queues and the people from out of group are coming to the Baramati's Vidya Pratishthan to take the darshan of Ajit Pawar. As we are in Baramati, when we left for a Baramati, in between each and every village, each and every town was shut down in the respect of Ajit Pawar. The people were mourning, they are weeping, they are in a lot of tears actually. So they lost their leader, they lost the hope, they lost the dignity actually, because where we are right now in a Baramati, it is not like a very rich area in the history, but Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar made this area or convert this area into the green field, like Ajit Pawar tried to irrigate the land of Baramati, and it finally came to the light that since last 25 years, Ajit Pawar's party is in power, and they tried every bit they tried every bit to take this step ahead to Baramati, and right now we are in Baramati's Vidya Pratishthan, where preparations are in full swing. Actually, in first place, they were trying to do the final rites today only, but after the consultation with the state and other.
अजीत दादा ने महाराष्ट्र और देश के विकास में अपना बड़ा योगदान दिया है। विशेष रूप से गांवों के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए उन्होंने हमेशा आगे बढ़कर काम किया। मैं अजीत पवार जी के परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। जिन साथियों को हमने इस हादसे में खोया है, इस पीड़ा की घड़ी में हम सभी उनके परिजनों के साथ हैं। साथियों, दुख और संवेदना के इन पलों के बीच मैं यहां मौजूद आप सभी कैडेट्स का, विभिन्न मित्र देशों से आए कैडेट्स और ऑफिसर्स का अभिनंदन भी करूंगा। इस बार भी यहां बहुत बड़ी संख्या में गर्ल्स कैडेट्स आई हैं। मैं उनका विशेष रूप से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, एनसीसी एक ऐसा संगठन, एक ऐसा आंदोलन है जो भारत की युवा शक्ति को साहसी बनाता है।
The Prime Minister speaking about the contributions of late Ajit Pawar, who died earlier today. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra was killed in a crash that took place earlier this morning in his home turf of Baramati. The Prime Minister earlier had also spoken with a senior leader of the NCP, Sharad Pawar, the uncle of late Ajit Pawar, offering his condolences. The Prime Minister has now, in fact, in Delhi, while he chose to speak about the contributions of the late leader of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who died in this accident earlier today.
Oh yes, absolutely, Sneha. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoling the death of Ajit Pawar, as he earlier also put out a tweet calling him a grassroots leader, where he appreciated the hard-working personality of Ajit Pawar, saying that he's always worked from the forefront, served the people of Maharashtra. He called out the understanding of administrative matters of Ajit Pawar and the passion he had for empowering the poor and downtrodden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoling the unfortunate demise of
उपमुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है। इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है। हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है। व्यक्तिगत मेरे लिए वो एक बहुत ही दमदार और दिलदार इस प्रकार के मित्र थे और हम दोनों ने साथ में काफी संघर्ष का काल भी देखा है और अब दृढ़ता के साथ महाराष्ट्र के विकास में जब वो योगदान दे रहे थे और एक बहुत लंबी पारी वो खेलेंगे ऐसी परिस्थिति थी, ऐसे समय उनका निकल जाना, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई शब्द भी नहीं है और उनके परिवार पर और उनका जो बृहद परिवार है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, उसके पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ताओं पर ये जो दुख आया है ये सहना बहुत कठिन है। इस दुख की बेला में हम सब लोग उनके साथ में हैं।
बहुत ही आज महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक काला दिन कहूँ, एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना कहूँ, एक दुखद घटना कहूँ, ऐसी घटना जो हर एक के एक दिल को दुखाने वाली घटना आज महाराष्ट्र में घटी है। हमारे सहयोगी अजीत दादा पवार जी का प्लेन एक्सीडेंट में दुर्दैवी मृत्यु हुई है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही बेहद दुखद है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए भी दुखद है, उनके परिवार के लिए तो बहुत ही दुखद है।
उनका जो कमिटमेंट था काम को लेकर, महाराष्ट्र को लेकर, अपने पक्ष को लेकर, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर, बारामती को लेकर, वो बहुत ही सभी जन उसकी प्रशंसा करते थे और उनके काम की प्रशंसा करते थे। हार्ड वर्किंग, कमिटेड थे। सवेरे 6 बजे से रात के लेट तक काम करने का उनकी कार्यशैली रही है। तो ये जो खबर आई है बहुत ही दुखद है और हमारे मतभेद जरूर रहे होंगे, पर मुझे उनके साथ काम करने का मौका मिला एंड आई थिंक महाराष्ट्र के लिए गंभीर चोट आई है। इट्स अ बिग लॉस। उनका जो विजन था महाराष्ट्र के लिए, ये ब्राइट आइडियाज, बिग आइडियाज फॉर महाराष्ट्र, तो उनका इस तरीके से जाना बेहद ही दर्दनाक है। और मैं सुप्रिया जी को, पवार साहब, क्योंकि वो एकदम उनको अपना बेटे समान मानते थे, सुप्रिया अपने भाई के समान मानती थी, चाहे वो सुनेत्रा जी हों, मैं सभी को अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी।
आप बहुत भावुक हो गई हैं प्रियंका जी, आपने काम भी उनके साथ किया है और आपका ये कहना है कि आपके रिलेशनशिप बहुत अच्छे रहे हैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ।
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहूंगी कि बहुत अच्छे रहे, पर
Overwhelming indeed for one and all. And let's also now bring in our colleague Abhijit Karande, who's with us on the broadcast. Abhijit, do give us details of where you are and where you're headed. Somber moment for all the supporters of Ajit Pawar, who are still trying to come to terms with the fact that he's no more. And tomorrow 11 a.m. of course is when the funeral will be conducted. What more are you picking up?
Right now I'm heading towards Baramati Vidya Pratishthan, where his mortal will take place for a final darshan to his supporters, to his people from the constituency. And as we can see on the television screen also, that all the leaders from across the state, from NCP, from Congress, from BJP and Shiv Sena are coming to the Baramati to pay their final respect to Shri Ajit Pawar, and thousands of people from the state also coming to the Baramati. I'll ask my colleague Mangesh to show some visuals from Vidya Pratishthan.